He was the ultimate hunting dog. Zero memories, no free will, just a weapon on a leash, used and discarded. But stick with me here, because instead of dying, you and I are watching him wake up right back at the academy that turns kids into total monsters. Only this time, he remembers every single thing. Plus, he finally has a real clue about his family. So while everyone else gets brainwashed into obedient little puppets, our guy is already making his own moves, like a wild hunting dog locking onto its very own target. Bow before the Emperor. Give thanks to the heavens for the absolute grace descending upon the earth. Bow down and offer up every single word of pure gratitude. That brainwashed knight kept repeating those crazy lines like a broken record, fighting until his weapon snapped and he finally dropped dead. His former comrades charged right in with spears, ready only to get instantly shut down by his brutal blade. Belonged to a shadowy organization absolutely loyal to the Emperor. The Special Forces Squad supposedly exists for one reason, only to protect Emperor Leon Cavalan. But honestly, that official story is just complete and utter garbage. Jan, the captain of this exact squad, just slaughtered his own men. Glaring at the blazing palace, he swore he would end the Emperor himself. But then, those dead knights started twitching, chanting those exact same creepy words again. They slowly crawled toward our main character, violently merging together. Now, pay attention here. They form this massive zombie knight, proving that even in death they are nothing but the Emperor's twisted puppets. The giant monster attacked, ordering him to bow, but Jan instantly countered with a brutal slash. Meanwhile, the burning palace inside was completely dead and empty. The Emperor was just chilling on his throne, playing with a tiny fairy. He casually asked if the noise outside scared her. He told her not to worry about it. Then, hearing heavy footsteps, he looked right at Jan, claiming he just couldn't believe his own eyes. His most loyal dog was actually betraying him. Jan, completely covered in blood and barely standing from the fight, just glared pure hatred at the throne. Leon casually asked how long he'd even been captain, bringing up the old days when Jan was just a lowly, pathetic cadet. The abyss of loneliness. That brutal hellhole where Special Forces warriors are forged. He climbed from a literal slave to squad captain, grabbing power with his bare hands. Yet after all that, he was still throwing it away to betray him. What more could he possibly want? Jan snapped a blade right out of his own leg and jammed it straight into his ear. He screamed that he was sick of the mind control bugs planted inside their heads. Yanking a disgusting parasite out of his head, he yelled that having everything was complete garbage. He lost everything, his freedom, his family, even his own memories. The Emperor randomly gripped the little fairy while Jan screamed out in rage, "Who is his real family? Who is he really? His entire life was a lie." Out of nowhere, the Emperor swallowed the fairy whole and whispered a strange language. Just like that, a sword ripped straight through Jan's chest before he even realized what happened. Standing up from his throne, the Emperor calmly admitted he had no idea how Jan found the mind control bug, but offered a fake apology. He was his absolute favorite puppet. Jan stared at the Emperor one last time, feeling his life slip away, devastated that this whole rebellion was completely useless. "Now I know what you're thinking. Game over, right?" "Nope." A strange female voice told him to wake up, and his eyes snapped open in a totally different place. Pure shock. His chest had been completely destroyed, yet his heart was beating fine. He forced himself to focus. This dark environment felt way too familiar. Looking around, he spotted a massive column right beside him. Glancing up, reality hit him. It was the legendary Great Stone Sword, the ultimate symbol of the Special Forces Training Center. A brutal landmark where countless young cadets had violently lost their lives. Then it finally clicked. Staring at his own hands, he realized his body was much younger, and he was wearing a basic cadet uniform. Did he actually regress in time? Suddenly, some huge guy stepped up right behind him, complaining that he was being way too loud. The guy threw a blindside punch, but Jan's instincts kicked in and blocked it. Then another heavy strike followed, warning him to pay attention. Jan slammed hard against the stone wall, gritting his teeth through the sharp pain, while the bully mocked his pathetic attempt at acting tough. Did he really think dodging was that easy? It was Roman, the 12th cadet. Jan instantly recognized that ugly face and slowly pushed himself up. Roman smirked loudly, declaring that he always knew Jan was absolutely nothing special. Stepping closer, Jan coldly asked if this was supposed to be a warm-up. Roman laughed, admitting he just wanted to beat down a total loser during training. After all, nobody cares if trash dies here. Jan just stayed quiet, mind racing, barely believing this absolute miracle was real. He was staring right at the Great Stone Sword. He was genuinely young again. Between the scenery and this meathead running his mouth, he had definitively returned to the past. And honestly, he is absolutely thrilled about it. He gets a clean slate. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he fixes his mistakes and absolutely destroys the Emperor. Let's jump right into this wild comedy manhwa. He just told this cadet some tragic news. He will be single until he is 40, so he should just marry the military. Hearing that absolute roast, Roman completely lost his mind. He charged in, swinging his fists, screaming about what he just heard. Our guy casually dodged. He sighed, basically calling the kid out for throwing the slowest punch in the world. meaning he was completely pathetic. Roman, absolutely furious, called him a brat and unleashed a flurry of attacks. But he dodged every single strike, teasing that it was decent. Time for some free advice. Only throw a punch after you have actually closed the gap with your opponent. He proved his point by slamming a fist straight into his gut. The Dark Spirit's 7th attack, a devastating strike from just 3 centimeters away. Roman was completely stunned to see an advanced technique. Then our guy dashed right into his face, reminding him to follow up and hit the target without hesitating. But something suddenly stopped him in his tracks. A pendant flew straight out of his pocket, catching his eye. Had this thing seriously been on him this whole time? He grabbed the pendant off the floor and casually told Roman they were done for today. Roman got lucky. Realizing there was actually something inside the pendant, he popped it open. Inside was an old, faded photograph of a man, a woman, and a child. He recognized those faces instantly. Even though he was seeing them for the first time, he totally broke down crying. This was his family. His lost love. Remembering words he had forgotten 30 years ago. He never got this back, even after literally burning the entire capital of the empire straight to the ground. Watch closely, this is the exact moment his whole villain arc flips. Killing every knight did not work. Now holding it, he closed his eyes, realizing he almost repeated history. No more wasting his second chance on some pathetic revenge plot. He just needs to escape no matter what. He is absolutely going to get back to his family and reclaim his old life. Flashback time. A special forces unit loyal to the Emperor launched a massive siege on Verna Fortress, completely wiping out the Northern Archduke. Led by Yan, this elite squad basically pulled the strings of the Empire's history through countless dark missions. He was the Emperor's trusted right hand, the ultimate knight, and now this legendary terrifying warrior is literally hauling actual poop. Yep, he is stuck working as a literal cesspool cleaner for the Cadet Corps. The Warrior Training Center only houses about 1,000 elite cadets. To survive and level up here, you have to kill. 3 or 4 cadets drop dead daily, only to be quickly replaced by fresh volunteers and totally random kidnapped victims. This crazy training center is actually built inside a massive dragon's nest, tucked away in the northwestern mountain range. The whole inside is a giant confusing dungeon labyrinth. And every single cadet gets assigned a specific number. That number completely depends on your combat skills. Want a better rank? Just survive the brutal exams and tournaments. You and I both know how these toxic academy rankings go, right? Rank is everything. Cadets step on each other to survive under ridiculously strict rules. Under this twisted system, anyone ranked number 900 or lower basically has 0 chance of making it out alive. Low-level cadets die. Who cares? Easily replaced. Mostly they just get stuck doing the grossest chores or acting as living punching bags for the top tiers. Naturally, our guy ended up at the bottom. He is number 974. Honestly, hauling trash is lucky compared to dealing with the absolute monsters at the peak. We are talking about the top-level cadets. The aristocratic heirs. Just then, a passing cadet shoved his shoulder, making him drop his boxes. Annoyed, he grumbled at the kid to watch where they were walking. Turns out, it was those exact, snobby aristocratic heirs. But surprisingly, the girl who bumped into him actually apologized for being clumsy before walking away. Keeping the empire loyal, continuing bloodlines, and holding on to high society power, those are the main goals here. That is exactly why these aristocratic kids train at the Special Forces Center. This place gives them the absolute best VIP living conditions possible. Rebellious thoughts never cross their minds because they are completely hooked on their fancy aristocratic privileges. Cadets at this crazy high level always hog the top-ranking spots, soaking up every single perk that comes with it. The biggest names among them, Lena, Beowulf, Kruell, Dwight, and Kashasa Everine. These 3 beasts locked down the top 3 spots for their entire stay at the center. Kruell suddenly stopped demanding to know why Lena was apologizing to this absolute scum. Our guy immediately called him a massive idiot in his head. Kruell kept yelling, asking if she thought wearing the same cadet uniform made them equals. How dare absolute garbage even speak to her? He glared down at the number badge, clearly seeing he was bottom of the barrel. Honestly, our guy already knew that. Did he seriously not know the academy rules yet? He wanted to slice his skull open right then, but held back, forcing out a fake apology to avoid massive trouble. The snob just spat his chewing stick right at him. He was seeing red, but kept his cool and did not move a muscle. Kruell sneered. Was that it? Only actually worthy people got to address him like that. Trash like him had to beg on their knees and slam their foreheads into the dirt. But trust me, you are going to love this. The second he finished talking, his body was instantly sliced in half. Too bad those were just Jan's inner thoughts. He shut his eyes, taking a deep breath to cool his nerves, while Kasha hurriedly stacked the heavy boxes so they could keep moving forward. Kruell snapped at him to watch his step next time. The girl quickly waved and apologized nervously, letting him know that she had finally gathered all the scattered cargo. Our main character just wiped his face, letting them enjoy their little power trip. Trust me, this whole underdog act is purely intentional. He kept working, strolling along the massive wall when suddenly a heavy wave of pure anger hit him. Someone was absolutely lurking right around that corner. He thought of Roman first, but the aura felt totally different. Rather than wasting precious time guessing or playing detective, he just kept walking, acting completely clueless, like nothing was out of the ordinary. Then a sharp female voice echoed from the shadows. Lena stepped out, saying she had been waiting. Seeing her definitely caught him off guard. She was kind of a massive deal around here. We're talking about the absolute worst criminal in the state. Even the elite Imperial Knights and the Blue Iron Guard totally failed to catch this guy. First kill at age 11. By 20, he was running a massive criminal empire. This monster wiped out 23 entire villages and completely crushed 17 separate guilds. His mutated hand could literally block orichalcum weapons, becoming pure nightmare fuel, but he ended up losing it fast. Lena Beowulf completely destroyed him, holding his chopped-off arm as proof. That massive victory instantly made her the highest commander of the Imperial Palace Knights. The Beowulf Duchy is legendary, one of the 4 elite families ruling the freezing northern mountains. Her own knights heavily hyped her up, swearing she would become the absolute best and youngest swordmaster this entire continent had ever seen. She was literally the strongest prodigy the Beowulf bloodline ever produced, and honestly our boy totally agreed. She was exactly the type of walking disaster you avoid. Getting on her bad side meant game over. He really needed to handle her carefully. He tried playing dumb, saying she totally misunderstood things, but she coldly replied that she would rephrase her question. What was his endgame? Why exactly was he hiding his true strength? He played the idiot, claiming he had absolutely zero idea what she meant. But she wasn't having it. She watched him fight near that massive stone sword, originally assuming he was just another pathetic punching bag like most low-tier cadets. But she quickly realized her mistake. She caught him executing a devastating blow from 3 centimeters away, a legendary move nobody else here could pull off. Watch closely, because this is where his secret completely unravels. Knew he messed up big time, but decided to stick to his clueless act until the bitter end, awkwardly asking what in the world she was referencing. Surprisingly, she dropped the interrogation, claiming her tired eyes must have played tricks on her. She casually extended her hand for a shake and actually apologized. But the second he reached out to shake it, she snapped her hand straight at his face. For a beast like him, that strike moved in slow motion. Why the sudden attack? Was she trying to test his real reflexes? It was a super emotional, reckless attack. With no other option, he took the direct hit right to his face, grabbing his stinging cheek and dramatically screaming that she almost killed him. What did he even do wrong? She was visibly stunned by the outcome. Looking down awkwardly, she muttered that he really should have parried that obvious strike. He yelled back that he already told her he had zero clue about any secret combat moves. Super embarrassed, she awkwardly apologized again, admitting she completely let her suspicions get out of control. You and I both saw that coming, right? He completely guilt-tripped her by playing the helpless victim. Knowing her noble personality, she fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Seeing his struggle, she immediately offered to help him carry those heavy boxes to their final delivery point. He politely tried to refuse, but she stubbornly grabbed a box. As they kept walking, she casually asked him to drop the extreme formalities since they were just fellow cadets. He instantly refused, pointing out her incredibly high aristocratic status instead. He fired back, saying it absolutely disgusted her how the elite high-tier students treated the lower-tier cadets like garbage. Once she officially took over the duchy, she vowed to rewrite the rules and protect the weak. He mentally noted that this fierce warrior was surprisingly chatty, and before long they finally arrived at the massive supply warehouse. He gently dropped the boxes, thanking her for carrying the heavy load. She smiled, saying her goodbyes, but right before stepping away, she paused, mentioning she needed to ask one final question just to be absolutely sure. He definitely tracked her attack earlier, didn't he? She noticed his eyes follow her hand perfectly, and she really hoped she wasn't just imagining things again. With that mic drop, she walked away, leaving him realizing she was incredibly sharp. Shaking her off wasn't going to be simple. For a second, he actually considered assassinating her right there. Taking down the current Lena would be an absolute walk in the park, but killing her meant declaring total war on the entire Beowulf family. Getting on their bad side just because Lena was slightly annoying would be an incredibly stupid, reckless move. First priority, planning his escape. He slipped into the quiet restroom, scanning the area, totally convinced that the hidden exit had to be somewhere nearby. Back when he commanded the elite, special unit deserters were a huge problem. Almost nobody ever escaped this brutal training center, though one crazy cadet actually managed to reach the outer forest before finally getting caught. And that's our cue. Trust me, you and I need to see how this wild escape unfolds. Alright, stick with me, we're diving right back into the madness. Third zone, 5th, bathroom stall. He smashes through the wall, finds a hidden hole, and just smiles. That other cadet wasn't lying after all. A massive escape tunnel stretched right out through the opening. Sure, it's a tight squeeze, but move a few rocks and boom, freedom from this hellish squad. Fast forward and night finally drops over the academy. The cadets are locked in their cells. Roll call time. They call out room 974, but absolute silence. No answer. The instructor rushes over, totally convinced the kid escaped. But nope, Jan is right there, sitting like a creepy statue answering late. The guy gets super annoyed, barks at him to answer faster next time, wraps up the roll call and signals the all clear. Lights out. Our main character sits in the dark, seriously questioning what he actually learned here. Stealth is everything right now. Slow and steady wins the race because he literally only gets one shot at breaking out. Even if he squeezes through that tiny gap, an entire guard squad will be hunting him down. It is not going to be a walk in the park. If he screws this up, he becomes a bloody warning poster for the other cadets. First things first, he desperately needs a map. Honestly, with his current trash tier body, this might completely flop. But whatever. He drops into a meditation pose and focuses hard. Enter the Dark Dragon Breath. An insane mana technique that only elite squad leaders can ever actually master. His mind knows the skill, but this weak body, not a chance. He has to build an internal mana engine, a core, just to handle the crazy pressure. Small problem, he has zero time to build one. Meaning pulling off this dragon breath might actually be impossible right now. Now watch this closely, this is where it gets wild. Zero options left, he takes a massive breath, forces his power up and triggers the technique. Boom, mana floods his system way faster than he planned. Energy explodes from his skin like an actual dragon just possessed his entire body. This isn't just any skill. It is the absolute secret technique of the very first emperor himself. The dude wiped out entire nations with one sword. He literally created this overpowered move out of pure boredom. The name alone screams absolute power. His eyes snap open. Bad news, the mana starts leaking straight out of his core. Panic sets in because that is a massive mistake. Veins pop all over his skin. He grinds his teeth, desperately swallowing a scream. The glowing aura totally fades. He is left gasping for air. Cursing out loud, he realizes the harsh truth, it failed. Yeah, forcing energy concentration using an emperor's secret skill. Basically impossible when you are stuck in a weak, garbage-tier body. Flashback, the emperor once handed him a special training scroll. Was it a deadly test, or was the tyrant just feeling super generous that day? Who knows? The text only taught how to suck in mana. It totally skipped the crucial part, how to actually lock it inside your body. He knows exactly where the other scrolls are. But his priority, escaping before that major event actually begins. Next morning, the whole academy is buzzing. Cadets crowd around the notice board aggressively whispering about the latest update. The rumor, only the best kids are getting selected for an outside mission today. But Jan knows the dark reality. That is a total lie. You and I know what's coming. Based on his past life, that psycho arrives today. He just needs to stay invisible. Suddenly, Roman's loud voice echoes from behind. The guy is scanning the crowd, screaming Jan's name. Our boy instantly yanks his hood down tight. The instructor finally steps up, and the clueless cadets immediately swarm him with annoying questions. He straight up calls them brainless idiots and barks at them to shut up. They flinch hard while Jan instantly covers his ears, recognizing a deadly voice attack. Why the hell is he testing forbidden skills on kids? This voice trick literally weaponizes mana directly through the user's vocal cords. For normal, untrained people, just hearing that sound can literally blow their organs apart. Cadets instantly bleed from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Their weak hearts can barely survive the crushing pressure. The instructor sneers. Talent status, absolutely meaningless. He asks if they even have a reason to live. Jan actually starts sweating. He never expected to cross paths with this absolute psycho again. Meet Damian, the infamous chief instructor of the Special Forces Center. Some of the kids completely collapse from the pressure and get brutally dragged away by the guards. The remaining kids huddle together in terror. Damian screams at them to fix their formation, his crazy eyes locked onto the crowd. Jan shoots a nervous glance at Damian. He has to play this smart, because to this lunatic, low-level cadets are just disposable toys. If that psycho chief even looks his way, the escape plan is completely dead. Honestly, his life would be over too. Damian smirks at the terrified crowd, casually calling every single cadet there a bunch of worthless lower-class trash. He admits he would happily slaughter them all right now. But they shouldn't worry. The Emperor is so generous, he is giving scum like them one final shot to join the elite Dragon Warrior project. Most people would expect a super tough test to pick noble guards for the Overlord, right? Nope. The sick reality is they actually implant terrifying mind control bugs right into the students' brains to brainwash them. The real goal, creating mindless puppets. You and I are not ready for what's next. Let's dive into this madness. These cadets can't even die without permission. Damian just spreads his arms, praising their so-called caring emperor. He tells them to worship the guy's endless kindness. They clap and Damian smirks, at least they applaud better than the elite cadets. Our main character, yeah, he's just trying to blend in. Then some brave cadet actually raises his hand for a question. Jan turns around to look. Oh great, it's Roman. Roman asks if this Dragon Warrior deal is really that important. Like if they get chosen, can this instructor still punch them in the face? Boom, out of nowhere a bullet rips right through his chest. Jan panics as Roman hits the dirt. Damian just mocks him, says he had too many intrusive thoughts anyway, calls them all straight up bugs. The cadets crowd around Roman, totally pitying the guy. Jan knows he could save him if he stopped the bleeding, but stepping out of the crowd right now, way too risky. But Roman. The guy stands back up, coughing blood. He yells, if we're just bugs, why bother recruiting trash like us? He survived the streets. Ate dirt. Took the humiliation. He kept breathing because he had a real reason to live. Emperor Dragon Warriors, who cares? Jan clenches his jaw. He completely agrees. Protect the beloved lord. Yeah, right. Damian just smiles, calling Roman a super persistent bug. Basically a stubborn cockroach. He jokes that cockroaches can survive without their heads, so he might as well test that theory right now. Now watch this. Damian preps a spell. Roman braces himself, and then a sparkly mole just jumps out of nowhere. The shot fires, and this little guy leaps right into the bullet. Meet the crystal mole. A wild mountain rodent that's famous for way more than just being ridiculously cute. Hit its crystal and boom, it triggers a massive flashbang. The second that bullet hit the mole, it blew up in a blinding explosion. Even the instructor is stunned. While everyone's utterly confused about the random mole, Roman gets flashbanged and drops to the floor completely knocked out. Cadets rush to help him. Meanwhile, Jan secretly feels bad for nuking the poor mole. He'd found it in the bathroom and pocketed it. He never planned to use it as a living meat shield, but did the head instructor notice his throw? If he did, Jan is dead meat. Luckily, Damian ignores it, just laughing about Roman being a stubborn cockroach. He actually loves it. He dismisses the cadets and walks off, letting Jan finally breathe. Watching Roman get dragged off, Jan mentally calls him a total idiot. I know what you're thinking. Did Damian see? Oh, absolutely. He just found his new favorite toy. Time passes. Jan sneaks back to that abandoned bathroom in Zone 3, chipping away at his secret escape route. Falling through the dirt, he realizes he screwed up. 3 whole days of this, and he completely forgot to grab his mask. Dig forward, place planks, repeat. Day 3 of tunneling is going perfectly smoothly. Pushing mana right into his eyes, he sees through the pitch-black tunnel like it's broad daylight. 0 visitors for 3 days straight. This creepy old room isn't even on the facility maps anymore. He's ahead of schedule. He stabs the dirt again, but clank. The blade hits something solid. He shoves harder and suddenly splat. Something gross hits his face. Later back at daily cadet duty, the instructor takes roll call while cadets move barrels. But when he gets to Jan, he yells at him to freeze. The guy smells absolutely foul. He orders Jan to rip off his hood right now. Jan pulls it back, playing dumb. He claims he dropped a container of waste earlier and it splashed all over him. The instructor gags, screaming at him to back away before the horrible stench melts his nose off. Jan scrubs himself down, praying the soap kills the smell. Crisis averted, man. Nobody suspects his little tunnel project. He totally ruptured a sewer pipe down there. And whatever came out of it looked like a literal mud dragon. What are these guys eating? But hey, a little sewer explosion won't ruin the master plan. He's unstoppable now. He successfully hoarded daggers, ropes, and all the survival gear he needs for the grand escape. Plus, his physical training is basically at max level. He nearly ripped his own muscles apart, but the gains are real. Suddenly, he hears instructors whispering around the corner. Jan throws his clothes on and creeps closer, totally eavesdropping on their secret chat. Did you hear? One says. Gale just got his tongue cut out for laughing, and trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. His buddy was literally gasping for air from pure panic, but the guy just told him they had to survive this one time. Just rumors, right? Plus the instructor was leaving soon anyway. Hearing that, our guy smiled. Let's dive right into this wild escape plan. He finally had his opening, and he definitely wasn't going to just waste this massive chance. He walked away totally clueless that someone was trailing him. Fast forward a bit, he finished digging in the wrecked bathroom. But right as he was leaving footsteps, he totally froze. Who the heck could possibly be down here? Lena, the head instructor. Did they really bust his entire escape plan? A shadow moved in the hall. He readied himself for a brawl, but oh, it was just Roman. He asked if it was him. Roman snapped back. What is the big deal? Jan fired back that following him meant no time for games. Roman claimed he was actually here to work, then asked if he could step aside. He scoffed with displeasure, asking who he thought he was. A scratch. Our guy frowned, pointing right at his wound and noting the absolute fountain of blood gushing out. Roman deadpanned that it was just a pimple he had recently popped. Jan obviously did not buy that nonsense. He quickly said bye, blaming work. Just as he hit the exit, Roman smirked. Was he assigned to dig an escape tunnel? Now, pay close attention here. The guy completely froze in pure terror, and Roman asked if the instructor would be thrilled finding out about this. Seeing his face, he knew he was terrified. Bam, our guy closed the gap, instantly swinging his dagger. Blood exploded right from Roman's neck. Roman gritted his teeth, choking out, what the heck did he just do? But Jan couldn't finish him. That would just lead to massive problems. Roman completely distracted his murderous thoughts, asking why he was suddenly silent. Was he so completely terrified that he was speechless? He had to know the death penalty awaited him for escaping. He honestly never expected to get busted. He should be literally begging him to stay quiet to keep the secret. Instead, our guy just casually asked why he wouldn't snitch anyway. Roman got incredibly defensive, shouting that he was going to tell everyone right now. Jan just confidently smiled. He wouldn't. Roman hated the special forces way more than him. Even while staring literal death in the face, he couldn't hide his pure rage. He just dreams of finally going home, not snitching to the instructor. He seriously doubted it since Roman craved escape too. Roman admitted he wasn't that simple. During their wild brawl, he completely seized his opening. If he truly wanted to, he'd be gone. Plus, tracking him among the cadets was super easy. His scent was completely different. Our guy looked baffled. What a stalker, smelling him now. Roman loudly exclaimed that he totally didn't mean it like that. He then asked how he figured out the whole tunnel thing. Honestly, it was actually super simple. His weird footprints completely gave him away. The center mostly had granite floors, but Roman spotted these strange tracks covered in pure limestone dust. The shoe size and stride matched him perfectly. Was that really enough proof to expose a whole escape plan? Nope. He also checked all the work reports, noticing he was visiting here way too often. Jan admitted he was way smarter than he looked. You really couldn't tell at all. I know what you're thinking is that even a compliment. Roman was a little confused too, but he quickly demanded to know the full plan. Where was this tunnel being dug? What were the actual chances of pulling this off? Our guy just smiled and asked if he was interested in joining him. Roman shot back that he couldn't decide instantly. He needed time to really process this. Our guy basically told him that in that case, just stay here. His skills were definitely good enough to score a higher rank in 10 years. But what about all the people he's desperately trying to protect? If he isn't even sure they're alive right now, what's going to happen to them in 10 years? There is literally zero time left to think. He has to decide right now. If he joins up, they are totally gone by the day after tomorrow. Roman's face slightly darkened as he asked for clarification. He had thought through absolutely every action right, Jan confidently confirmed, asking if he wanted the details. Roman pointed out a massive gap of 962 ranks between them. If they both escape, the instructors will definitely try to hunt him number 12 first. Like he promised, they won't be here the day after tomorrow because he'll be rotting in a grave. Jan smiled, actually surprised that he was considering the deadly consequences here. Usually, he didn't exactly give off the impression of a deeply reasonable guy. Roman again had absolutely no clue if he was praising or insulting him, and our guy just told him to stop whining. The risk was exactly the same for both. So what was the final choice? Roman shut his eyes, thinking hard. He looked up, saying there was just one thing left. Night had completely fallen. The chief instructor gathered every single cadet together, humming a quiet tune, acting like the cool night air was just incredibly refreshing to breathe. We're pausing here. Trust me, you'll want to hear this insanely important news. Stick with me here. He usually avoids these guys, but the news today is just way too good to wait. Jan figured today was the big exam announcement. Right on cue, Damian declares that the date for their very first test is officially set. The rules, surprisingly simple. They get dropped in one spot, and if they manage to survive for a whole week, they basically pass. The test site, the Blade Mountain Range. Our main character sighs. Of course it is, that nightmare mountain. Years ago, this traveler named Nilf heard a rumor. He found out a rare herb to cure his sick mother grew deep in those mountains. Young Nilf promised his mom the cure and rushed off. But tragically, he ended up as an afternoon snack for a random monster. They say his poor mother waited every single day until she finally passed away. Honestly, the only silver lining here is that she never found out how brutally her son died. These mountains are packed with absolute beasts. That is exactly why everyone calls this place the Forbidden Zone. The weakest guys there are goblins. But the deeper you go, the creatures get completely psychotic. We are talking massive exclusive beasts all the way up to giant legendary nightmare monsters. Plus, the area is crawling with crazy unknown species. Stuff the outside world has literally never seen before. The worst ones hide deep inside. Damian claps his hands smiling and asks if they are eager to start. Now watch closely. He actually enjoys imagining the brutal torment of these poor rookies. An instructor suddenly interrupts, saying an urgent message arrived. Damian frowns, clearly annoyed, while Jan just smirks. With his fun ruined, Damian tells the cadets the chat is over and dismisses everyone. Taking off his hood, he figures Damian is upset. He ended things way too abruptly. The kids start panicking about the exam. Surviving those mountains with zero experience is basically a death sentence. The high rankers get instructor protection all because they happen to be rich, aristocratic brats. Suddenly a voice barks to clear the path. Lena is here. Jan yanks his hood up, realizing he is standing way too close to the idol. He turns his head fast to hide his face mentally, praying she will just walk right past him. She catches up and suddenly locks eyes right on him, completely freaking him out. She notices him but actually keeps walking. He breathes a sigh of relief. No need to stress, he is escaping soon anyway. He asks Roman if the job is done. Roman confirms everything is completely ready, and Jan smiles. Just perfect. He decides to admire this massive stone sword for just a bit longer. Roman asks why he is staring at that ugly thing. Jan replies he will not see it tomorrow. Roman looks nervous, finally realizing the chief instructor's mission. Before the exam kicks off, the chief has to personally visit the imperial palace to brief the emperor. The chief absolutely hates visiting the ruler, but he really cannot disobey a direct order. You and I know what this means. The biggest obstacle vanished. Tonight we finally escape. Roll call starts. The guard walks down the cells, barking out numbers until he reaches 974. Dead silence. Annoyed, the guard yells, asking if he is playing games and demanding an answer right now. He shouts again. Jan replies that he is right here, except the voice comes directly behind him. In a flash, he grabs the instructor's head, knocks him out cold, and tells the crew to get to work. Jan, Roman, and 2 extra cadets kick off their escape from this elite special unit training hellhole. Jan warns that the guard change is happening fast, ordering them to hide the body. Jake and Todd handle the mess while the main duo moves out. Roman points out he brought the 2 guys exactly as asked, questioning if they are actually reliable. Jan confirms it. Roman asks if they are just being used as bait. Jan scoffs he never would have recruited them just for that. The guys finish hiding the body and walk over, telling him not to worry. They promise not to be a burden. They risk dying too. Jan tells everyone to hush. One sound could wake the guards. Reaching a massive gate, Jan finally explains why he brought them. Opening this gate alone, literally impossible. That is exactly why he needed a bigger crew. To reach the abandoned toilet out in the restricted zone, they have to somehow bypass these heavy double gates. Here is the catch. To pop the doors, 2 guys have to stand on pressure plates while someone pulls a lever on the opposite side. First 2 guys step on the plates to open it up. Then the other 2 rush through to hit the lever, keeping the first door open. You and I get it now. This puzzle is exactly why escaping alone was absolutely impossible. Alright, stick with me here. Roman gets the plan, signals Jake, and on his cue they both step right onto those pressure plates. Jake nods. They step down and instantly a heavy grinding noise echoes as those massive stone gates finally slide open. Our main character slips right through, calling for Todd. He tells Jake and Roman to hold their ground. Roman immediately asks how long they have to wait. Jan says stay put until his signal. Just like that, the 2 vanish behind the gates for what feels like forever. Roman loses his patience. He starts panicking over how long it's taking and then grind. The heavy gate suddenly slams shut. He rushes over, pounding his fists against the door, totally losing it. He screams every curse word, yelling that he knew Jan would betray him. But Jan is just standing on the other side, smirking at this pathetic tantrum, and calmly asks if the guy is blind. The gate pops open. Roman stumbles back, totally confused. Jan sighs. He specifically said, wait for the signal, yet Roman couldn't even manage that. Seriously, who abandoned who in this situation? Wiping blood off his cheek, Jan just stands there while Roman frantically asks whose blood that is and where Todd went. Walking to the second gate, Jan brushes it off. They are completely fine. Roman's panic was totally useless. He got delayed by an unexpected variable. He thought drugging the bait would be simple, but the plan completely failed. Now, watch this reveal with me. Passing the gate, Roman spots a massive dead wolf. Jan just says the beast went totally crazy. Roman is stunned by its size. Did Jan kill this monster alone? Jan ignores the question, telling them to keep moving. They need to run right now. From there, the escape is incredibly smooth, slipping through a hidden tunnel inside an abandoned restroom. The 4 cadets finally break out of the awful training center. A dusty hand bursts from the dirt near a cliff edge. Jan climbs out, scanning the area and confirming their wild success. While the boys yank Roman up from the dark hole, Jan slowly approaches the sheer drop. No signs of pursuit just yet, but he knows those guards have definitely figured out their little prison break. Roman walks up acting cocky, saying that escaping was almost too easy and honestly kind of disappointing. Jan strongly disagrees. Staring up at the moon, he admits it took massive effort. It has been way too long since he breathed fresh air. Roman asks if they are camping or moving. Jan strictly warns them not to drop their guard. This is just the beginning. Pulling a pendant from his pocket, he looks at his family photo. Now his real journey to take his life back starts. Getting down to business, he gathers everyone around and tells them to listen up very carefully. He explains at once. The Great Atreon Forest is packed with massive ancient redwoods. Sitting in the northern mountains, he pulls out little figurines and a tablet map of the surrounding area. They are stuck right in the heart of the forest. Escaping will take 2 solid days of running. Roman interrupts, asking if it wouldn't be way smarter to just hide deep inside. Those huge redwood trunks make perfect cover, right? Wrong. Jan explains the best hiding spots are packed with deadly monsters. Plus, the guards are definitely hunting them down already, making capture a matter of time. That tracking party has 20 guys. Once they catch up, it is instant game over. I know what you're thinking, split up. Exactly. Dividing up forces the pursuing guards to scatter too. Running in totally different directions means the tracking squad has to literally divide their numbers. Basic math time. That leaves exactly 5 guards chasing each cadet, massively boosting their overall survival odds. Roman instantly complains about becoming bait. The guards will obviously chase the highest-ranked cadet first. Jan coldly asks if he has a problem. Nobody forced Roman to train so damn hard. Staying together guarantees a total wipeout. Splitting up ensures at least one of them actually escapes this nightmare. Jake and Todd exchange nervous looks. Jan doubles down. This is exactly why everyone needs to scatter immediately. Any questions? Roman crosses his arms, still confused. Looking at the map figurines, he asks why his specific piece is literally labeled as Fool. Jan completely ignores him. Assuming there are 0 questions, it's time to move. Roman angrily demands an answer. Jake stops Jan, giving a sincere thank you. Without him, they would have rotted in that center. He swears to repay this massive debt. Next time they meet, no more pretending to be strangers. Jake realizes Jan isn't some ordinary cadet. So what do you and I make of this? A wild master plan, even if Roman thinks it's ridiculous. Alright, stick with me here. Jan joked, our boy was a great cadet, but totally heartless. He defensively yelled that it was completely false, rubbing his nose like a shy kid. Getting captured meant a reunion, so if they never saw each other's faces again, that meant their wild escape actually worked. Our MC thought he sounded like an absolute grandpa. Was he a regressor too? They huddled up, agreeing with Roman. He literally wished they'd never meet again. Then boom, they vanished. And dashed into the woods. The others were probably sprinting for their lives, so it was time for him to hustle. Inhaling sharp dragon breath, he fired up his speed skill, the wings of the windbird technique. Blasting forward, he left a trail of pure sparks. He scaled the tallest tree, scanning the endless woods below. Morning light was hitting. Honestly, this weak body stats were his biggest handicap right now. Holding dragon breath was brutal, and his weak veins just couldn't handle the mana flow. Thinking of the squad, he smirked. How were those idiots holding up? He felt completely pathetic himself. Back then, he was the 5th Special Forces captain, an absolute beast at tracking and assassinations. Did his past life skills carry over? Meanwhile, back at the depressing camp, the instructor demanded updates from the trackers. His buddy replied they were still totally missing. He snapped, calling them absolute morons for noticing the breakout so late. They had to catch those cadets immediately. If the head instructor, that literal psycho, got back from the palace, they were all dead meat. His coworker panicked, agreeing they needed them caught yesterday. Now watch closely. Damian dropped a hand on his shoulder and whispered too late the psycho was home. He absolutely panicked. Damian hated that disrespect, but a deliciously evil idea suddenly made him smile. He let go, acting chill, said it happens to the best of us. The guy nervously apologized. Claiming he spoke without thinking, Damian just laughed, saying people badmouth the Emperor himself sometimes. He pulled another stopped instructor aside, casually asking if he was the guy running the cadet barracks. Pretending to care, he said hunting fugitives must be exhausting. The guy instantly denied it, promised the pursuit squad would definitely catch them. Damian tilted his head, but how exactly? Things were already messed up. Bam! He slammed the guy down so hard his legs snapped backward into a horribly wrong angle. A completely blood-curdling scream bounced off the cold walls. Writhing in pain, the chief instructor coldly noted he didn't even sense the cadets plotting this. Missed the giant tunnel they dug. Didn't even realize they swiped all the survival supplies. The guy started sobbing for a second chance, but Damian just stomped his boot straight onto his skull. Coldly, he whispered that he was all out of chances. Terrified of dying, the man begged, but Damian mocked his terrible awareness. Then crush. He pressed harder, snapping bone as blood sprayed everywhere. Wiping off, he turned to his crew. Cancel the pursuit squad he was taking over. You and I know exactly what that smile means. He found something way too tempting to ignore. Sun was up. Out in the wild, the 3rd Special Pursuit Team was already hunting them. Suddenly, Kelly, the squad leader, spotted something off and threw up a hand stopping them. His crew whispered, asking if the trail went cold. Yanking his mask off, he said things were fine. Actually, it was weird. Wasn't this entire tracking job going way too smoothly? Gail and Andre rolled their eyes. The cadet was just numbered 974. Obviously, it was easy. He was overthinking it. Gail pointed out the obvious tracks by the cliff leading straight into the open woods. The kid was just panicking. Gail joked that Kelly's insane paranoia was exactly why partners always ditched him. Kelly got defensive. Was he really that bad? Still, his gut screamed something was wrong. The heavy fog was clearing up. He barked at the squad to catch this runaway before he ghosted them. Moving forward, Gail bragged that bagging number 974 was going to be an absolute breeze. Whoever was hunting number 12 was probably sweating. But Andre argued even number 12 was just a rookie cadet. Gail called out his insane overconfidence. Makes you and me wonder what his number was, right? Out of nowhere, Jan drops behind him, one quick grab yanking him straight into the tree. Stick with me here. Andre turns around to answer, only to realize his buddy just vanished into thin air. He yells out, but a cold blade flashes from behind the trunk. Just like that, only one left. Hearing the racket, Kelly snaps back, complaining they're too loud. Is this a picnic? The target will bolt if they keep yelling, but then it hits him. Utter silence. His entire elite team has vanished without a single trace. How is this possible? In mere seconds, no wonder his gut felt off. This simply couldn't be real. Even if Target 12 was tough, taking down elite special forces members should be completely impossible. How did 974 pull this off? Suddenly hands drop from above. He notices spinning sharply and swinging his heavy blade. The strike slices right through a tree. He screams furiously, calling him arrogant for trying the same trick a third time. Wrong move. A tough fishing line snaps around his neck, violently jerking him right off the ground. Our main character yanks the wire, hauling him higher. Searing pain flares up as the sharp line bites right into Kelly's skin. Here is where you and I need to watch closely. Those footprints, pure bait. He stares at Jan, completely paralyzed, refusing to believe this nightmare. A mere cadet like 974, wiping out a pursuit squad. Gasping out his comrades' names, he realizes they met the exact same brutal end. Then his legs stop twitching. Pursuit Team 3 now totally wiped out. He smoothly shifts his position, climbing higher into the branches. Inspecting the stolen knife, he smirks. A pretty decent blade, definitely usable. Honestly, pulling off that entire ambush was way easier than he originally expected. With his body enhancement technique active, these fights are an absolute joke. Now he just needs to ditch this forest before the fog rolls in. Blood is everywhere. Those tracking hounds will definitely catch the scent and drag the whole army here. But wait. If he masks his scent using that gross slime, slipping away will be a total breeze. The berries are pure poison, and the leaves smell absolutely horrid. Grinding them into a paste and smearing it on his body, the perfect escape plan. Dogs despise that slimy stench, totally overpowering his real scent. Thanks to this nasty herb, he is basically a ghost, but he really needs to move. Time is officially ticking. Running to the Empire's farthest edge won't save him if there are nets on the ground and snares in the sky. Wait, he spots something up above. Thick black smoke. The elite squad wouldn't dare start a fire. That means Jake or Todd are over there. Absolute idiots. Do those morons think this is a casual camping trip? If that fire stays lit, they are totally screwed. He quickly shakes it off. No time to babysit. He only brought them along to use as convenient meat shields anyway. Them drawing aggro actually works perfectly. But recalling their chat from last night, he sighs and dashes straight toward the smoke. He just can't stop stressing, trying to justify that keeping them alive might actually benefit his crazy survival plan. He just has to extinguish that blaze before the hunters spot it. He wants to activate his acceleration, but suddenly a freezing chill strikes the back of his neck. He feels it, that horrifying gaze of death from his battlefield days. You and I both feel that tension. Something is right behind him, coiling around his body like a deadly snake. Then Damon's smooth voice echoes out. He chuckles, glad the bait worked. He knew right away our guy was an interesting kid. Jan nervously glances sideways. A tiny butterfly flutters by, but right now its tiny wings feel heavy like a massive typhoon. Damon smirks, claiming he knew Jan would show his true colors. His expert eyes clearly never miss a single thing. Stepping right out of the dark shadows with a wide grin, he says it is great to finally meet him. Jan just freezes. Lightning completely tears through the sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. Damon casually jokes that a storm is brewing, or maybe he'll just stick to throwing lightning. He stares at him, sweating, praying this is just a bad nightmare. What the hell is the head instructor doing here? Before escaping, he practically confirmed this guy left for the Imperial Palace. Rumor had it, the Emperor chewed him out so badly he almost went to jail, so why is he standing right here? Is the timeline completely broken? Did his actions influence the past? If so, what exactly triggered this absolutely insane change? Nothing he did should affect the head instructor, but clearly his wild stunts created massive cracks in his post-reincarnation timeline. He totally derailed his own golden future. Damon leans in, jokingly asking what he'll summon next, a crystal mole or an electric mouse. He frowns hard. Did this absolute monster actually figure that out too? The instructor smirks. Did he really think he wouldn't get caught? But hey, he's impressed. And trust me, you and I are definitely hooked to see what happens next. His speed was unreal. Even Damon was genuinely stunned at first. Let's dive right in, because you and I are about to watch something wild. He thought this place was just full of cockroaches, but then this absolute anomaly caught his eye. Our main character instantly knew he messed up bad. He has zero clue how much the timeline just changed. He thought things could not possibly get any worse. Now yeah, he's totally second-guessing that. Meet the chief instructor. Later they will call him the Three Swords of the Continent. But right now, he is just the absolute boss here. Damon stares at his menacing glare and literally starts laughing. He claps his hands, completely amused, swearing this could not get any better. He knows the kid is planning his murder right now. And honestly, he hasn't had this much fun in forever. He even jokes about sharing his own murder plans with him. Normally, people just try to run for their lives. But this kid is literally planning murder. Damon is completely speechless. He calms down slightly and sarcastically asks for his forgiveness. He admits he does not know how to hold back but offers a very rare deal. Smile vanishes. He tells the boy to try and kill him right now. If he wins, he gets his precious freedom. Jan's eyes go wide. Damon smirks, loving this sick game. Suddenly, the instructor starts looking at this little rat in a totally new light. He has never seen anyone like this. A bottom-tier cadet just slaughtered a hellhound and wiped out an entire pursuit squad. His guts, his brains, his raw stamina, miles above the rest of the trash here. Like he was literally born for this. Give him some time, and what kind of absolute monster will he become? Watch closely because this is where it gets crazy. Damon expected a legendary attack, but the kid pulls the ultimate wildcard. Our main character literally drops to his knees, begging for help. Damon just freezes, completely stunned. Jan looks up, tears streaming down his terrified face, and innocently asks if he is the boss. He cries his vision is awful, having no idea who he was fighting. He never planned on escaping. He spins a story about older guys forcing him to rebel under the threat of death. He thought he was safe when they left until the instructor showed up. Damon stares blankly, asking if he was actually forced into this whole prison break. Jan aggressively nods, blaming everything on cadet number 12. He swears he has been secretly cursing that guy for days. Damon cannot believe this kid expects him to buy this awful acting. Jan is crying, voice shaking, playing the victim. But Damon instantly knows it is all a giant fake-out, and boom, a knife rockets straight at his face. Damon catches it instantly, calling the trick a massive disappointment. But literally, the second he blinks, a second blade is already hovering right next to his eyeball. He barely snaps his head back. The blade slices his cheek and he realizes this crazy kid threw two knives perfectly stacked on the exact same trajectory. He definitely did not expect a little rat to pull that off. Looking forward, the kid is completely gone. Damon smirks, thinking the runner actually managed to escape. You and I both thought he ran right. Nope, Jan drops from the sky, revealing his actual plan. The instructor glares up in pure annoyance, totally confused by his speed. Jan unleashes the elusive shadow, 15th form shadow summoning, and strikes hard. A blinding flash, Jan is forced backward. The boss actually parried the stealth attack, completely shocking him. Blood drips from the boss's shoulder. Damon spots the weird black fog tentacles, wondering if the kid hid inside them. He wastes zero time and charges back in. The dark fog swirls, firing massive chunks of solid shadow straight at him. Jan smoothly dodges every single hit. He knows he cannot outrun this stuff forever. He draws his dagger, coats the blade in pure energy, and triggers the first shadow form's secret technique, 5th sense darkness absorption. A few brutal swings delete the fog, but his own dagger completely shatters. Damon casually mentions that he did promise to let him walk. He is definitely breaking that promise. He refuses to lose a fun toy. He steps out screaming in pure delight about this unique power. He could literally torture this kid for the rest of his life and never get bored. Jan thinks he is fighting a literal rabid dog. But then he spots something super weird. A strange mark on the boss's shoulder. He knows it. Flashback to 22 hours before the escape inside the mass grave cadet barracks. Lights out just hit. Our guy is sitting on his bed plotting out the final escape, his very last night in this dump. He is desperate to break out and finally see his family. He remembers zero about them. Just this rusty old medallion. But they will be reunited soon. He just wants a peaceful life. He fidgets with the medallion and suddenly the glass casing literally snaps open. He panics since it is his only clue. But what do you and I see here? There is a crazy secret hidden right behind that glass. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the mystery. He picks up the lid, spots an odd pattern, and it hits him. Could this be his family's crest? The design was engraved on the back of the medallion. Why hide it like a massive secret? If his bloodline has a literal crest, he definitely isn't some ordinary commoner or a simple slave. Huge win, more clues to work with. Finding someone who recognizes this symbol means finally tracking down his actual relatives. At least he thought so until he saw that exact same mark tattooed on the crazy instructor's shoulder. Why? Damon rips off his ruined shirt, mocking him. Giving up already, but Jan just ignores him, completely lost in thought. Seeing his family's crest on an absolute psycho, could this maniac instructor actually be blood-related to him? No way. Damon notices the kid zoning out. The fun was just starting, so he decides to force a reaction. Those threats snap Jan back to reality, as the instructor teleports right into his face, promising instant death. Our guy reacts fast, launching a flying kick straight at his head but misses completely. Instructor blocks it single-handed, praising the power. Where did he learn moves like that? Now, watch this part closely. This is where things get completely insane. Shadow tentacles shoot up, solidifying into pitch-black daggers. Even more blades erupt right out of the dirt. Our main character frantically dodges, barely surviving by pure luck. He jumps back to a safe distance, realizing this psycho is just playing around. If he was serious, that shadow dagger would have ended him. Jan could probably escape now, but then he would never uncover the truth behind that crest. He absolutely has to learn everything about his missing family. What if this meathead is connected to them? A massive rebellion is about to wreck the entire continent. They call it the Armenia Rebellion. It will wipe out 10 kingdoms and basically erase all the aristocratic families. This historic war will leave a massive, totally bloody scar. The royal family gets pushed to the brink until the ruler crushes the huge uprising with his giant sword. He executed the leaders, slaughtered their families, and burned the rest alive. The flames raged for a month, a nightmare period they called the 20-day sunset. Get this, the main mastermind behind the chaos was the previous emperor's bastard son. I know what you're thinking. A totally covered-up history. Yep. Rumors spread everywhere, but the real records were burned to ash. Still, the survivors who remembered the rebel called him the continent's legendary Three Swords. But to everyone else, he was just the crazy head instructor of special forces. Damon steps closer, with a creepy smile, noticing the kid is completely zoned out in his own thoughts. Jan realizes something awful. If his family is tied to this instructor and the Armenia Rebellion, his relatives are doomed in the upcoming war. He has to stop it. The escape plan cancelled. Time for Plan B. Stay at the center, earn the crazy instructor's trust, and make himself completely indispensable. He fakes a smile, saying he is amazed the head instructor personally came out just to chase him. Damon laughs, looking super pleased by the compliment. But the second our main character mentions the squad leader being grateful for his hard work, Damon's face instantly darkens. Before Jan can even blink, Damon grabs him by the skull and fiercely charges forward. He slams the kid into a massive tree trunk, furiously yelling that it wasn't a funny joke at all. Boom! Jan flies several meters, literally smashing through tree trunks with his back. He stops coughing, desperate to catch his breath. The hulking instructor walks up, lifting him by the collar, saying he thought he was nice. He clearly could not keep his mouth shut. Did he really want to die today? Jan chokes out that his impudent mouth sometimes spits useful facts, begging Damon for one last chance to speak. When Jan claims he knows a fatal weakness that could ruin the captain, Damon's gaze completely shifts. He calls him a bluffing idiot, but Jan smirks. Simon's County number 52 is his fatal weakness. Instructor pauses, visibly shocked. Is that true? A few hours later at the training center, Damon changes clothes, super annoyed that his new uniform is a little small. He never expected to ruin his absolute favorite uniform today, but nothing could be done. A subordinate asks what to do with the 3 captives. Just dump them in a mass grave, Damon orders. He ignores small bugs. So what do you and I make of this? Well, some guy interrupts Damon, mocking him for pretending to look super busy. Let's dive into this madness. The head instructor took one look at this slacker, absolutely boiling with rage, but somehow held back. The guy demanded answers. Just lazy Damian flashed a fake smile, asking why Captain Meyer showed up here completely unannounced today. That's Rodrigo Meyer, first-rank captain of the elite special squad. Rodrigo demanded a status report on their training. Damian gave a super dry response, claiming everyone was working as hard as humanly possible. The captain wasn't buying it. In return, Damian hit back, bragging that his cadets were already way stronger than Rodrigo's own squad members. Rodrigo called him a liar, saying center graduates were absolute monsters. Damian just smirked. Was it his fault? The squad was so weak, their commander is the one who really needs punishment here. The captain gave a tight smile, thanking him for the incredibly bold advice. Suddenly, the subordinate felt pure mana vibrating in the air. The pressure was so heavy it started crushing the entire room. Absolutely insane power. Normal people would instantly pass out. Rodrigo brought up how Damian ignored a direct imperial decree to report to the palace. Damian just brushed it off. He had way more important things to do than sit around in useless snobby meetings all day. The captain was stunned. What could possibly be more important than following the literal emperor's orders? Rodrigo probably thought his fancy noble blood would keep him safe here. That totally ticked the instructor off. Rodrigo then dropped the bomb. He skipped the meeting because the cadets escaped the center, didn't they? Claiming he completely lost control. Damian quickly cut him off, saying he got it all wrong. Nobody escaped at all. Now watch closely. He walked right past him, leaving a completely confused Rodrigo, insisting that he heard the rumors clearly. Damian mocked his old age, saying his hearing must be failing. He claimed the cadets were just outside, with instructors prepping for their exam. Oh, by the way, there are so many cockroaches around lately. Notice that. Rodrigo turned back confused about the bug talk. Damian coldly explained that if he ever catches a bug inside his center, he immediately crushes it dead. It is super annoying though, they always come back. But get this. He finally found the cockroach nest, and now he is going to wipe out every last larva. He waved goodbye and walked off. Then, smiling at his subordinate, he admitted seeing that Captain looked so totally lost actually calmed his anger down. That old man better start planning his own funeral soon. Was everything he just said 100% facts? He pulled off his mask and told the guy to stop worrying so much. He never lies to allies. He will prove it soon enough. Every single piece of information he handed over was completely real, and that is exactly how our main character returned to the training center. Flashback to Simon County, abandoned street 592, Jan's old home. Total ghost town, barely anyone around. He ran straight up to his friend's house, yelling for her to open the window right away. He wanted to show off something cool. He caught this massive cute rat, but when nobody answered, he wondered if she was even home at all. He was about to leave when the window finally opened. The girl glared, asking if he was completely stupid. Seriously, who wants to look at a gross rat? He should have brought a cute squirrel instead. This rundown street was terrible for kids, but surprisingly, the captain's daughter lived there. When he told the instructor this, the guy looked completely unimpressed. He explained that since there were barely any kids on that street, everyone naturally knew each other. I know what you're thinking. The girl he played with just happened to be the captain's daughter. Wow, what absolute luck, right? He instantly realized the head instructor wasn't buying it. The lie was just too ridiculous. He needed to make Damian believe he knew about the bitter, hostile rivalry between the Special Forces captain and the head instructor. The instructor had been tearing the county apart trying to find the captain's hidden weak spot. But so far, he had zero luck. Damian's reaction totally proved it. He had to use this secret information right now. Damian asked, even knowing her address, why assume she is the weak spot? He shot back that he literally heard it with his own ears. Meeting her again, she confessed she had to leave town soon. Some really bad people were trying to hurt her dad. They wanted to use her for blackmail. Her dad warned her to run. And sure enough, days later she completely vanished, alongside some shady guys in black suits. It was only later he realized those men were elite Special Forces soldiers, and her dad was the actual captain of the unit. Listening to this wild story, Damian smirked. He muttered about how incredibly perfect this was all working out. So he just happened to be besties with the captain's kid. Then he discovered the weird rivalry with the captain, knew he was hunting for a weak spot, and oh, he magically knew exactly where that spot was. Are amazing coincidences like this possible? As Jan bragged about being blessed by the goddess of luck, Damian suddenly snapped and chucked a weapon right at his face. So, what do you and I make of this? He dodged, but the blade sliced his cheek. Damian coldly stated he didn't believe in lucky coincidences, he just figured he was a dirty spy for the captain. Wouldn't that make a lot more sense, logically speaking? Stick with me here. Our main character wipes his blood and agrees. Sure, the crazy coincidence looks suspicious, but he gathered every piece just to stay alive. Every little detail. Childhood memories, the captain's twisted family drama, special forces, rankings, and even their bitter grudges. He calculated exactly which secrets he needed to keep to gain the upper hand. He snapped all those memories and gathered intel together in his head like a massive puzzle, all just to guarantee his own survival. If he was actually the captain's spy, like they claimed, escaping wouldn't be worth dying for. He kept that knowledge locked away in case the breakout went south. Now his strategy is genius, mixing solid truth with cold lies to string the guy along between hope and despair. Right now, the chief instructor's inner scales of trust are shifting. Raw doubt against blind faith and making sure that faith eventually wins out. The second he dropped the bomb about knowing the daughter's location, that gaze shifted completely. He's proving that trusting him is the ultimate jackpot. He forced the guy's hand to secure his own victory. Damon stood up, pacing over to the window, sweating bullets as he wondered if he just got played. The instructor basically asked if the literal goddess of luck was on his side. Jan nailed it. He casually replied that yep, he's basically a walking, talking good luck charm. Damon snapped at him to shut up, deciding to completely ignore everything that went down today. He ordered him out, demanding absolute silence. Our guy walked away knowing he totally aced the test. Sure, Damon didn't buy every single word, but it was definitely enough. No need to rush anything now. He said his goodbyes and wished him some solid rest. After he left, Damon peeked at the kid's file, cadet number 974. He seriously wondered, are these instructors actually completely blind? Either the whole ranking system was broken or something way crazier. Then a weird detail in the file finally made him crack a smile. Now pay attention here, because 1 week later at Blade Ridge, the real madness finally begins. The Emperor literally banned people from this place. Why? Because it's packed with insane monsters, making it an absolute death trap. Case in point, a swamp goblin. It jumps a squad of cadets, but one guy just slices it down with zero effort. Hyped by that easy kill, a rookie cheered, acting like this exam was an absolute breeze. Swordsman relaxed, while the shield guys bragged that Blade Ridge was hyped up for nothing. Annoyed, the swordsman quickly shushed them. They were still in hostile territory. But his buddy laughed it off, claiming they had already wiped out every monster in the area. To pass this crazy exam, they just had to survive in these mountains for a week. Honestly, at this pace, they thought they had it in the bag. The swordsman snapped at him again to shut his mouth, raising his voice enough to make the kid awkwardly apologize. He asked if they were so busy celebrating that they completely forgot about the actual win conditions for this trial, slaying monsters and gathering mana stones. Even if they stayed alive, their final rank totally depended on the massive pile of stones they brought back. They needed way more loot than they had right now, especially if they wanted to beat those elite brats from the 4 great families. He turned around telling them to chill out and stay alert. If they kept their guard up, their skills would keep them breathing. But mid-sentence snap, a giant hand grabs his head and violently twists. Just like that, Cadet 320 is instantly eliminated. We both saw that coming right. They didn't even notice the massive monster sneak right up. The beast dangled their friend's body like a toy, taunting them. A great golden ogre, an ultra-rare variant with literal invisibility magic designed to ambush prey perfectly. Suddenly, it swings its massive arm. It swats the remaining cadets using their friend as a weapon. The impact is so brutal they are wiped out on the spot. Watching all this through a crystal ball, Damon just laughed, calling them absolute trash. 30 kids dead already. They better wake up because he's sick of cleaning up corpses. Time to keep things moving. Every 5 minutes, 50 fresh cadets are getting shoved straight through the warp gate. The crowd lined up by the portal. Our boy stood there realizing he'd inevitably have to face those nightmare zones. The chief instructor looked weirdly happy. He probably already unleashed his dogs to search that fake location the main character dropped earlier. Oh, they might stumble on a few breadcrumbs, but absolutely nothing of actual value. To get cozy with the head honcho, he desperately needs a flawless score on this exam. That means his physical stats need a serious upgrade. Since he's only half mastered that crazy Divine Dragon's Breath technique, his current power ceiling is pretty solidly capped. Honestly, getting dumped on this deadly ridge is a golden opportunity he has to grab. Hidden in these peaks are 2 legendary treasures nobody has found yet. Snagging them means massive stat boosts. But wait, something crazy just started happening up above. So what do you and I make of this? An instructor whispers something, and the boss completely loses his cool. Alright, stick with me. You and I are witnessing pure madness. Jan looked entirely confused as his instructor stepped aside and knelt with everyone else. He yelled for the cadets to bow down to the one and only heir of the Kavalan Empire, the future emperor himself. Leon stepped right up, and our guy's eyes practically bulged out. In his past life, 500 cadets totally wiped out during this exam, but no royal VIPs ever showed up. Now everything is completely off script. Why is the prince here? Jan could never forget that face. That was the literal last guy he saw before dying. The absolute psycho who treated his life like a cheap little toy. Leon introduced himself while everyone bowed deeply. Our MC was forced to bow too bitterly, thinking he would never feel regret in this new life. Seeing that face just makes his blood boil. Meanwhile, Leon confidently announced that as the crown prince, he wanted everyone to speak their minds without any fear. He literally said, if anyone wants to escape this hellhole right now, just raise a hand. Swearing on his royal name, he promised complete safety. He told anyone who was dragged here against their will to speak up. He promised to free every single one of them. Jan was stunned, thinking, what kind of absolute garbage is this guy spouting? Are you and I watching the same guy? Because his past self was just wildly different. Back in the day, Jan reported that the 4th Special Squad had pushed into enemy lines. Leon just coldly asked for the final outcome. Jan told him the mission was a total success, confirming they had completely burned the enemy's Mana Stone mine to the ground. Leon praised their work, but then Jan pointed out they desperately needed backup troops to pull off a safe retreat. The prince actually asked why so. Jan explained, the strike team was way too small. They just didn't have the numbers to escape alive. Without help, there was zero chance those soldiers were making it back. But Leon just coldly ordered him to completely abandon them. He said they should just die, taking out more enemies. Our MC immediately pushed back. They couldn't just ditch the heroes fighting for the Empire, but Leon just smirked, calling the entire world a giant chessboard. Slaves, citizens, knights, and nobles, they were all just tools for the Emperor. Thousands dropping dead for one guy was perfectly normal to him. That was his twisted ideal world. To him, becoming a meat shield for the Emperor was the highest honor anyone could ever get. Snapping back to reality, Jan bit his lip, secretly cursing this absolute sociopath in his head. He knew exactly what kind of monster Leon was. Suddenly, the prince mentioned that some rich kids only joined this place for political clout. He basically told them to pack up and go home, or they'd be seriously punished once he officially took the throne. A cadet gasped, asking if he was serious. Another guy whispered that it sounded fake, but you can't exactly argue with the crown prince. Let's be real. You and I are just as baffled as Jan about this crazy personality flip. Damian looked at the prince, noticing the panicked cadets, and angrily demanded to know why he was treating them with such bizarre cruelty. He argued the special squad only existed to shield the emperor, but the prince fired back, calling that absolute nonsense. An emperor must protect his own people himself. A ruler won't keep his crown for long if he just slaughters the very people he's supposed to defend. What's the point of power? He refused to let this messed up corruption continue. This awful place was going down. The instructor pushed back, stating this facility was built by the Emperor's direct orders, so everything here was strictly by the book. The prince just waved him off, asking if any cadet actually wanted to take this exam. If just one said yes, he'd back down. Crickets. Nobody moved a muscle. Whispers broke out while the furious chief instructor silently cursed the prince for being a cheap crowd pleaser. But wait, someone actually moved. Our MC boldly stood up, refusing to let them cancel his exam. Looking right at the royal, he announced himself as cadet number 974 and firmly declared he was taking the test. Leon rubbed his chin, recognizing that number. He pointed out that low-ranking cadets like him were usually treated like absolute garbage here. Didn't he want to escape? Jan shot back that sure, the treatment was awful, but this place actually offered them one fair advantage. Rank didn't matter during the skill evaluation, and that was the only real way to climb up the food chain. He absolutely needed to crush this exam because he had a massive goal to reach. Hearing that fiery response, the prince glanced at the instructor and coldly told him he didn't even deserve a cadet this good. He kept his promise and allowed the exam to continue, but with a catch: he was going to personally watch every single second. Stepping back into the shadows, he let Damian loudly command the cadets to admire the Crown Prince's extreme generosity and do absolutely everything to repay his amazing kindness. The flustered instructors got right back to work, barking at everyone to listen up. And that's our cue. Trust me, you will want to see them hit that warp gate and teleport into the brutal mountain range. Alright, you and I are diving right into teleportation day. Sometimes teleporting literally rips cadets apart, but hey, they do not need to worry about that. Now it is Jan's turn. He steps onto the glowing magic circle, and the countdown begins. In his past life, Leon totally skipped this training center. But this timeline, things are going way off script already. Did his butterfly effect mess with Leon too? If not, what the heck actually happened to this guy? Boom, teleported. The second he lands, he immediately pats himself down just to make sure both his arms are still attached. Next step, checking the scenery. Did this crazy magic circle just dump him into a total wasteland? He needs a weapon fast. Then a very familiar smell hits his nose, and bingo, he is in the Valley of the Winds. That nasty mix of sulfur and pure demonic energy, he has not smelled that in ages. Suddenly rustling behind him, some creepy monster leaps straight at him. Meanwhile, nearby cadets are getting absolutely bodied by a cockatrice griffin. They book it out of there, knowing they are way outclassed. The griffin screeches as blood sprays from its head. Lena slices right through the beast, saving the terrified rookies. They thank her profusely. They would be dead without her. She notices half their squad is already looking pretty injured. This squad nothing but low ranks, the leader nods. Mostly 700s here, and yeah, a bunch of them are badly hurt. They tried to escape before getting jumped. He desperately asks if they can just tag along until they leave the valley safely. She shrugs, saying she does not mind. He is thrilled, but honestly her brain is completely focused on Jan right now. Where the heck is he? She refuses to believe that guy already got knocked out. He acted completely fearless right in front of the Crown Prince. Why, suddenly Kruell interrupts her deep thought process. He swaggers up, mocking her for making dumb choices again. Now pay attention here. He absolutely hates her hanging out with low ranks. Is she trying to ruin her own score? These guys suck as human shields. Is she playing babysitter for a bunch of weaklings? Pity will not save them. She sharply tells him to shut up. You cannot just judge someone by their rank. He smirks, claiming someone else will steal first place now. She fires back. If he only cares about numbers, he is totally going to miss the bigger picture. Kasha strolls over sarcastically, pointing out that they sure have plenty of free time to stand around arguing like this. She calls Kruell totally short-sighted. The exam gives individual grades, sure, but they do not actually need to fight each other here. He rolls his eyes. Does she want to babysit these absolute slugs too? He claps back. A bigger squad means better crisis management. Then she confidently promises the rookies she will help them pass. Plus, as nobles, it is their basic duty to lead commoners anyway. He smirks hard. Since when are merchant families considered real aristocrats? She wants to lead. What has her Everain family ever done? She better watch her back. It would be a huge shame seeing the final Everain end up on a guillotine. That insult stings deep, but she hides it perfectly, smiling and thanking him for his so-called concern. Honestly, she is just way too obsessed with rebuilding her family name. Times like this, she really envies him. His older brothers carry the family burden, leaving him free to avoid any complicated thoughts entirely. He gets furious and tries to strike her, but Lena violently stops his wrist. Kasha smirks confidently, and he curses, struggling. But Lena's physical strength is crazy. She orders him to chill, so he rips his arm away, calling them all completely worthless trash. He figures staying around these absolute losers will only drag his own exam score down. A dark childhood memory hits him, being told to never ask for anything, stop thinking, and just live like a literal ghost. He swears under his breath, totally pissed off that this terrible memory resurfaced today, and then he spots fresh blood drops leading toward the rocks. This is the part you and I need to watch carefully. Is this actually a monster lair? If this place is swarming, he is in deep trouble. He quickly ducks into hiding to scope things out. Peeking out, he spots a single cadet, totally surrounded by dead goblins. Did this guy just solo all of these monsters? His jaw drops. The cadet is literally eating goblin hearts. Flashback earlier, our MC knew there were 2 hidden artifacts in the Blade Mountains. He needed them for his master plan. Just as he starts walking, a red goblin ambushes him. Boom, dragon flame instantly toasts the goblin. He plucks out the heart, but wait, he is definitely not alone. A massive goblin mob surrounds him. He laughs, thrilled. His target came straight to him. Trust me, you and I are gonna love this. Mana stones. The ultimate prize for taking down monsters. Stick with me here because everything changed when one crazy event flipped the value of these rocks completely upside down. A guy named Professor Isaac dropped a massive bombshell. His paper basically said, hey, if you use these stones right, you don't just get mana, you steal the monster's actual powers. Orc endurance, troll healing, ogre, brute strength, all up for grabs. Obviously, this completely broke the academy, and all the stuck-up scholars lost their minds. They called it pure garbage, claiming humans and monsters process energy in completely different ways. The dean threatened to fire him unless he proved it. And guess what? Isaac absolutely nailed the demonstration. The second his theory was proven right, fighters across the entire continent panicked. Now you can find monster parts in pharmacies faster than dungeons. But wait, is eating these crystals actually hard? Extracting the poison is a nightmare. You need lava stones and weird bug juice. But straight up absorbing the mana, super easy. Just chew them up and swallow. Which is exactly what our boy Jan is doing. Tearing into raw monster flesh packed with crystals, he swore he'd never do this again. And yeah, it still tastes absolutely disgusting. The stone-to-heart ratio is 2-to-1 for absorption. But the huge catch, he's forcing down all that lethal monster poison too. To steal this kind of power, you gotta risk dying. Intense nausea hits. He slaps a hand over his mouth as the venom literally melts his insides. Thankfully, his overpowered dragon breathing technique can totally wipe out the toxic effects. He cycles his breathing and the pain fades. But man, this is taking way longer than expected. Can't rush it. Now, here is where things get wild. Kruell suddenly ambushes him, slamming our MC straight into the dirt. Smirking like a total villain, Kruell mocks him, saying a pathetic low-level cadet like him doesn't stand a chance out here. He plans to steal all the loot. But wait, he looks down, and there's absolutely nothing under his boot. Panic sets in. Jan just casually appears nearby, dropping a cold truth. Something way worse than monsters lives here. He means pure scumbags like Kruell. Kruell scoffs, calling him lucky to dodge, muttering about those crazy savages who actually eat raw monster parts. Seeing it in person, completely gross. Kruell calls him garbage and promises to literally beat him to a pulp. But hey, get on your knees and beg, maybe he'll let you live. So start crying. Or better yet, hand over the mana stones and this generous noble will show some sweet, aristocratic mercy. Jan deadpans that he's totally broke. Kruell loses it, screaming at him to stop lying. He was gonna play nice, but this idiot ruined it. Nobody's around. Nobody will ever find the body of a 0-level loser. Fork over the crystals right now if you want to breathe. You and I both know what that smile means, right? Jan grins. Kruell is absolutely correct, there's no one around. Kruell laughs, telling him not to squeal too loud. But before the jerk can even finish his sentence, bam, Jan buries a fist deep into his gut. This guy was destined to inherit an entire noble estate. Since he was 12, he thought everyone else was pure trash, and his spot at the absolute top was completely guaranteed. But two jealous relatives totally panicked over his rise to power. Faking deep concern for his future, they shipped him off to a brutal warrior academy, basically tossing him straight into a stinking garbage dump, a betrayal he would never ever forgive. Kruell Dwight, the rightful heir, supposedly standing tall above all the common peasants. He swore he'd break out and burn his rivals to ash. But plot twist, this mighty noble just got folded like laundry by the lowest guy in camp. Cut to them entering Snake Gorge. It's the literal only path through these giant rocks. And yep, it curves exactly like a giant creeping snake. Rumor has it nothing alive dares step foot in here. Absolutely nobody has ever survived the trek to the very end. Kruell is sobbing and cursing non-stop pathetically, dragging a massive heavy sack of dead goblins. Screaming, he demands to know how a peasant dares treat him like a pack mule. Threatening that whatever Jan is plotting, it'll fail against the true heir of the Dwight bloodline. Jan just violently yanks the literal leash, telling the spoiled brat to walk faster. Seriously, who cares about his fancy family name? Is he gonna cry about being an earl's precious little boy for the whole trip? It's a massive hike, so pick up the pace. Kruell throws a tantrum, yelling at Jan to carry the nasty bag himself. Why torture him like this? Jan coldly replies he brought this entirely on himself. Honestly, dragging garbage is way too light a punishment for attempted murder. Kruell panics. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Why do they need all these gross goblins? Jan just tells him to zip it. For a trained fighter, he whines way too much. Kruell smirks, desperately reminding Jan that the strict imperial law brutally punishes anyone who dares abuse a noble. Barbarians ignore laws. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a count's heir get absolutely wrecked. A stone smashes straight into his face, and he whines about his nose. Jan tells him to hurry up. Do nobles not feel pain when they get punched? Kruell nearly cries in pure agony. Who the heck is this guy? He figured a sudden attack would easily catch the main character off guard. But nope. Every single time he gets close, he just catches another fist right to the face. Total humiliation. He never saw this coming. Kruell gets up and keeps walking. Jan casually mentions that a proper apology for your mistakes actually prevents a fist from meeting your face. Is he actually listening? Kruell stays quiet, swearing he won't lose to this guy. His mana flow got messed up during the fight. But once his energy completely recovers, he plans to kill Jan instantly. Jan literally reads his mind. With a terrifying glare, he asks if the guy is deaf. Does he really need to repeat himself? Furious Kruell wants to scream threats, but instantly chickens out. Instead, he lies through his teeth, saying he totally respects him and wants to be best friends. Jan smirks. Does this idiot think he cannot read those totally obvious stupid thoughts? Tells him to shut his mouth unless he wants to be squashed like a cockroach. Kruell freezes. Jan just glances at him, honestly kind of impressed. The guy desperately wants to live, but his energy is completely wild and incredibly unstable. There is only one source for that dark energy. Demonic arts. Now pay close attention here. Just like dark magic sorcerers, there are actually warriors who channel that pure darkness right into their sword combat. Sure, they level up way faster, but the price dark magic literally rots your mind and body until it consumes you entirely and drives you completely insane. Back in his past life, Kruell was known as the Bloodstar, running his noble family with absolute terrifying cruelty. Was that madness from the demonic arts? Right now he clearly hasn't mastered it. Kruell suddenly begs him to hold up. Can he please just take off this humiliating collar? Jan asks if he plans on running. Run where? There is literally no escape route. Plus, he is not a dog, and walking around like this looks incredibly weird. Who drags a guy around on a leash? Do you realize how crazy people think we look? Jan thinks about it and totally agrees. He snaps the collar off. Kruell sighs in pure relief, thrilled that he can finally take a normal breath again. He seriously thought he was stuck wearing that thing forever. Jan just smirks, telling him his suffering is going to be over very soon. They finally arrive, and Kruell asks where they even are. Jan walks right up to the cliff, staring down at an underground palace deep in the abyss. He reveals the real treasure is hidden here. Actually, it is a monster. Kruell tosses the dead monster bodies straight into the massive pit. He cannot believe Jan made him haul all these heavy carcasses here just to dump them. Chucking the last dead goblins over the edge, he asks if his ridiculous chore is finally done. As a reward for his hard work, Jan offers a little friendly advice. Flashing a crazy smile, he tells the noble to run for his life right now. You saw those glowing eyes, right? As the bodies hit the bottom, something terrifying wakes up. Monster corpses land perfectly on a massive black seal painted on the floor. It suddenly lights up and a deep, chilling voice echoes out. Who dared to disturb his slumber? A deafening roar shakes the cave and Kruell screams out in panic. What the heck did Jan just do? Jan just laughs. The real question is what the beast is doing. A massive monster steps out instantly, demanding they hand over their very souls. Meanwhile, Kasia snaps her head to the side. She asks Lorena if she felt that insane pressure. Lorena nods, absolutely terrified. That is way too much dark magic. It is coming from the Snake Gorge. What went wrong? She turns around completely spooked. She has never sensed an aura this overwhelming before. Exactly how strong is this thing? Lena immediately calls for a total change of plans. Stepping forward, Lena orders everyone to fall back to the main gate immediately. Kasia is totally stunned. By the sudden panic, Lena waves her hand, shouting for everyone to pay attention. They need to retreat to the gate right now. Drop all the heavy loot, even the precious mana stones. A student asks about their exam, but Lena screams at them to just evacuate. Just start running. The students yell in agreement, abandoning everything to flee. Kasia tries to stop them, demanding to know why Lena is panicking. Lena reminds her about that question she just asked. You know about how strong the magic is. Lena whispers the horrifying truth. It feels just as powerful as her father. Kasia freezes. That is totally impossible. Her father is the legendary guardian of the North. Is this dark energy actually on par with a literal god-tier warrior? Kasia realizes not a single instructor here could stop a beast like that. This is pure nightmare fuel. Back at the instructor camp, a guy points up at the sky in pure shock. Something huge is flying right over them. His buddy tells him to shut up. Let it move. A creepy voice suddenly echoes. Still, not enough. More. The instructors are instantly wiped out. A guy screams, Roman, what is this nightmare? Roman panics, totally clueless. So what do you and I learn here? Never let a monster hit you. Stick with me here. You and I are about to witness an academy exam turn into absolute nightmare fuel. Monsters demanding souls. Cadets are literally sprinting for their lives down the road. Hurry up, they are breaching the gates. Wait, what is that sound? Everyone freezes. Who is this guy? A creepy man walks right at them while a drawn-out, eerie voice echoes inside their heads. Keep moving it, whispers. The voice demands his soul. He screams at the top of his lungs. Give it up. Kasia stares in pure shock as the guy just drops dead. Lena yells, is this an ambush? But Kasia points sideways. No, look over there. Blood is literally pooling into a giant magic seal. The creepy voice whispers, he found them. The cadets grip their heads screaming in absolute agony. Lena yells to stay alert. The voice mutters, it was them. They actually woke him up. A terrifyingly thin hand stretches out. Thank you for waking me, the voice echoes chillingly. Time to return the favor. An ancient lich materializes right in front of the terrified shaking wizards. Human life is short but magic, that lasts forever. And these greedy sorcerers wanted the ultimate cheat code to infinite power. They traded their souls to the darkness for eternal life. Now he is just a lich who absolutely hates all living things. The cadets clutch their heads terrified. Lena screams, that is no ordinary lich. This thing has eaten countless lives over eternity. So why crash the party now? Meanwhile, Jake, Todd, and Roman are sprinting away. Todd whines about all the sudden cardio. Roman barks at him to shut up and watch his back. Now, here is where you and I need to pay close attention. Jake spots the dead cadets, and Roman instantly suspects one specific guy. Flashback time. Right before teleporting to the Blade Mountain range, Roman cornered our main character, Jan. He did not escape either, but maybe it is not that bad. Jan just thinks Roman talks way too much. Roman asked to team up for the mountains since flying solo is a death wish. Jan coldly brushed him off. Let it be. Jan preferred riding solo, but since they had similar vibes, he offered a single piece of advice. Roman asked what. Jan just frowned and said, if he feels something terrible coming, sprint straight for the gate immediately. Just completely forget about passing this stupid exam. Back to the present. Roman grits his teeth. Jan planned this, but what kind of insane scheme is he running anyway? The Lich mocks them. Pathetic mortals. You interrupted my nap. A scream pierces the air. Forget the gate run. Head to gate number 3. It is the closest. Lena barks orders at everyone to evacuate out of there immediately. Kasia screams for Lena to run away too. But Lena refuses. She draws her sword and declares she is staying to hold him off. She orders Kasia to help the cadets escape. Kasia panics. She cannot possibly fight him alone. Lena yells that Kasia has to survive for her family. Tearfully, Kasia turns away. Fine, I will do as you say. Clenching her jaw, Kasia begs Lena for forgiveness. I cannot die here. The Lich just laughs at her absolute stupidity. Does a mere mortal really think she can stop him alone? But Lena has 2 major trump cards up her sleeve. Number 1, her mithril sword is basically kryptonite for the undead. Suddenly, a magical skull barrage materializes right behind the Lich. He orders her death. The skulls shoot forward, but Lena combo chains, Leap of Confrontation, Dark Ceremony, and Wings of the Windbird. Gripping her sword hilt tightly, she hurls it straight into the skull swarm. Lena flips onto the slope. And her second advantage, a lightning-fast ambush on him. You and I both know the basic rule here. Wizards cannot attack and defend simultaneously. She thinks this is her easy win, but then she hears another spell. Her eyes go wide in pure shock. Is this a protection seal? The Lich casually drops a defense wall. Lena is stunned. How is he dual casting? Wait, the skulls cast magic too. That is impossible. Exactly how many spells can these bony minions cast? A deadly attack zeroes in on her. She screams for her sword. The skulls tightly bind her up. A total nightmare. What the hell is this? You vile idiot, she furiously yells. She demands he let her go immediately. But the Lich smirks he needs her. Only she had the courage to fight back. He plans to crush her valiant soul, turning her into a mindless corpse that serves only him forever. Lena zeroes in on the shiny gem embedded in his forehead. Meanwhile, back in the ancient lair, a supposed monster declares the place defenseless. The magic seal was just bait. Boom, fire magic and storm flashes nuke the ceiling. The monster laughs. Robbing this empty lair is incredibly easy. Plot twist that monster is actually our main character. Rips off his mask. They greeted him fully armed right at the door. Good thing he prepared for this exact moment. He tosses aside a volcanic armadillo shell. Its skin is highly fire resistant, so he can totally tank that fire magic. So what do you and I take away from this? 500 magical traps, 30 moving ones, and plenty more waiting inside. Stick with me, you are about to watch our guy use goblins to lure out a lich just to steal its treasure. Crazy plan, right? But it is totally doable if you know the layout of the lair. As a former captain, he knew this lich. He read the exact report case, A58215567, target ancient lich. Team first training group of the special squad. Location Blade Spine, high-ranking threat. Out of 1,000 cadets, 0 wounded. 100 survived and 900 were completely wiped out. The casualties were so massive that the entire training center almost got shut down forever. A follow-up report revealed the dormant lich woke up after tasting the blood of a totally clueless cadet who wandered into its lair. The investigation also pinpointed the treasure room inside this incredibly ancient underground dungeon. It was packed with mysterious loot. We are talking books that could instantly turn anyone into a literal sage, mountains of jewels where a single coin means lifelong luxury. But our guy knew the most important prize was missing. The vessel of life. Basically a magical egg holding all of the monster's raw life force and mana. Exact life vessel he missed in his past life. It should still be hiding right here. An old imperial scroll claimed you could take the vessel's energy, but absorbing its absolute full potential was straight up impossible. But the scroll left out a huge loophole. With the life vessel mana stones actually grant massive power, making full absorption 100% possible. He could finally master the legendary Divine Dragon's Breath technique. He grinned. With this epic upgrade, he could easily blast past his old limits. Then he suddenly stopped. He is finally here. The lowest floor. The ancient altar has to be somewhere around here. Time to follow the report's layout. Might as well test it out. He stepped toward the hall and bam, he got blasted backward as a glowing seal appeared. He frowned. The gate was heavily guarded. The crazy part, it locked onto him before he even got close. A ghost security system, not quite. It was a magical facial recognition lock, and it completely rejected his face. Need the right face. The seal vanished. He smirked. There is a backup route mentioned right around here. Bingo. He pushed the wall and a hidden door rumbled open. An old secret tunnel used for moving slaves. Supplemental report 2 noted that this massive dungeon used to hold hundreds of captured slaves back in the day. Passage secured. He noticed the labyrinth was completely rigged with primitive deadly traps. Disarming them takes a minute. But as an elite special squad captain, nothing slows him down. Plus he has plenty of time to spare. More time means more loot. But we better look upstairs. That rotten skeleton just lunged. Lena screamed. What could a walking corpse even do? The Lich just laughed, eager to watch her soul suffer in pure agony. Rip her head off for a pet, or maybe he should just transplant it straight onto an orc's body, or turn her into a mindless flesh-eating zombie. Let us see her act tough after that. Creepy tentacles shot out as he told her to shut up. Game over. He launched his attack with an evil laugh. Lena screamed back. Did he really think he could scare her? The monster shrieked, calling her completely insolent. He promised to turn her flesh to dust. He charged up dark destruction magic, but suddenly his hollow eyes shot wide open. Lena looked totally confused. Why in the world did he just stop attacking? A strange feeling. You and I both know what that means. His altar barrier just shattered. Someone breached his lair. She was just a distraction. Choking her with a tentacle, he realized he got totally played. A rat snuck in, Lena gasped, asking what he meant. He just violently slammed her down, roaring for silence. Vile human. He spun around, desperate to teleport back to his vault. The gates had to open now. 81275. A pitch-black portal appeared, and the monster instantly dove inside, screaming for the altar. Lena sat up stunned. Where did it vanish to? Meanwhile, the Lich materialized at the altar, screaming about desecrating his sanctuary. How did someone bypass his traps? They literally shattered a magic barrier he spent 1,000 years perfectly crafting. Nobody knew this location. Who the heck pulled this off? A magic guild master, the elite knights of the Emperor. He stared at the floor. His precious elixirs. He spent a millennium brewing those exact potions to instantly restore mana and raw strength. 1,000 years of prep to become human again, and now his entire life's work was completely ruined. Sitting right behind him, our guy smirked and said the extra elixir tasted pretty amazing. The monster slowly turned. Was it him? Trust me, we are about to witness one insane showdown. Let's jump right in. Jan just told the furious Lich to chill out and grab a drink. He demanded the guy save some of this epic magical booze. See, absorbing way too much raw magic actually gets you completely wasted. It is literally mana intoxication, and our boy is absolutely hammered right now. Yan just laughed, asking why anyone would save the good stuff for later. The Lich was totally baffled. Not the royal knights, not elite wizards, just some drunk teenager broke in. The ultimate defense barrier did nothing. Yan casually admitted he broke it. The undead guy was furious. This kid ruined his evil lair vibe. And Yan, he just bragged about how awesome it felt to casually stroll right through the front door. The monster screamed at him to shut up. He planned to slaughter Jan, then everyone outside. Did he actually believe a pest could sneak in unnoticed? Jan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, totally blind to the fact that the monster just swiped a rare item off him. Stepping into the tunnel, the Lich demanded answers. Was this kid just trolling him? Why even bother smashing the main entrance barrier in the first place? Jan just shrugged and smiled. Yeah, exactly. He literally just felt like doing it. Beyond the potions, this place was packed with ancient magic texts. Even a super rare mana engine manual called Dungeon. Was this skeleton just obsessed with hoarding nerd stuff? The Lich burst into maniacal laughter. Did this punk even know whose lair he invaded? Enter Moman, a dude who turned himself undead for 1,000 years straight just for payback. 10 centuries of non-stop evil plotting. And now some random kid was ruining his grand revenge arc against the very people who betrayed him and stole absolutely everything he owned. He literally cursed his own soul to live as a skeleton, but thanks to this drunk intruder, his master plan was completely ruined. Jan just took another sip. Yeah, my bad, keep going. Momon stared in absolute confusion as Jan slurred that he was just way too wasted right now. Reaching out a bony hand, Momon growled that this foolish brat had way too much confidence for his own good. He sparked up a massive fire spell, screaming that he would boil the arrogance right out of his veins, but Jan just closed his eyes and told him to stop. The Lich halted his attack, totally confused. Wait, his mana flow is off, Jan just smirked. Glad you caught on quick, now pay attention here. Momon panicked, realizing his phylactery was gone. Jan ripped open his shirt, revealing a glowing chest seal. The Lich shrieked. Did he seriously eat it? Exactly. A brand new mana heart. He literally forged an energy core using the undead soul vessel. How could a kid even know a technique like that? Cut to Yan sprinting across a massive bridge, dodging a brutal barrage of explosive fireballs and burning rain. Momon was hot on his heels, screaming that he was worthless. Could he actually outrun this nightmare? Jan yelled back that if he were the Lich, he would just stand down. He literally digested the guy's life force. If Jan dies, the Lich goes down with him, right? But Momon roared back no, he was not going to kill him. He planned to be reborn inside Jan's body. Our boy glanced over his shoulder. Wait, say what now? Momon sneered. Since this brat ruined his 1,000-year plot, stealing his youth and body was just basic karma. Sounded like a totally fair trade to him. You and I both know that's insane. The kid was pumped full of legendary elixirs, so Momon wanted that upgrade. Jan just blinked. So you're hijacking my meat suit? He already apologized, and becoming a zombie ride was not on his schedule. Momon screamed pure nonsense, ordering him to give up immediately. He promised to take good care of his corpse once he moved in. Then boom, parallel chain spell and a massive curse storm. Yan instantly chanted multiple magic seals. Backed into a corner, he unleashed a divine dragon breath and cranked his new mana heart to the maximum. The dark seals shattered. Momon gasped, realizing he hadn't felt that specific power in centuries. Wait, was the ancient dragon actually still alive? Suddenly, Jan appeared right behind him. Aw, was the skeleton worried about him? How sweet. Momon whipped around, absolutely raging. You idiot. Firing off a dark dragon rise, the Lich couldn't believe his speed, was running away all he could do. Jan kept sprinting, busting through heavy doors like paper. He never expected a fight like this. But inside his chest, pure magic was pumping, constantly flowing, just like oxygen in his lungs. This was the ultimate jackpot. The combined raw power of divine dragon breath, monster cores, magic stones, and premium elixir. Honestly, he would devour absolutely anything to get stronger. Even a crusty old undead life vessel. Pushing this hard, he was going to hit his past life's power level in no time. Scratch that, he was going to be infinitely stronger, but then he slammed the brakes. A dead end, the massive door just vanished into thin air. There was an exit here a second ago, what gives? Momon finally caught up, laughing like an absolute maniac. He taunted him, calling him a pathetic rat choking on its own poison. The Lich triggered the dungeon traps, wiping out every single exit. Trapped in a box. Jan's mind raced. How was he getting out of this? Looking at his options, he actually had to murder this undead freak. Wait, no, impossible. He was completely out of weapons and magic tools. He was a sitting duck. Momon raised his hands, screaming he was going to chop off every single limb. The monster triggered a dark summoning circle, commanding his new vessel to surrender. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying dragon skull lunged straight at Jan. Jan braced himself for impact. But trust me, you're not ready for this. The skull just dissolved into dust, and a mysterious voice echoed. Are you okay? Alright, stick with me on this one. Leon steps up, telling our guy to rest easy. Hearing about the exam disaster, he rushed straight over. He never expected a monster like this to be hiding out here. Hundreds of cadets and citizens wiped out by this thing. Way too many innocent lives snuffed out way before their time. Leon completely loses it, screaming he will never forgive this beast. Momon just stares while Yan bows politely. Your Highness. Leon turns around, totally confused. Is that the volunteer cadet? Why is he even down here? Our MC admits he chased the Lich solo and got stuck. Leon is actually impressed. So this kid gave him the monster location. Honestly, great job. He orders the kid to escape immediately. Jan smirks to himself. The Crown Prince showed up perfectly on cue. Nice one, Roman. Flashback to before the exam. Our MC told Roman to send these exact coordinates to the head instructor right at the gate, but he had to make sure the Crown Prince overheard the message. He planned to voice the coordinates right to him. Back to the Lich. Momon senses something off. How is this royal kid connected to Bahamut? Leon is stunned. Bahamut. Why is this monster dropping the name of the Empire's founding father? Momon totally loses it. The founding father, so Bahamut's blood actually runs in his veins. What an absolute joke. They are all idiots. The Lich cracks up, claiming this special day brings back old memories. He instantly flashes back to some very painful words spoken ages ago. Creating the breath of the divine dragon was a masterpiece. He did his job flawlessly. Pay close attention here, things get wild. Bahamut ordered his death, stealing the divine dragon breath. Now Momin is facing the descendant of his worst enemy. Centuries ago, Momin was just a wizard casting spells in a library. He was too curious. He figured out how to stabilize dungeon energy, massively expanding the limits and absorption power of a basic mana circle. What kind of godlike power could he unlock by fusing everything together? To feed that curiosity, he started running intense magical experiments on his absolute best friend, Bahamut. Against all odds, the experiments worked. He completely rebuilt Bahamut's body with pure energy. That is how the mana heart was born. Bahamut starts flexing his new muscles like a total meathead. Momin tells him to quit showing off and get dressed. His stats were off the charts. How does the new body feel? Bahamut loves it. With this insane power, he could invent an entirely new combat style. Working together, they forged a weapon powered by the mana heart. Bahamut proudly named it the Breath of the Divine Dragon. Momin turns his back, totally obsessed. This was just a fraction of the heart's true power. He needed more research. Then Bahamut suddenly asks for forgiveness. Momin is super confused. For what? Looking down at his ruined hands, Momin panics. Bahamut just cold faces him, saying Momin's usefulness is over. Momin screams in pure betrayal. Bahamut plays the nice guy, calling Momin his wonderful dear friend. He admits he never could have made the mana heart or the breath of the divine dragon without him. But playtime is over. You and I both know how this goes. The friend gets greedy. Bahamut wanted everything for himself. It has been centuries since that absolute backstab. Using the very last drops of his magic, Momin anchored his soul. Spamming the exact same spell, he bound his spirit to his rotting corpse. Pure vengeance. The backstabber who stole his entire life's work is going to pay. The ultimate traitor must be punished. Momin has literally been plotting this revenge for 1,000 years. Momin charges forward, but suddenly his eyes bug out in shock. He screams at the insolent royal brat. Launching a parallel chain spell, Momin roars that he will crush him to dust. He throws a curse storm, but Leon counters with the secret dragon breath technique, shattering every seal. Leon swings his massive sword, unleashing the legendary Yellow Dragon River attack. Momin screeches Bahamut's name. Even dead, the guy torments him. Leon barks back, forbidding the filthy Lich from saying it. Pushing off the ground, they both clash violently. Momin panics, yelling that Leon is blocking his magic circle from firing, so he summons his undead slaves to grab Leon's legs. Leon scoffs. Does this dusty bone bag really think cheap sorcery will stop him? Bring it on. Since they are all here, Leon activates the third form of Yellow Dragon summoning and the evil dragon spirit. Momin goes totally crazy. How dare this arrogant little brat challenge him? Just die. He spams 4th tier dark magic weapon buffs, while Leon brings out the 7th form of Yellow Dragon summoning, mixing in the 3rd dragon sword form. Ordering this royal pain to disappear forever, Momin stretches out his hand, casting a devastating 5th tier annihilation spell. Leon grabs the hilt of his noble imperial sword. Both ultimate attacks collide head-on, sparking a massive blinding explosion. Our MC watches from the sidelines, completely blown away. He cannot believe Leon is actually fighting this legendary Lich evenly. Honestly, you and I do not even know who the real monster is anymore. A materialized sword. That insane power could only belong to a dragon. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. Is that a breath effect? Perfect time to see the Crown Prince's real power, since our guy might fight him later. But yeah, that won't happen today. Right now, the absolute main priority is just tracking down his family. Should he make a run for it? Suddenly, a voice drops right behind him. Where exactly is he going? Rodrigo clamps a hand on his shoulder. The fun is just starting, he smirks. Jan freezes. Rodrigo Meyer. He totally forgot this guy existed. Rodrigo narrows his eyes. Super strange. First cadets go missing. Now a Lich shows up. And somehow this kid is always right in the middle. Cadet 974. Our MC slowly turns to the captain, brushing off his hand. Lord Captain, he stammers. Jan blurts out, yes, Lord. Captain Rodrigo just sighs heavily. Seriously, what is up with modern education if cadets treat senior officers like this? This isn't even combat training, it's just basic manners. How are they raising these rookies nowadays? Our guy just stares. Great, another boomer. The head instructor tried so hard to cover up the whole escape incident, but word obviously got out. Flashback time, Rodrigo asking his men. They actually escaped, only 4 made it, ranging from Cadet 10 to 900. 3 got snatched up right away in the nearby woods. But searching for that final kid, the entire 3rd Pursuit Squad was found completely wiped out, dead, and the cadet was nowhere to be seen. Rodrigo leans in. That missing kid was number 974. That's you, isn't it, MC? Just stares back, keeping his mouth completely shut. Now pay attention, this is where he gets suspicious. Rodrigo heard even the head instructor had to hunt him down. How does a bottom-tier rookie survive a trained death squad, dodge the head instructor, and walk away from a literal ancient Lich? The math ain't mathing. Is he really gonna claim dumb luck? Rodrigo isn't buying it. But MC deadpans right back. Not just luck. It was super luck. Must have saved a country in my past life, he shrugs. Rodrigo twitches. Is this brat seriously cracking old man jokes right now? MC plays innocent. He had zero chance of running. One more second, and that lich would have turned him into dust. But thank goodness the crown prince swooped in to save the day, Rodrigo glares. Just luck. Does he look like an absolute idiot? Jan pushes it. But I really was just lucky. Are you punishing me for good luck? Rodrigo snaps. What unbelievable. The absolute audacity. How dare this kid talk back? He's literally rank 974, yet he's acting like he owns the whole damn place. Is he some hidden noble's bastard son? Impossible? Suddenly MC points over. Sir Captain, shouldn't you be helping the crown prince right now? Rodrigo scoffs. Help him. What a total joke. Jumping in now would just drag the prince down. Plus honestly, there's zero room for anyone else in that monster clash. Jan observes the chaos. The lich lost its vessel of life, but somehow the freak is still kicking. Didn't he absorb it all? No. He's jump-starting his mana heart, burning through every single drop of that vessel's leftover juice. Leon swings his massive blade. It is over. He smashes into Roman with crazy force. Wait, what is he doing? Why is the lich backing off? Roman screams at him to shut up. His magical output is completely dropping. His magic is totally draining. You and I both know exactly why, right? Roman spots MC casually giving a thumbs up and absolutely loses it. It's his fault. This little rat is mocking him. He won't get away with this. Roman violently rips his robes apart, screeching that he'll steal this body instead. Leon braces himself. Is this the final move? Roman roars. He doesn't need this trash anymore. He's taking everyone out. A terrifying portal rips open right inside his chest. Leon screams in pure shock. Domain expansion. Domain expansion. An insane ultimate state where a caster's deepest, darkest wish literally overrides the real world. Usually, only the four heads of the Empire's strongest families can pull this off alongside the Emperor himself. It's legendary tier. Leon panics. This technique, Roman glares, ordering the descendant of Bahamut to drop dead. The monster wants to drag everyone straight to hell. Leon won't let that happen, pushing his mana heart to complete devastation. Time to end this, channeling all the stolen energy of the life vessel. Roman's eyes widen in sheer panic as Leon screams out rupture. He's finishing this right now, unleashing the five senses of the yellow dragon phenomenon. His own blade shatters from the force. Useless, Roman shrieks. The domain expansion is already active. You really think some basic attack can stop a literal god-tier move? But Leon instantly restores his weapon. Calling upon the dragon sword and maxing out the yellow dragon phenomenon, he charges straight at Roman. The lich howls it is not over, but Leon stands firm. You're done. Roman watches in horror as his ultimate attack crumbles right before his eyes. Master plan he spent 1,000 years secretly building. Thousands of years of pure hatred, and all because of one pesky kid. It's totally ruined. Reaching out into nothing, he whispers. Why Bahamut? If this was my destiny, then fine. But why did it have to end like this? Roman shatters into dust. Leon lowers his sword. It is over. A terrifying monster. If that domain expansion had actually finished, trust me, you and I wouldn't be watching them breathe right now. Leon mutters, I'm still too weak. Rodrigo finally steps up. You are just completely exhausted, Your Highness. Take a breath. All right, stick with me here. Jan cannot believe the Crown Prince actually stepped up to fight him personally. Leon demands he stop. He is totally grumbling now, asking if the cadet is still breathing. Jan just bows. Your Highness, thank you for saving my life. Leon orders the captain to drag the cadet straight to the medics. Rodrigo nods, right away. Jan smirks internally. His crazy scheme in the Blade Mountain range actually worked. Total success. Thanks to that life vessel, he forged a brand new mana heart, and even exposed the Crown Prince's hidden powers. Thanks, Momin. He pulled it all off with its help. Once they leave, Momin transforms back into a literal rag. Later on, Jan kicks back in his room, totally vibing. He hasn't tasted a drink like this in ages. He used to chug this stuff in his past life. Finally, some real relaxation. Honestly, that whole mountain survival test feels like a distant fever dream now. And get this, the cadets basically live in a giant fancy mansion. This is how the spoiled aristocrats live. A massive castle, totally different from his old rotting mass grave. Seriously, his old grave was 5 square meters, featuring a bucket chains and 1 pet cockroach. This room, 82 square meters of pure luxury, complete with actual food. Jan admits he completely crushed the exam anyway. They just posted the official grades. Earlier, the head guy steps up, thanking everyone for not dying. Since that first test got totally derailed, but thanks to the brave, heroic Crown Prince, yeah, right, everything was handled smoothly. So they somehow survived the exams. Be proud, you are still breathing, kids. Anyway, time for the final scores. 1st through 10th place, top marks. 11th to 20th get dead, average scores. Everyone else failed hard. Kasha glances around, noticing the main instructor is completely missing in action. Now, pay attention here. The guy explains that scores decide where they sleep and who gets access to the Imperial Armory. Someone gasps in shock. Wait, we can enter the actual Imperial Armory. We are talking legendary treasures, ancient empire texts, and hundreds of the sharpest, most overpowered swords ever forged. Rumor has it that massive library is the size of an entire fortress. The announcer states the top 10 get third-floor access. Anyone up to rank 100 gets stuck on the second floor. The losers, first floor only. Time for the big reveal. Roman groans, wait, I only got 5th. Just 5th place. Dude literally wiped out a massive horde of rare goblins in the mountains. Kruell takes 4th. He casually cleared out an entire troll lair all by himself. He laughs it off, claiming they are just playing nice. 3rd place goes to Kasha Everane. She completely destroyed an orc village without a single scratch. She smirks, oh please, that was incredibly easy. 2nd place drops Lena Beowulf. She soloed a literal golden ogre. A cadet whispers, why isn't she 1st? You and I might think 2nd is great. But Lena, she just frowns, knowing this ranking is complete garbage. Her high rank is a joke. She failed against a true monster. She absolutely needs to get stronger fast. Kruell smirks and taunts her. Look how pathetic you are now, Princess Lena. He turns to her, totally mocking. She acted so high and mighty, trying to save everyone, but could not even hold her rank. A student gossips. They claim she was the only one capable of stopping the Lich. Seriously, she is the golden child of high society. Kasha whispers to just ignore him. Since coming back from the mountains, Kruell has completely lost his mind. Lena snaps at Kasha to be quiet. Kruell chuckles, dropping a much juicier rumor. Turns out, she never fought the Lich. She just cried and begged that pile of bones to spare her, Lena glares. Exactly. She admits she was too weak to win. So sweet of him to worry about her little rumors. Maybe focus on your own bad grades, Kruell explodes. What did you say? He flashes a twisted smile. Lena is so perfect, maybe she plans to replace the dead Duke Wolf. She turns around glaring. Kruell, he presses on. The Wolf family heir. Her brother was next in line, but since he died, the seat is completely empty. She desperately wants that title right. He figures now is the perfect time to expose her little secret. What if she set the whole thing up just to grab power? If true, she is absolutely ruthless. Lena steps up and says, fine, my turn to ask a question. Guess whether you are going to die right now. Super simple, right? Kruell waves her off, screaming, all right, Lena, let us test that theory. She is just as fake as he is. He flares his mana furious. She acts so superior. So what do you and I do? We grab popcorn and watch him get wrecked. Stick with me here, you are about to see pure chaos. Someone suddenly walks right up, grabs him by the ear, and demands he take off his mask immediately. Kruell shrieks in total panic. Who dared touch him? Let go right now. He screams to release his ear immediately. Who is it? The guy ignores him and announces the first place winner. Guess what? It goes to Jan Cadet number 974. Our main character is still twisting his ear. The bully yells that Jan is a savage. First place, the crowd goes wild. A bottom-tier cadet claiming the top spot. Seriously, number 974, Jan. The name sounds super familiar to everyone watching. Kasha asks Jan if he is the leader now. Kruell throws a tantrum. How did a loser win? He demands to be released. Jan smirks and asks, or what Kruell hilariously whines that it just hurts. Lena walks over, saying it has been a long time. Our MC politely, says Miss Lena, but she quickly tells him to drop the formal titles. He asks how she bumped into Kruell. She casually mentions they crossed paths during the exam. The announcer wraps up the results. Jan smiles and tells Lena he is genuinely glad she survived without any serious injuries. She thanks him, mind racing. She already knew Jan was special, but making the arrogant Kruell shake in fear, absolutely unbelievable. Plus, she senses this terrifying aura hiding inside him, ready to blow. What exactly did he go through? She really wants to interrogate him, but right now there is only one thing she needs to say. She calls out loudly, snitching that Kruell had been trash-talking him all day. Instantly, Kruell screams back that it is a lie. As a reward for getting first place, MC gets his own private room. But honestly, sitting around doing absolutely nothing is harder than he expected. He pulls out an Imperial Armory book. Then he stares straight at the door and calmly tells his hidden guest to come inside. The door creaks open. The guy asks how our MC noticed him out there, wondering if he accidentally made way too much noise. Now, watch this standoff closely. Instructor Damon steps inside, asking if our MC forgot about the unresolved business between them. Unfazed MC casually asks if Damon likes the wine. He jokes that he would have prepared a better welcome if he knew company was coming. Damon mutters that the drink is barely tolerable. Jan chuckles, noting that even off duty, Damon cannot hide that scary chief instructor aura. Damon calls out his bluff. How on earth did the Crown Prince force him into this mess? He must have been incredibly anxious. Flashback time, Leon previously ordered VIP treatment for Cadet 974. Damon seriously wonders if Jan is just another infatuation. Jan repeats it, clearly confused. Infatuation. Damon shrugs. What else explains it? Damon hates upsetting the prince, but he still fully intends to murder Jan. The intel report just arrived from Simons County target number 52. Jan casually mentions they found absolutely nothing. Damon snaps back that nobody has lived there for years, it was a total dead end. Our MC calmly explains that the old Fox captain definitely rigged it. He probably realized he was being tailed and perfectly erased his tracks. Jan challenges him to not believe it. Damon sighs, saying he will not accuse him of lying. Truth or lies, it really does not matter anymore. The harsh reality: Jan is completely useless now. Boom, Damon attacks with his dark spirit sword, slicing the entire table in half. Jan casually dodges, saying murder is a bit of an overreaction. You saw that coming, right? Damon is totally shocked the attack failed. But Jan just smirks, revealing a massive puzzle piece. Jan pulls out a book. Damon is totally confused. A puzzle, a study on energy interruption. Jan explains he got this from the Imperial Armory. He earned access to the third-floor main weapon stash as a reward. But plot twist, he went straight to the first-floor special library instead. It is basically a treasure trove of ancient royal research papers. Most of those dusty books just focus on basic monster subduing methods. Our MC was digging through the piles, tossing aside useless stuff until bingo, he stumbled onto a research paper about energy interruption written by Captain Rodrigo himself. This rare disease basically stops a person's internal energy from circulating properly. As they grow, their energy drains completely, and tragically, most victims die before even turning 20. Damon skims the pages, totally confused. Jan grins. Is it not glaringly obvious? Why on earth is a badass special forces captain researching some obscure disease? He clearly is not sick himself. Rodrigo picked a super suspicious topic. He might be perfectly healthy, but what if his hidden daughter is the one suffering from it? She never showed any aura. She never leaves home. The symptoms line up perfectly. Desperate to cure her, the captain obsessed over this research. Everyone assumed he just locked his daughter away to hide a political weakness, but the reality is completely different. The captain went off the grid purely to get his daughter proper treatment. Finding a miracle doctor is basically impossible. Damon had the wrong idea from day one. So what do you and I take from this? Damon realizes the daughter is not a normal weakness. Jan confirms you cannot leash a desperate father. Instead, the chief instructor could literally hold the captain's life in the palm of his hands. There's absolutely zero cure for energy interruption. Just keeping someone stable requires a massive, insanely expensive mountain of daily meds. Captain definitely couldn't earn that kind of cash legally. Bro was obviously skimming heavily from the official budget, and the absolute best place to pull that off, a special squad, obviously. You and I know finding that evidence means catching this old fox is easy mode. Damian agrees, even though right now it's basically just a wild guess. Jan smirked. Yeah, it's a guess right now. But if it's true, they can completely bury the captain 6 feet under. Plus, there is zero risk for them. They have every excuse to investigate because stealing government funds is super illegal. Damian shut his eyes, grinning. Every reason indeed. Not a bad plan at all. Tossing the book to our main character, he revealed he's got an inside guy on the Special Forces audit team. Setting this trap up is going to be incredibly easy. Meanwhile, he needs to dig up more info on this mystery illness. Jan was hyped. This is playing out perfectly. His bait totally worked. Because everything he said was actual facts. The captain really was stealing funds to keep his sick daughter alive. Back in his past life, this scandal blew up so hard he never forgot about it. Damian suddenly pointed out he gave up a third-floor pass just to grab this basic book. Our main character played dumb. Give up a rare weapon. What good is a fancy weapon if it can't actually help me, Chief? Damian just chuckled. Fair point. Walking toward the exit, Damian promised to personally make up for that lost weapon. And just like that, his basic training era is officially over. The main character asked what that meant. Damian smirked. Number 974 is now his personal disciple. You need to watch closely because this is huge. Being his disciple is the ultimate cheat code to infiltrate that inner circle, but outwardly he played humble. Is number 974 really worthy of being your disciple? I don't deserve it, Damian snapped. What? Jan smoothly replied. But aren't I a super talented warrior, the same guy who masterfully attacked you from a blind ambush? Yeah, but you still caught me anyway. I'm just worried a noob cadet like me might completely ruin your flawless reputation. Damian yelled to shut up. Nope, he is becoming his shiny new toy. I mean his disciple. Whatever, just remember this and get ready. The main character thought, awesome. Honestly, playing hard to get was getting really annoying. Now he can get super close to this guy. His family's biggest secret is tied to that symbol, and now he finally has a real shot at uncovering it. Arena number 3 is a VIP training ground, strictly for the highest-ranking instructors. Not even the snobby noble cadets can step foot in here. Suddenly, a loud countdown echoed across the massive empty arena. The main character was casually banging out one-arm push-ups, hitting 200. He collapsed, needing a breather. Being stuck all alone in this depressing room is getting old. He can feel his body physically changing after getting that mana heart implanted. But honestly, the upgrade process is just way too painfully slow. He's going to have to grind for ages before his physical stats finally match his crazy internal energy. Getting VIP access here was all thanks to the head instructor, but man, the other cadets had wild reactions to his shiny new privileges. Roman was fuming with total jealousy while Kashasa was thrilled. She definitely started stalking his every move even more. The instructor totally thought he was being humble, choosing a first-floor treasury book. But that book, total bait. Our guy had a completely different target in mind. What he actually smuggled out was this. A super rare, dusty old book about the founding of the entire empire. You might think this is just some boring history textbook, but trust me, in the future it causes absolute chaos. Because the founding emperor literally wrote it himself. Sure, he secured the mana heart now, but he still can't use the legendary divine dragon's breath attack at maximum power. That crazy breath technique was co-created by Emperor Bahamut and Momen. To actually master it, he desperately needs the residual power of both guys. So right now, downloading the founding emperor's knowledge is step 1. Honestly though, you almost have to feel bad for Momen. Dude got completely robbed of his life's work, then murdered. Kind of a valid excuse to become a vengeful monster. Our guy sighed. Alright, time to read. Let's see if there's a cheat code in here. His eyes went completely wide in pure shock. Wait, what? It's entirely blank. Are you kidding me? Every single page is totally empty. But the rumors swore the founding emperor wrote all his secrets in this exact book. The guy literally murdered Momen just to become the sole master of the divine dragon's breath. That's exactly why he wouldn't just write it down in plain text. Suddenly, a creepy energy hand materialized right behind him. Jan whipped around instantly. The main character scanned the empty room but saw absolutely nothing. What the heck was that? He could swear someone was staring right at him. He glared at the stupid blank page. Still absolutely nothing visible. But wait, a crazy idea just hit him. He launched a dark spirit strike, blasting the nearest pillar. He groaned. He tried cutting straight through it, but it barely left a scratch. He's still too weak. But what did you and I just hear? Sudden laughter echoed from nowhere, calling him a complete idiot. Jan glances away, and a mysterious voice echoes out, mocking him. He'll never crack the book's secret. Our main character pauses. Him? Alright, let's dive right into this. Momen swaggers out from the corner, smirking. Long time, no see, stupid kid. Jan totally loses his mind. Momen, how did he even get here? He actually survived those fatal wounds. Momen just laughs, realizing a harsh truth. Even the most pathetic little bugs turn into massive headaches if you ignore them, especially annoying runts like him. Momen charges forward, absolutely screaming. He is dead meat. Our MC yells, what a nightmare. Momen roars that his death is guaranteed. But Jan freezes. Momen. What's with that face? A creepy woman's face suddenly morphs onto Momen, shrieking like a banshee. She is stealing his body right now. The psycho Lich screams that she'll end him no matter what. Jan instantly tenses up, grinding his teeth in pure rage. Meanwhile, Momen keeps shrieking about hijacking his body for her own use. Our guy notices something off. That creepy new look definitely isn't fooling him. Sure, she looks scary, but she's literally just a weak Lich. He screams for her to die, swinging hard, but Momen just phases right through him. Jan blinks, totally confused. He totally misread the situation. Wait, is she seriously just a ghost now? A literal manifestation of pure thoughts. Turns out, even after her Lich vessel got completely trashed, Momen's inner core survived as a lingering ghost made of pure stubbornness. Watch closely because this is hilarious. She poses zero actual physical threat, but her floating around cheering like a maniac, it's making him furious. Finally, he just glares at Momen and tells her to clock out and go to the afterlife already. Why is she still haunting the living? And seriously, what's up with her weird makeover? She just starts cackling, calling it absolutely wonderful. For years, she was stuck as a rotting corpse, but now, she somehow got her original living sorceress body back. Classic, magical glow-up. Leeching off Jan's mana heart actually restored her true essence. Momen smirks, asking if he seriously thought she would just roll over and vanish. Now that she's finally back, she is ready to slaughter absolutely everyone, especially that descendant of Bahamut. She's out for pure revenge against her betrayers. But Jan just stares blankly. Wait, is she actually shrinking right now? She huffs, saying she can't help it. Her magic needs to be super economical right now. He just sighs. How exactly is this tiny ghost getting revenge? She literally looks like a bad plastic surgery victim. Momon snaps back that everyone looks identical on the inside and blames them for everything. The truth, she's only surviving right now by secretly sipping energy from his mana heart. But the connection is way too weak to display her full size. She starts throwing a tantrum screaming, "What?" Even after chugging those rare elixirs, his energy levels are so pathetic that a random dog could probably beat him. Jan coldly notes the disrespect. Sure, this tiny ghost isn't an immediate threat, but he can definitely feel his precious mana slowly draining right into Momon's spectral body, and keeping this magical backdoor open, massive red flag. She could easily turn into a huge headache down the line. This crazy chick used to be a legendary mage. If she starts heavily parasitizing his mana later, he'd be totally powerless to shut her down. Right then and there, he locks eyes with the ghost and drops the cold truth. Nothing can be done. He casually says it was nice meeting her, and to take a last look around before she vanishes. Momon yells at him to stop being sarcastic, calling him a brat. She mocks his terrible mana adaptation. How could a loser like him ever get rid of her? He's basically just a normal, weak human after all. He just smirks back. All he really needs to do is sever their connection. I know you see exactly where this is going. Momon absolutely freezes in pure shock. He brutally reminds her she's just a parasite leeching his mana. If he chokes that flow, she's totally finished. He coldly tells her to vanish. Her era ended a long time ago. Panic sets in. She gets furious, realizing she has to survive no matter what. Momon frantically screams at him to wait, promising he'll deeply regret, erasing her. Desperate, she hovers over the legendary Book of Bahamut. She plays her final card. Doesn't he want to unlock its secret? Dead silence. Without a single word, our MC slices his own hand open, letting drops of his fresh blood fall right onto the empty pages. He mutters the book needs a specific key blood, infused with the breath of a divine dragon. But what's the next step? Momon eagerly points forward, explaining that if he slowly pumps his mana into the pages, that blood will literally transform into readable text. Jan watches closely. Light and darkness. The two opposing elements are actually merging, but looking at the text, he's totally lost. What is this absolute nonsense? He asks Momon if she can read it, but she admits she has no clue what Bahamut wrote. There's no way the founding emperor jotted down total gibberish. Suddenly, our MC tenses up, his eyes flying wide open in absolute shock. He realizes the letters are literally taking flight. Then they begin rearranging themselves into completely new words. He watches in total panic, screaming, "What?" The glowing sentences slap onto his body, swirling together to forge a brand new mana heart. No, wait. They bypass his original core completely and start building secondary ones. Distracted by Momon calling out to him, he drops the ancient book straight onto the floor. She asks why he suddenly dropped it. He just stares blankly. Did he imagine that? Trust me, you and I are about to find out. The magic letters reassembled, forging a brand new, wildly powerful mana heart. Let's dive into this. Bahamut. Definitely not an illusion, but a massive secret hiding here. And he is going to uncover it despite the absolute danger. He stepped right up to Momon, told her to tag along, promising that eventually he would absolutely find a way. She looked totally confused. What way? He straight up offered to find her a brand new body, since she absolutely cannot just parasite off him forever. They would figure this out together. Realizing his plan, Momon lit up with joy. Was he actually being serious? Since when was he such a smooth talker? He quickly told her to calm down. Free help does not exist. He warned her not to pull anything shady. She played nice, saying, of course. But mentally, she was laughing. Help a loser like him, what a complete idiot. Right now, she was just completely out of juice. Once her power returns, he is dead meat. She watched his back, flashing a wicked, sly smile. Looking back, Jan admitted kicking her out right now felt a bit risky. Seriously, why was he doing this? Weren't they stuck sharing a body? Jan scoffed. Sharing, actually, this was completely his own body. Why would she own it? Time passed, bringing a heavy glowing sunset over everything. Leaves literally started turning to dust. Right then, our guy threw a massive punch, blasting out a blinding beam of light. Muscles tensed to the max, he kept fighting, pushing right through the glowing beams and flying fragments. Everything around him was totally glowing, but he did not stop. He matched the wild light with crazy dodges and spinning strikes. Hand raised, breathing heavy, he locked eyes with his target. Standing right across from him, the head instructor. Now pay attention. Jan charged, and instantly pure dark magic exploded out of the instructor. Jan froze, eyes narrowing hard. The instructor started gathering that terrifying dark energy, pulling it up with his bare hands. Boom. He forged a magic blade, swinging it around to get ready for a brutal clash. Staring down this monster, Jan quickly threw both arms up to guard his face and chest. The magic sword hit him hard. He was completely stunned. Absolute silence until a blinding flash of light suddenly consumed everything right there around them. When the dust settled, the crazy instructor broke the silence, calling it absolutely incredible. He was straight up trying to murder Jan. Even the instructor was not sure the kid would survive. Jan stepped right up, reminding the guy that sparring meant zero killing was allowed. He had not even taught him how to block that yet. Was not teaching his actual job. The instructor told him to use all his self-defense skills and jump way higher using centrifugal force. Jan scoffed. He was literally already jumping. This guy was completely insane, using a real lethal sword for the entire practice session. Good thing he actually read that Empire founding book. Without it, he would have been sliced up infinitely worse than those totally broken trees. Floating nearby, Momin pointed out that this guy clearly mastered the dark dragon breath. You caught that too, right? A dark dragon, Momin stared. This bizarre guy was definitely no weakling, unlike Yan. Did she just call him weak? Jan snapped, telling her to stop draining his mana and get lost. Momin knew he was the head instructor, but the energy felt way too familiar. What was his real deal? Better get used to it. This crazy teacher was the current emperor, meaning he was somehow also connected to the imperial founder himself. What a direct descendant of Bahamut. Momin was absolutely furious. No way she would forgive this. Time to pay for his ancestors' sins. Suddenly, the instructor felt a weird sharp pain in his shoulder. Momon was literally punching him. But the oblivious guy just smiled, calling this student hangout so relaxing. Relaxing? Was it really that easy for him? He just unleashed the first dark breath form called the Cowardice Killer. No cadet had ever seen the second form. Did Jan know exactly why? Because nobody survived the first strike. So boring. Number 974, or rather his favorite student Jan. He was extremely curious to see just how long he could hold out. Jan smirked right back casually, saying he did not know how many forms existed but hoped there were plenty. If they trained daily, he expected to see 365 forms. The crazy teacher loved that pure audacity. But he warned that mastering just one single form took decades. Jan fired back, telling him not to stress over showing all those forms. From now on, the teacher only needed to worry about the brutal consequences of these crazy daily lessons. Moments later, the absolute madness of battle continued. The instructor finally struggled, as Jan threw him back, summoning crackling dark energy straight into a magical sword of his own. Flashing a wild smirk, he advanced. Trust me, you will want to see these insane daily lessons. Let's dive right into this crazy academy arc. 2 whole years have passed and everything is completely different. The instructors just dropped a bomb, a massive test to handpick the top 50 cadets. The exam itself, pretty much identical to the last one. But get this, the loser at the dead bottom gets slapped with totally separate training. And naturally, Yan crushed Lena again. She was totally baffled. The guy had literally stopped showing up to practice, yet somehow, he still snags first place. Like, how is he even training? Furious, she clenched her fist, demanding to know his exact location. She's been grinding non-stop, slicing the throats of absolutely terrifying monsters. She's determined to win this next exam no matter what it takes. Right now, she is sitting in second place. But this time, she is absolutely taking the crown. Just then, this massive, terrifying dragon-like creature, a straight-up A-rank worm, started roaring and snapping right at her face. The second it lunged, its fierce roar instantly turned into screams of pure terror. With crazy agility, she completely obliterated the beast using just one clean swing. She told Jan to just wait. The very next time they crossed paths, that victory is totally hers. Flash forward 2 years, the final exam in the third arena kicks off. The whole point, sparring against the assistant instructors. And whoever passes this brutal test gets drafted straight into the elite special squad. But honestly, everyone was just chatting about when this thing would end. They find it super boring. This huge grand event is basically just a formality now. Lena is a top-tier cadet sitting pretty at rank 2. Most elite cadets can effortlessly wipe the floor with these assistant instructors. Which is crazy because just a year ago, nobody could touch them. Still, if you skip this exam, say goodbye to your shot at the special squad. So yeah, the cadets really do not have a choice but to show up. Even Jan has to attend this test, and Lena is planning to personally evaluate his skills. She's just silently begging him to hurry up and get there. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks and glanced over. Someone nearby was screaming that the match was already over. The cadet got his final score and was ordered back to his seat. Watch this part closely. A blinding beam of light erupted right in front of the guy, and someone yelled to start fighting for real. Like, did he actually think yelling stop would save him in an actual battle? Turns out it was Kruell, the elite cadet holding third place. He was screaming that a real fight only ends when the enemy is completely dead. Had this psycho just been playing around? Or does he seriously think that assistant uniform gives him the right to disrespect a noble? He violently swung his arm, making the panicked instructor scream out for him to stop. Lena realized this was nothing but a sick game to him, and it was absolutely disgusting. The guy was completely unhinged, acting like an absolute maniac out there. The crowd around them started whispering, totally agreeing that his behavior was completely out of line. Roman chimed in, saying that ever since the head instructor vanished, Kruell started acting like he literally owned the entire world. Casa agreed, feeling super bad for the poor assistant who ended up matched with Kruell. She actually begged Roman to jump in and help, totally feeling awful for the guy. Roman just scoffed. Feel sorry for him. Did she forget how many low-tier cadets these exact same instructors had killed? It is every man for himself here. Casa turned to Lena, casually mentioning that Roman totally just chickened out. Lena thought those two were honestly a perfect match, making Roman blurt out in shock. What? Yeah, he totally chickened out. Initially, Roman did not think Kruell was this insane despite the anger issues. But the guy actually killed an assistant and completely lost his mind 2 years ago. You are probably wondering, why isn't anyone stopping this mad dog? Well, this psycho belongs to a massively influential family, so Roman steers completely clear. Casa presses him again. Why exactly is he dodging him? He claims he just refuses to interact because he doesn't want to get his hands dirty. Casa just smirked, confirming that literally means he is avoiding him. Lena wasn't buying it. Training was ending anyway, and nobody in their right mind wanted to cross the mighty Dwight family. Suddenly, the poor instructor's sword shattered cleanly in half, sending him crashing to the dirt. Kruell just screamed, mocking him for being totally helpless without a weapon. Even with the proud title of assistant instructor, the guy could only scream in terror. And right then, Lena simply closed her eyes. She froze absolutely everything. The action stopped dead, leaving the poor instructor completely confused about what just hit him. Kruell straightened up, smirking, as he asked if that was ice magic. Honestly, Lena didn't want to cause any drama, but watching this mess was just unbearable. Spotting Lena, he aggressively asked if she was trying to mess with his family's honor. His blade was actually their signature talent, the legendary Wolf Ice Sword. Lena flat out warned him not to attack or even breathe another word. But he just laughed like a maniac, declaring he's been dying to end her before graduation, and his perfect moment was finally here. Lena just called him a fool. In his twisted mind, Kruell thought, Lady Lena, this is officially the final test of your life. Staring right at her, he flashed a wicked smile, completely baring his sharp fangs. Lena fired back, mocking how he only ever picked on weak targets. She dared him to actually fight someone stronger than himself for once. He chuckled, teasing that their precious lady always spoke so high and mighty. Meanwhile, Lena noticed his intense fighting spirit was rapidly skyrocketing. He yelled that he wanted to see her noble face twist in absolute shame, and a split second later, their epic clash finally began. Trust me, you will want to see this. A massive gale and blinding light just swallowed the entire battlefield. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one ridiculously wild duel. They grab their swords and clash. Lena strikes first, screaming that if he wants a blade, just ask. Kruell yells back that he can smash a mutt like her bare-handed. Then, it's a straight-up wrestling match. Watching from the sidelines, Roman thinks the winner is painfully obvious. But Casa smirks, asking if he realizes their side isn't losing. Roman points out that Lena is clearly pulling ahead. After surviving 30 brutal attacks, keeping pace is impossible. Casa admits she's thrilled about that. But get this, some really creepy energy keeps leaking from him. Kruell belongs to the infamous Dwight family, yet he's never bothered using their special squad's secret dark technique. If he actually unleashes that total disaster. Plus, unlike Lena, this guy's out for real blood. Roman calls her out, asking what a 5th place ranker could possibly know. He casually pats her head, leaving her totally confused. What? He's held 3rd place for years now. Does she seriously not know that the top rankers are called the Heavenly Three? He's just busy with bigger priorities. Roman admits he knows his stuff, then flips it, asking what exactly she's focused on. Didn't she literally just build a private squad of 80 members? A mix of commoners and border region noble kids, right? Honestly, it looks way more like an idol fan club than an actual army, and she's out here hardcore recruiting nobles. She snaps right back. Isn't he just as busy? Roman literally made his own squad out of slaves and random city cadets, 56 soldiers, 7 groups of 8. For all she knows, they could be running some secret underground mission right now. Like, oh, plotting a massive escape. Roman leans right into her face and whispers that she's way too nosy about other people. Casa just chuckles and fires back. Sounds like he's the one completely obsessed with her, right? Now pay attention, this is where everything changes. A massive scream echoes out and Roman calls it. The match is done. Lena presses her razor-sharp blade right against Kruell's neck. Thank goodness she won. He stammers her name. But Lena coldly asks, are they completely done, or does he really want round 2? Relying solely on raw strength is a guaranteed recipe for losing. She tells him to swallow his pride and stop embarrassing himself. Does he get it? Obviously the guy is fuming, but suddenly a creepy shadow materializes right beside him, whispering in his ear. Is he really going to endure this again? Kruell freezes. The shadow taunts him, calling him pathetic. Poor little Kruell, always taking the absolute worst losses. He's always getting robbed of what's his. He's supposed to be better than her, yet he constantly surrenders. And guess what? Nothing changes. If he just crushed them all, this wouldn't be happening. The shadow demands he remember everything was meant to be his. The family mansion, the heir's seat, his father's love. Absolutely pathetic. If he just fights and destroys, he claims it all back. The estate, the title, the respect from his father. Every bit of this was supposed to be completely his. Kruell snaps. He realizes the voice is right, eliminate them, and he gets the prize. Instantly, pure rage takes over, and his eyes glow blood red. He flashes a twisted smirk and asks if the lady is really that confident. Lena steps back. What is he saying? He chuckles, talking about how easily she could finish him. And then he literally jams the sword right into his own throat. I know exactly what you're thinking. Did he really just do that? Yep, screaming that he'd rather die than lose. Lena totally panics, calling him insane. What on earth is he doing? She begs him to stop immediately. But Kruell just smiles. He knew she'd react like this. Boom, his shadow suddenly lunges straight at Lena. She's completely caught off guard as he grabs her and instantly launches a brutal counterattack. Blood spills as he screams at her to just die already. Lunging forward, an absolute storm of dark magic shards explodes across the room. He glares down with sheer bloodlust but suddenly freezes. A massive, magical creature blocks his path. Kruell demands to know who is this. Who the heck dares to interrupt him? Is that an actual wolf? Where did it even come from, and what is happening right now? The black beast growls that it has finally returned. Wait, Kruell recognizes that voice. Is this the exact same creature from before? Suddenly, Lena is being caught in the arms of a totally new guy. Oh yes, our main character Jan has finally arrived. Jan swoops in, catching her securely in his arms. Then he slowly turns his head, glaring at Kruell with pure, terrifying aggression. Roman Casa and Kruell are absolutely speechless. The giant wolf starts closing in on Kruell while Lena is completely passed out. But suddenly her eyes flutter open. Seeing Jan standing right there, she gasps in pure shock. It really is him. Kruell actually laughs, bragging that luck is on his side and he's going to trash him just like Lena. Jan stays dead, silent, gently laying her down and whispering to rest. Kruell smirks and mocks him. Did he seriously adopt a mongrel? Has he been training this circus pet for 2 whole years? Jan just sighs. 2 years later, and Kruell is still the exact same loser. Floating mid-air, the spirit Moman curiously asks if someone fun just showed up. But this guy's dark energy is literally eating away at her. So what do you and I take from this? Never mess with the main character. Jan sees it too. Kruell leveled up, but it's payback time. Stick with me, things are about to get wild. He laughed like a complete maniac and started attacking. Jan asked again what he was discussing with the original owner of this body. Was he seriously stressing over his own future? He'd definitely regret this. Suddenly a voice cut in. Enough talking. He had only been gone 2 years, and they were already acting cocky. An insane wave of energy hit them. It was the head instructor himself. Time for one last announcement. Everyone needed to stop moving and sit down. They were totally shocked, but the instructor barked at them to hurry. They didn't actually want to die on their very last day, right? He finally spoke up. Out of 10,000 total cadets, only 200 had actually survived the training. Honestly, a pretty solid survival rate. Their final grades would be 50% physical stats and 50% raw mana. No more cadet numbers. From now on, they were getting a brand new title. The official rank of Imperial Knight. The crowd went absolutely crazy. Becoming an Imperial Knight was legendary status. Forget normal guys on horses. These knights use pure mana. There are 10 specific phases to measure a knight's real power. Mastering mana, clearing dungeons, or even summoning a named sword at will. Projecting energy into weapons, casting bodily buffs, or boosting their actual sword skills using raw internal power. Creating blades from pure energy. Anyway, speech over. They started announcing the top rankings from first place down. Now watch this part closely. Jan stepped up to get his rank. Rankings dropped and soon the elite special squad cadets were all moved into a totally upgraded fancy dormitory. Jan just sighed, saying he had missed a normal bed for 2 whole years. Moman was confused about the knight rankings. What did these ranks even mean? Jan asked if she seriously never heard of Imperial Knight tiers. Apparently 1,000 years ago, this stuff didn't exist. Basically, knights in the same tier work just like magic circles. Most knights cap out at rank 7 or 8. Sounds low, but it is enough to solo most standard monsters easily. The Elite 4 hit rank 6. Nobody could touch them. Reaching rank 6 at their age made everyone else insanely jealous. Suddenly, Lena walked up behind him, mentioning how much he had changed over the past 2 years. His hair was way longer. He just said her name casually, adding that she seemed to have grown up a bit. Silence. Then she finally asked what happened to Kruell. Before she could finish, he told her to forget about it. He asked if she felt better, even offering some healing ointment. Lena snapped, asking why he meddled when nobody asked him to. Did he actually think she would lose? Jan was genuinely confused. She warned him not to act superior just because he hit rank 5. It was just a number. A rank 5 knight. Most knights dream of reaching that level of energy mastery. Sure, there were other rank 5s scattered around the massive empire, but the Crown Prince was the only other person to hit that crazy level at just 17. She insulted his new hair and stormed off. Jan just chuckled, calling her completely sarcastic. He knew she was acting horribly, but her brother was also rank 5. Thanks to the prince, her brother missed being the youngest to reach it. We all see it right, she just hates admitting he completely crushed her older brother's record. Momin scoffed, saying rank 5 really wasn't that big a deal. So why was he hiding his real power? He could easily go higher. Jan explained it was smarter to stay hidden for now. He only showed enough strength to bait the perfect target. He just smiled and kept walking forward. Meanwhile, a subordinate approached the chief instructor, smirking about how Jan was intimidating everyone. He definitely had not expected that from the Black Wolf. They never taught him that, which was suspicious. Was he using the Dark Dragon sword technique? The subordinate pushed further. He apologized, but claimed the chief instructor was getting way too emotionally attached to this cadet. Letting him use a forbidden technique totally violated all the training center's strict rules. The chief glared at the senior instructor, who played dumb. The chief coldly stated that this guy had clearly lost his mind. How long had he even been a senior instructor who gave him permission to start voicing his opinions? Jacques apologized quickly. The instructor just ordered him to go clean up the area. Jacques smirked inwardly. The chief instructor was going soft. The other subordinates silently agreed with the mutiny. They needed to take him out immediately. Later on, Jan flopped onto his massive new bed and instantly passed out. He wakes up to Momin pinning him, claiming his body is hers. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let us jump into this wild manhwa. For 2 whole years, she slowly built up her power in the shadows. Did he honestly think she just gave up? She hid her real intentions, planting a mind-breaking seal inside him. No rush. She planned to take over his body piece by piece, taking total control, until boom, his eyes snapped wide open. He glared right at her. Let me go. She just smirked. Oh, you are awake. I was simply testing if my magical abilities were working properly. Ian let out a cold laugh. Very funny. I warned you before. Try this again and I will crush you into dust. She started screaming, blaming him. It is your fault for fighting me and refusing to surrender your body. Are you at the training grounds right now? He ignored the voice, standing up. Who is knocking on my door at this hour? He cracked the door open. Jacques stood there, claiming the head instructor needed him immediately. He was just the escort. They walked down a totally empty shopping alley controlled by the special squad. Total ghost town. Ian followed Jacques, feeling suspicious. Why would the head instructor need him so late? The exams were totally finished, so what was the rush? Now pay close attention here. The location felt sketchy and suddenly bam, Jacques launched a dark attack, catching our guy off guard. Jacques whipped out a deadly dagger, screaming about how fast he could react. He slashed wildly, but Ian vanished into thin air. He casually mocked Jacques, proving his reflexes were on a whole different level. Ian materialized right behind him. Jacques froze in pure terror as a blinding flash of light exploded. Ian countered using a Form 7 Dark Spirit in brutal, close combat. Jacques gasped. You actually noticed? Ian laughed. How could I not notice after surviving literal hell? You seriously need way better training if you want to be stealthy. Jacques nervously called him a confessor, and it suddenly clicked for Ian. That nasty red energy bleeding from the sword, it was a dead giveaway. Ian smirked. The senior instructor sent you to do this, right? That guy knows everything. Since when do instructors pull off dirty hits like this? How will he handle the fallout? Jacques snapped, calling him a total freak. You are only acting arrogant because you scored the 5th rank. Classic trash logic. You got lucky on the exam and now act like a king. Let us see how long that cocky attitude lasts. Out of nowhere, a whole squad of guys ambushed him from behind. Ian glanced back, casually joking that handling this many opponents might be annoying. Fast forward a bit, he looked completely defeated, tied up in ropes. The voice in his head panicked. What are you doing? He basically told her to shut it. Then he looked up. Okay, seriously, why the ambush? Tell me the actual reason. A lackey told the captain to finish this fast and leave. Jacques sneered. You really want to know why? Ian simply nodded. Yeah, just so I can understand where I went wrong. When I saw this coming, a secret grudge. Jacques glared. Remember what happened 2 years ago? Ian was totally clueless. On the day he broke out with the other cadets, a bunch of instructors chased them down. Ian slaughtered every single one of them. Jacques' younger sister was among the casualties. It finally clicked for our MC, but honestly, he did not even remember her. His sister led the 3rd pursuit group. Jacques never forgot, absolutely furious that she died trying to catch a lowly cockroach like Ian. She had died writhing in pain, her face twisted in agony. Jacques lived for revenge. He planned to murder Ian, avenge his sister, and send him straight to hell. He drew his dagger, but Ian just sighed. Let me go. Jacques screamed that blood demands blood. He swung his blade hard, but suddenly, boom, Ian summoned the Black Wolf, and the shadowy beast blocked the strike completely. The energy morphed into a black dragon sword form, making Jacques visibly sweat. He froze, realizing a terrifying Black Wolf stood right before him. Ian shrugged. Your sister did her job. We fought tooth and nail, and I won. Why would I ever pity her for losing a real battle? Plus, I seriously doubt you dragged me out here just for some personal vendetta. Jacques was confused. Ian smirked. Should I just call you rebels? The huge Armenian revolt, the massive uprising that completely shook the entire empire and continent, ultimately failed big time, but a small squad of rebels survived, grouping up a massive army and branding themselves the Revolutionary Army. The Order of the Red Revolution named themselves after their signature sword. The cost of using it literally sprinkling their own lifeblood. To keep their blades that terrifying crimson color, the Red Revolutionary Detachment always turned their battles into absolute bloodbaths. The crazy leader of the order actually created an artificial skill boosting his knights to inflict way more damage, but it had one massive drawback. The skill literally burned their blood away. To survive the side effects, these knights turned to straight-up vampirism. Ian knew these rebels were already plotting another massive uprising. So, what do you and I learn? He wanted to hunt them, but they saved him time. Alright, you and I need to figure this out. Were they following the chief instructor, or was there another traitor hiding in the training center? The guy looked totally dumbfounded, called him a brat, and demanded to know his source. Since he brought up the rebellion, he figured he could kill him guilt-free. Furious, he ordered his men to launch their grand red revolution right then and there. Jan totally saw right through him. Bright magic flared up all over the place as the squad rushed him screaming for his head. Jan stayed perfectly calm. 3 guys using skills against a tier 5 knight. They would need way more power than that. He immediately summoned the Black Wolf to strike back. Dark energy exploded outward from the spell. Jan unleashed his Dark Dragon Sword technique and Jock completely panicked, screaming that this was absolutely impossible. That was the chief instructor's signature attack. How could a kid this young be rocking such insane power? Unfazed, Jan let the dark energy surge. With total confidence, he swung his massive blade and casually sliced down several enemies in one hit. A second later, a massive pillar of light blasted straight into the sky. Left completely alone, Jock stammered in pure shock. What just happened? One single sword strike wiped out his entire squad. How was that even physically possible? The kid was an absolute monster. As Jan slowly walked over, a terrified Jock asked what he was. Was he a spy from the Empire? How did he figure out their true identities? Did the chief instructor actually sell them out to him? Jan smirked and said he was the one asking the questions. Play nice, give the right answers, and maybe he gets to keep his life. Watch this next part closely. Jan showed him the medallion's design, and the second Jock recognized the symbol, he literally screamed in terror. How did he get that? Jan cheered, that he finally tracked it down aggressively, grabbing the trembling Jock right by the collar. Furious, he demanded answers. What did this creepy symbol mean? A noble family crest, a dark guild, and how did it tie back to the head instructor? Who else was marked with this thing? But Jock just looked completely confused, having no idea why Jan kept repeating the question. Jan lost his patience and yelled, "What is happening to your face?" The moment Jock tried to talk about the symbol, his face swelled up like a balloon, and then bam, it completely exploded. Guy dropped dead in a massive pool of blood. Jan just stared at the mess in silence, wondering if he really just killed himself. Momin popped out and explained a magic taboo had been planted on him, but the poor idiot probably had zero clue it was there. Jan was shocked by this cursed taboo magic. Momin explained the rules: say the forbidden word or do the wrong thing, and it drains your core dry, making your whole body self-destruct. She admitted she did not recognize the exact spell, though she had dropped hints about it earlier. He sighed and told her to drop the cryptic teasing. Even a weak hint was better than nothing at this point. This symbol tied back to the rebellion, the head instructor, and somehow his own parents. His gut was screaming that this was going to get very messy. He had to report this mess to the head instructor. Momin seriously questioned that logic. Was he really going to warn the guy who might kill him next? Wait, did not the instructor send those exact assassins? Yeah, that was almost definitely true. You and I know he did not order Jan's death. He probably sent those guys straight into a trap, right, Master? The head instructor suddenly popped up right behind him with a creepy smile. Of course not. Who would willingly send their own men to die? Jock had been acting way out of line lately and desperately needed a lesson in manners. Anyway, Jan was officially a graduate now. Tomorrow, the real missions finally begin. He told Jan to get some sleep because at his current tier, this next job is going to be brutal. With that ominous warning, he vanished. The next morning, a massive train came roaring right through the misty forest. It was the Transcontinental Express heading straight for the Wolf family's northern territory. Tons of heavy luggage on board, but barely any actual passengers. The conductor made his rounds to check everyone's tickets, politely apologizing before asking to see their boarding passes. Jan casually stepped up and handled the paperwork. The conductor checked over his special tickets and politely wished him a very safe trip. The brutal exams were officially over, leaving them to enjoy a quiet, peaceful train ride together. Yeah, right. Complete lie. He was actually heading up north for a dangerous new mission. Since they survived the deadly trials, the remaining cadets were officially promoted into the Elite Special Forces Night Squad, and with zero downtime, they got shipped out on their first assignment. The elite soldiers split into 4 directions across the continent, north, south, east, and west, taking on entirely separate missions. The creepy eastern border touches the lands of the dead. Casa took a squad of 80 soldiers straight into that nightmare zone. The weird west full of crazy natural disasters and packed with monsters went to Roman and his 50 brave soldiers. The dangerous southern coast, completely overrun by raging storms and ruthless pirates, got 60 high-ranking elites. And trust me, you are going to want to see this. The brutal northern border against barbarian lands assigned to Jan and just 3 others. Stick with me. Barely anyone travels north because it literally freezes dragons solid. Jan actually thinks fewer people means a much safer trip, but his current squad, absolute comedy. Lena, Kruell, and Cheryl are right there beside him. The 3 biggest walking disasters all grouped together. Kruell immediately gets annoyed and asks if she is stalking him. Is the princess getting her petty revenge? Lena completely ignores him, staring out the window. He calls her an idiot for ignoring him. Cheryl quietly asks him to stop cursing. Lena probably agrees. He snaps back, asking who this random girl is. Just some lowly servant. Cheryl looks down, saying she is no servant. They have been tight friends ever since those brutal academy trials. She swore loyalty the day Lena saved her life. Wherever Lena goes, Cheryl blindly follows. Nobody else ever had her back, so he needs to shut his mouth. That is exactly what Lena is probably thinking right now. Kruell gets furious, demanding she speak up. Cheryl just asks if he actually wants to die. Jan sighs, wishing they would just stay quiet. Honestly, Kruell does not care about Lena at all. He came north for one reason. It is all about Jan. He wants him dead, hating his guts since day one. Watch closely. Now that they are out of the center, Kruell is so annoyed he might just attack Jan at any moment. Jan calmly asks how many times he needs to hit him to shut him up. He repeats the brutal question without blinking once. Kruell freezes. Just once. Nope. Jan completely wrecks his face with multiple devastating punches. Lena keeps staring out the glass, totally unbothered. She never expected to be heading back home this early. She remembers their harsh warnings. Mentioning that forbidden name again would mean instant exile to this freezing territory. This is the exact homeland she gladly left behind. She found 0 clues about her missing brother, making this return super painful. Jan simply wonders why she is acting so dead silent today. Clearly, going back home is totally ruining her mood. But soon some huge news will shock her. Even she will be stunned. The intercom announces they are finally arriving at the Avalon station very soon. Just then, our main guy overhears 2 shady people whispering right behind him. One guy asks the master if he is seriously doing this. Avalon is so close he cannot just stop here. Something is definitely bothering him. He cannot just leave or the prince will be crushed. The master calmly brushes him off. The prince finished his training, so they have nothing left to discuss. Why even bother asking him to come back? Let's pause for a second. Jan figures out why he came north. This guy looks like a grumpy old man, right? But this is Elder Regression. He taught both the emperor and crown prince. Basically the absolute smartest sage in the empire. He actually traveled here to meet Jan. Despite being a commoner with 0 magic or martial arts skills, he became legendary anyway, earning massive respect just through his pure knowledge and brilliant philosophy. The emperor even made this commoner a count. In Jan's past life, Regression lived a super honorable life fitting his noble rank. Suddenly, a subordinate desperately yells out, "Your Majesty, how is this empire any different from hell if the ruler ignores suffering? These rebels are actually a full revolutionary army now. Does he not see he totally abandoned everyone? Where is that wise, sensible emperor from the past?" Blinded by cheap power, he completely forgot what real royal authority actually looks like. The old man cried blood for 3 straight days, begging the emperor, and his reward for absolute loyalty, an execution order. But that tragedy happens way later. Right now, the conductor steps up apologizing. They kicked everyone else out to prep VIP compartments. Does the old sage want to move over there? Regression agrees, thanking him. Jan stays dead silent as they shuffle past. Jan spots a tiny hand gesture, a secret code meant for someone else. The train hits a dark tunnel. An old man and a murder. He smirks, knowing this was exactly what he expected. Regression was fiercely loyal to the empire, never the corrupt emperor. Since he knew too much, these undercover revolutionary soldiers are planning to kidnap him right here. That secret sign language is exclusively used by the rebel army soldiers. The intercom claims technical issues will stop the train inside the tunnel, telling everyone to stay seated. So what do you and I make of this? A massive tunnel brawl is coming. Jan needs to save the sage and secure his loyalty. Jan suddenly tells his squad to stay on high alert, making both Kruell and Lena turn around in shock. He told the group to stay perfectly calm as he opened up a direct mental link with them. Let's dive right into the madness. The enemy hijacked the train, and in exactly 1 hour they're planning to kidnap a massive VIP. These guys weren't just playing train conductor either. They were probably disguised as regular passengers too. He started laying out the master plan, but Kruell just smirked. They hadn't even gotten official orders yet. Why the heck should he listen to Jan Bam? Jan punched him straight in the nose, shutting him up instantly. Jan casually asked if there were any other questions. Lena told him to hold on. She was totally lost right now. How did he know all this? Simple. The chief instructor gave him a top-secret mission, which is exactly why he picked the North. She nodded. Made sense. But did he know anything else? Like, who exactly were they fighting? He admitted he didn't know their exact head count, but he knew exactly who they were facing. The Revolutionary Army. They were the ones pulling the strings to kidnap this VIP. Outside, the snow started falling heavy. Meanwhile, the fake conductors were busy whispering. Had they successfully knocked out the rest of the passengers, one guy confirmed the sleeping gas worked. Time to dump everyone into the freight car. But wait, were there actually special forces hiding among the passengers? And why would mere ticket checkers be packing heavy weapons? Suddenly, Lena just dropped right in. They panicked, screaming about who she was. She instantly slashed one with her sword, leaving the rest absolutely stunned. The wounded guy screamed that he was hit by ice. An ice sword meant only one thing: she belonged to the legendary wolf family. Lena stood completely confident, realizing Jan was actually right. One of the thugs just gasped in shock. Now, pay close attention here. He knew special forces were on board, but he never expected the wolf family's literal lion cub to show up. He mockingly apologized for a kid getting caught in the crossfire. But hey, capturing her might just mean a massive promotion or a huge ransom. She glared at them. They were the Revolutionary Army. Did these absolute scumbags even realize the total hell they put her family through? She ditched her home and joined the special ops for one single reason: to hunt down the people who made her brother vanish. So, honestly, she was incredibly thrilled these guys walked right into her trap. She summoned her magic sword, laughing bitterly. The enemies fired back, asking if she even knew the horrible things her own family did. While she grew up filthy rich, the rest of them survived on literal garbage. Who did she think caused all that suffering anyway? The wolf family exists to protect the Empire and the North, and she absolutely refused to let them win. They brought this on themselves by threatening the Northern Empire and acting like gods. Boom, with one massive strike, the force completely shattered the train's windows. In the next car, a fake conductor was totally confused. Why did the radio comms from the other guys just suddenly go dead? Kruell spotted the guy and grinned. He desperately needed a punching bag to vent his rage, and these guys were the absolute perfect targets. The train kept speeding ahead as he totally wiped out several thugs in seconds. He bragged loudly about his blade from the Imperial Treasury. Pretty majestic, right? He took a deep, dramatic breath, admitting just how much he truly missed the sight of fresh blood. I know what you're thinking, Jan is totally next. Momin felt magic flaring in the first car and told him to stop spamming it. Jan joked that she had to earn her paycheck somehow. But playtime was over. They seriously needed to go rescue the sage now. The plan was simple. Lena takes the front, Kruell handles the back, and he would quietly sneak onto the roof to breach the front. Momin teased him for being so incredibly sneaky. Honestly, Lorena was way more talented than expected. Good thing she didn't get killed off earlier, right? The girl was literally a ticking time bomb. But seriously, did they actually need this dusty old man? Was he secretly part of the plan? He nodded confidently. Obviously, they were going to clash with the Revolutionary Army constantly from now on, and this sage was the ultimate cheat code. Having him on their team would make crushing the rebellion 10 times easier. Now, it was finally time to move out. Momin sighed, realizing she was completely surrounded by insanely calculating and manipulative people. It was hard to believe, but now they'd see the actual chaos unfolding. Meanwhile, the old man was tied up in thick ropes. His captors leaned in, demanding to know, was he really the Emperor's teacher? Sitting directly across from him was Hela, commander of the Revolutionary Army's 7th Corps and 3rd disciple of the Holy Sword Erectus. She smirked, repeating the question. If he's such a genius, he must know ancient dialects. The old man nervously mumbled that he knew a little bit. She laughed cruelly. Does that mean he could bark like a literal dog? Hey, dogs have their own language too, right? She ordered him to start barking immediately. Why was he hesitating? Totally terrified and confused. The poor old sage actually started barking like crazy. She burst into hysterical laughter. The sage quickly translated his own barks, calling her incredibly beautiful. Outside, Jan sensed their auras. Judging by the energy, there were only 2 enemies inside that compartment. But what about the rest of the train? That's where we leave it. Before they could plan, Hela made him demonstrate his cat language. Let's dive right back in. This guy starts literally meowing, and Momin seriously wonders if he will actually help them. But he just smiles. Yup, he has always been this crazy. Honestly, that is exactly what makes him so terrifying. He will drop his pride in a heartbeat if it gives the Empire any kind of advantage. He is pure logic. She called it ridiculous, but honestly, he is the absolute best. She wiped out those arrogant Empire scientists. He just casually replied he was glad she enjoyed it. Hella sighed, saying work never stops, but teaming up with the old man was fun. Wigger called her mistress, and she announced it was rat-catching time. She swung her blade fast, but Jan completely parried the strike before it could even land. Suddenly, blinding light filled the area. Hella stepped outside and casually muttered, "Pretty cold out here." She joked the old train attracted too many rats. But then a weird noise made her turn around right into a drawn sword. It was our main guy. He walked up and casually asked, "You good, Sage? Here for the rescue." Wigger smirked. Did he just sneak in while she was distracted? Not bad at all. Man is cooking. Jan nodded, but Hella treated him like an absolute toddler. She mockingly asked what animal language he spoke. Pig, maybe? She promised to make him squeal. He knows pig talk, right? Jan just blinked and apologized, saying he thought she was the lazy pig. She totally raged, calling him a freak, while Momin finally checked this crazy girl's power rank. At least 5th rank, plus her blade radiated this weird energy. Jan recognized that white aura exactly like the famous lightsaber of Erectus. That guy got famous through his disciples. So she was clearly one of them. Time to wrap this up fast. Now pay attention here, things are getting messy. A voice ordered them to drop the sword, or the old man loses his head. Enter the 4th lightsaber student Varys. Yup, classic stealth magic right there. Jan gave Momon a completely deadpan look. Wait, did you not say there were only 2 enemies? She awkwardly avoided eye contact. She swore she counted 2. Clearly her radar confused an enemy's aura with the sage's power. Momon argued back, how is that her fault if the energy was not the old man's? Meanwhile, Hella kicked a dagger right at Jan's feet. Look how terrified he is. She mocked him again. Ready to squeal like a pig, yet Hella coldly stated her patience was gone. Now she just wanted to hear his skull crack wide open. Muscles completely tensed, she launched herself at Jan with insane speed. Her goons were fully prepped, but boom, Lena crashed the party with her wolf vision. The carriage windows shattered, as freezing frost coated everything. The train conductors were instantly frozen solid, unable to twitch. She triggered her winter spell, but suddenly coughed up blood. She pushed way too hard, forcing out frost her own body could not handle. Her snow powers were totally burnt out. A massive muscular dude walked up complaining she was way too loud. Way too noisy for stealthy wolves. So much for everything going according to plan, right? He had zero clue who he was. He literally erased her frost using dark energy. Was he the guy fighting Kruell earlier? Before she could even process that, he casually asked, "Are you really from the Wolf Clan?" Panic hit her. She screamed, "You freak, how do you know that?" "I know what you're thinking, where is backup?" Well, watch this. Kruell was basically drowning in his own blood, totally outmatched. This monster was leagues above anyone he had ever fought. He desperately wondered if Lena could handle this guy. Did he actually block her strike barehanded? The dude mocked her, saying it was such a shame. If they had not crossed paths, she could have lived. The next second, fresh blood splattered across the train window. Back with Jan, things looked super grim. She taunted him, demanding to hear his boss scream. She went for the kill, but Jan just smirked. That is when Cheryl suddenly joined the chat. He told her to hide, but nope, she might just be 8th rank, but this Imperial Knight knows how to throw a punch. She really hoped Lady Lena was holding up okay. Her whole job was protecting her, honestly. But Lena was totally wrecked, bleeding out and completely paralyzed. The train kept speeding ahead, while her attacker just sighed. What a total waste. If she wasn't so stubborn, he would have let her live. Lena grabbed her blade and he laughed, asking if she was actually serious. Is she really dumb enough to think she can win this fight against him? What could she even do? She spat back. You are right. I am the absolute worst in my family. My sword skills are trash, I am way too emotional, and my vision magic is practically useless. But she swore to die like a true wolf. So what do you and I make of this? Never underestimate someone with absolutely nothing left to lose. Let's dive right in. Our guy looks down, stating that every fight is life or death, and she just made a massive mistake. Meet Amor the Black Tiger. This incredibly buff dude just launched a massive mountain tiger attack straight at her. He wanted to show off his raw power. But moments later, Varys is completely stunned. He can't believe they're actually losing this. They had the numbers disarm the enemy and even grabbed a hostage. So what went wrong? Hela is absolutely wrecked, lying in her own blood. They scream out in total panic. Jan just casually walks up and drops the cold truth: it's because they are weak. Someone asks if it's finally over. He tells the sage to relax, yeah, but warns him not to leave the spot just yet. The bad guys keep begging to know how he blocked their ultimate attacks. Jan smirks at the question, remembering how he absolutely demolished their master using the legendary Erectus sword. Even with that blade previously broken fighting, these mere students is nothing compared to Erectus himself. Seriously, the sky could fall, and he still wouldn't lose. Jan leans in, asking if he wants to survive. Varys is completely confused. Jan offers a deal. Answer one simple question correctly, and he'll let him take a very close look at this specific pendant. What does this symbol mean to him? The guy completely freezes, suddenly realizing it's the sacred symbol of the beginning. The symbol of the beginning. Suddenly grotesque. Bulges erupt all over the assassin's face. He chokes out that he can't speak, and Jan instantly realizes it's a cursed taboo. So even the disciples of Erectus are magically gagged from discussing it. It was that much of a secret. Boom, the guy drops dead. Jan sighs, knowing he won't get another word out of them. Still, he snagged a massive new clue, the symbol of the beginning. He definitely needs to crack this mystery first. Now, pay attention, here is where it gets absolutely wild. With the sage secured, they just need to exit, but the train hits a snag. A massive explosion rocks the back of the car. Jan is totally caught off guard, wondering what just blew up. He looks over at Hela's mangled body and realizes she's barely hanging on. She grins, revealing the engine room just exploded. There's no stopping this crazy train now. The magic stone is totally overheated and it's headed straight for Avalon Station. The train is going to crash right into it with an earth-shattering boom. Coughing up blood, she laughs that it's a pity she'll miss the fireworks, then drops dead. This never happened in his past life. He's standing there completely lost on why history is changing. Mom asks if that was an explosion. Time to bail out right now. They really need to survive this disaster. How do you even hit the brakes on this flying metal trap? Driven by a magic stone, that explosion is going to be apocalyptic. Jan calmly tells her to chill. He didn't see this coming either, but don't worry, a certain monster is about to handle it. Right on cue, Kyle, a 7th-ranked Imperial Knight, sprints directly onto the train tracks. As the carriage bursts into flames, Kyle yells that the Emperor ordered the sage's rescue, but he can't just ignore a runaway death train. Stopping it won't be easy. Remember, Imperial Knights are the absolute top-tier muscle of the Empire, defending the Emperor himself. Rumor has it, they only recruit rank 3 and up. The sheer power of just one knight is literally like a walking natural disaster. He mutters that he has no other choice. Asking Lord Wigger for forgiveness, he charges up the ultimate strike of the Imperial Sword. Blinding magical energy erupts from his entire body, and a massive beam of pure light blasts straight through the train. You and I both know anime logic, right? The train violently screeches, but Jan instantly realizes this attack is way overkill. Everything gets swallowed by a blinding flash. Kyle actually shakes his head, completely disgusted that the rebels would try something this evil. The train derails and flips over. Wigger, totally confused, asks what he's talking about. I mean, Kyle literally just caused this crash. Kyle awkwardly admits it, but cheerfully asks if the sage made it out unharmed. Wigger groans that it's an absolute miracle they survived. That night's attack almost wiped them out right along with the train. Kyle just smiles, brushing it off by saying Wigger totally misunderstood. He had absolute faith that Lady Beowulf was on board, so he was highly confident she would protect the sage. He assumed the Academy genius had naturally figured out exactly how to deflect the impact. By derailing the train, she dodged the worst of his strike. Only a few cars got smashed, keeping the hostage and sage totally safe. Classic top graduate behavior, right? But Lena nervously blurts out that it wasn't actually her doing it all. She didn't derail anything. Kruell smoothly steps up, casually brushing it off. For special forces, dodging a massive light beam is just basic situational awareness. Kyle is impressed. Guess there are other absolute beasts in the special forces besides Lady Beowulf. Kruell chuckles, bragging that he's honestly pretty close to being the #1 student. Cheryl looks totally shocked, and he asks what her problem is. Lena interrupts, warning Sir Kyle about the attackers. She reveals the Black Tiger Amore, a terrifying special class assassin, was among them. So what do you and I make of this? A beastly assassin with dark tiger energy hired by rebels. Things are just getting started. Alright, stick with me here. This guy hit level 3 10 years ago, making our boy completely outmatched in this fight. After the train derailed, Amur vanished into thin air, leaving only a chilling goodbye to the daughter of Beowulf. She revealed the Black Tiger actually joined the rebels. Honestly, surviving a face-to-face clash with that monster is super impressive. She denied it. Right then, Wigger turned around to see Momin checking on Jan, asking if he was hurt. Jan grumbled that he was in absolute agony and clueless about their next move. Plus, he begged her to stop clinging. Momin fired back that they share this body, so he needs to take better care of it. Jan just told her to shut up. He suddenly realized things were going terribly wrong. These events literally never happened during his past life. The Black Tiger Kyle attacking and the entire train exploding. Not a single piece of this happened before. So why is it happening now? Pay attention, you and I know the truth. His choice to head north totally shattered the timeline. Did the Black Tiger showing up north trigger some kind of crazy butterfly effect? No telling how bad this gets, so he needs to play it safe. Someone approached him, asking for a quick chat. He really should have stayed in the capital. The guilt of so many people suffering because of his actions was crushing. Was his hand injured during that massive train crash? Yeah, that was totally his fault too. Jan complained, the sage made things super difficult. Wait, did he actually say that out loud? Talk about zero filter? The guy owed him big time, so he handed over an item. Jan instantly recognized it as his official nameplate. This little token basically proves he represents him. Talk about a super useful VIP pass. Smirking, Jan asked if accepting this meant he could skip the whole barking like a dog punishment. Calling him blunt, the guy decided to leave, teasing that destiny might bring them together again. Sighing, Jan mumbled about working hard instead of just relying on pure luck. Momen asked if that nameplate was actually worth anything. Jan smirked, saying it depends on how you use it. Staring into the distance, he declared their next stop. Time to march straight toward the Black Frost. Later, the blacksmith demanded 500 gil to repair his busted sword. For Jan, that price felt like absolute robbery. Baffled, the blacksmith yelled, asking how on earth anyone could severely damage a blade forged from pure ink iron. Jan awkwardly admitted he played a little rough. The head instructor gave him that legendary black ink iron sword. He figured a normal blade would shatter under his dark dragon sword technique, but apparently even ink iron could not handle it. The blacksmith asked if he needed anything else. Our protagonist politely declined. Blacksmith aggressively hugged him, yelling to come back for better service next time. Jan was completely weirded out. Such a creepy face. Since bad weather blocked the wolf territory shortcut, they decided to travel through the main gates. Waiting for the magic circle to recharge its mana meant the massive gates would stay completely shut until tomorrow noon. But honestly, a tiny town like Villian really should not take that long. It needed a mana recharge, and our exhausted heroes definitely needed sleep. Let's pause for a second. For the very first time since reincarnating, our guy is seeing normal people instead of a sweaty boot camp. Momen muttered that the whole situation felt incredibly sketchy. He asked what she was whispering. She brought up that Royal Knight guy. Did he seriously miss the massive yellow dragon energy pouring off him? Confused, Jan asked what she meant. Momen called him a total idiot, questioning if he even knew his own powers. A mana heart stores 6 colors of power: black, red, blue, green, and the golden earth. The yellow dragon literally controls that golden power. Honestly, even without a mana heart, it is an insanely strong element. Momen screamed at him for being dense. If it were that simple, literally anyone could build an empire. Dragon energy requires a divine dragon breath plus a mana heart. How could he be so ridiculously casual about this? Was his skull totally empty? He thought, then replied, of course. He had only felt dragon energy from the chief instructor and crown prince. Makes sense since they are direct descendants of Bahamut. So how exactly does that royal knight connect to them? He really needs to investigate that guy. Suddenly a familiar voice called out. It was Lena and Cheryl, randomly bumping into him on the street. They were holding massive shopping bags. Cheryl cheerfully cheered their good luck, while Lena asked if he was already heading home. He explained he just got his weapon fixed at the blacksmith, trying to prep for their upcoming mission ahead of time. Cheryl claimed they were prepping too. Is that it? Trust me, you will want to stick around. Stick with me. Why does this preparation sound like shopping? Cheryl just chuckles. Lena insists they only bought absolute necessities, mostly just a ton of food. He asks if they plan to eat it all today. Smiling, Cheryl tells Jan to tag along shopping. That outfit wouldn't survive wolf territory. Jan bluntly replies he can dress himself just fine, but Cheryl basically threatens him into coming. People never change, he realizes, as they keep dragging him along. Now watch this part closely. While they promise him custom outfits, Kruell is quietly stalking them around the corner. Entering a flashy woman's clothing boutique, our hero just slaps on some gloves and says he will take those. Heavy clothes just slow you down. So he simply throws on a thick winter coat, thermal gloves, and snow boots. Momen calls him a total meathead. Jan fires back, look who is talking right now. Cheryl asks if he is taking all that. Maybe he should check out Lena's outfit instead. Jan looks stunned. Yanking the curtains open, Cheryl announces a fashion show. Perfect style for wandering around a brand new city. But Lena thinks it is way too tight. A classic black and white combo. Basically killer light armor. She loudly screams, asking why she would ever wear a swimsuit in this freezing weather. Finally, she snaps. Enough. She is completely fed up, thinking absolutely nothing suits her. Cheryl immediately disagrees. Every single outfit was super cute. She turns straight to Jan. Is not that true? He nods. Yeah, they all look great. She just rarely wears stuff like this, so it feels super weird. Obviously, she replies. Then she looks at Jan, asking which specific outfit actually suits her the absolute best. He answers honestly what she is wearing right now. Even though literally every outfit looked good on her. But this current outfit highlights her strength and swordsmanship perfectly. She is about to question him, then suddenly freezes up. Spinning around, she announces she is heading back to the room. Cheryl shouts, asking Jan what he just said. He is totally clueless. Cheryl sighs and yells that she is absolutely going with Lena. Momen is completely lost, calling the whole situation crazy. Jan just stares. Does this place look crazy to you? Did he actually plan this? Cheryl calls out to Lena, apologizing and taking all the blame. Lena warmly replies no, thanking her for all the help choosing clothes today. Cheryl begs her to just ignore whatever these clueless men are saying. What does he know anyway? Lena claims she doesn't care at all about the silly nonsense other people spout. Pure nonsense. But you and I both see that massive, undeniable blush burning brightly on her cheeks. Jan yells after her, in that case, meet at the town gate tomorrow at noon, do not be late. Meeting tomorrow, Lena mutters to herself. Why is he shouting stuff that sounds so easily misunderstood by everyone? Jan realizes she vanished without an answer. Maybe she just missed it. Mulman says that pretending she hadn't heard would just make things way more awkward. Jan replies, they bought clothes, so it starts right now. But he suddenly turns around, sees empty air, and wonders where the heck she just disappeared to. Meanwhile, inside one of the shops, a friendly clerk thanks him for his order. Cut to the Shining Moon, a popular pub right near the local transit hub. Normal locals and rough mercenaries gather here for the cheap, absolutely delicious pub food. Kruell angrily mutters that it is a complete curse, totally clueless on how to actually defeat Jan. He stews alone in this pub over a cold beer, thinking to himself, you literally cannot get close to this guy. Even when sleeping, Jan is an absolute monster, and he feels it deep down. Jan hasn't even revealed his true power yet, but why is he hiding his insane strength from everyone? Sitting alone, his mind races with questions. Suddenly, loud shouting erupts from some random guys right nearby. One guy screams he will pay the tab next time, the other yells back, stop lying. You have said that 10 times already, yet he still bought the drinks. A messy brawl immediately breaks out as they just start violently beating each other up. Kruell gets absolutely furious at all this pub chaos. People are shouting, but he just complains that these guys are nothing but noisy, ill-mannered idiots. Do they not see Kruell of the Dwight clan is eating right here? These commoners have zero manners. He shouldn't even breathe loudly, make noise, and he will demonstrate the difference between commoners and true aristocrats. The drunken man has no idea what status difference this angry noble is talking about. Kruell turns around furious at the disrespect. Suddenly Jan steps up, show me how these noble aristocrats actually dine. Kruell is stunned, Jan is here. He mutters, these noisy degenerates don't know basic rules of behavior. Jan casually suggests not interfering. Kruell snaps back, asking if he suffered the same thing. That is where we leave it today. Look, you and I know status differences always cause huge problems. Jan told him straight up. Drop the noble act and he'd get way stronger. Kruell was shocked. Could he actually get stronger? Before he could process that, a massive guy walked up, grabbed his shoulder with a giant hand and sneered. Not from around here, huh? Kruell whipped around, totally furious. The giant smirked, claiming he overheard their little chat. Did the fancy noble boy really want more power? Time for a secret technique. This mountain of beef was Billy, head of the Thunderhorn mercenaries. Kruell snapped at him to back off. But Billy just laughed, saying, real men get strong by lifting heavy iron. Join the crew, and he gets all the protein powder he wants. Complete freedom. To bulk up, that completely set Kruell off. He gritted his teeth, ready to brawl, screaming at the guy to eat it himself. Billy screamed in pure agony as Kruell blasted him with raw magic, calling those fake muscles nothing but blown-up balloons. Billy crashed into the crowd. The entire guild realized their boss got one-shotted. The meathead started yelling furious that he dared to humiliate their leader. Kruell just scoffed. What was up with that smelly mountain of muscle? Honestly, he felt amazing right now. He could wreck them all. But watch this twist. The muscle bros suddenly started cheering, praising his insane skills and natural god-tier muscle control. They begged him to teach them. Kruell just stared at them, totally confused by this wild reaction. The guys burst out laughing. Nobody had ever dropped their giant boss with a single hit before. Plus, he was a noble. It was obvious he was built different. And hey, the guy was incredibly handsome too. Kruell looked at all these buff guys surrounding him. He had absolutely zero clue what was happening. Surprisingly, he kind of loved the attention and grinned. They hit the tables immediately, hyping up the fancy noble's drinking tolerance. Bring on the alcohol. Tonight they were drinking as brothers. And surely a guy this strong could arm wrestle right. Kruell laughed, bragging about his noble bloodline. The whole tavern instantly erupted, shouting glory to the aristocrat. A little later, one of the muscle bros yelled that the cups were dry. They needed more booze right now. Brother Kruell was out of drinks, and he was completely wasted. Face totally flushed, he called them rude for having zero manners. But today, drinks were on him. He was going to show these peasants what high status really meant. What an absolutely epic day. Everyone raised a glass to Brother Kruell, and honestly, he couldn't stop smiling with them. Cut to later. Jan is literally dragging a blackout drunk Kruell through the freezing streets, slapping him to wake up. Jan threatened to actually kill him if he threw up right there. Kruell slurred out that he was totally sober, which was obviously a massive lie. Kruell slurred, asking where his buddy Billy was. Jan rolled his eyes. 10 minutes ago, Billy was beneath him, now they were besties. He muttered that Billy was just a hard worker. Kruell kept rambling. Those gym idiots praised him so much. It was so weird how well they treated him after just meeting today. Isn't it crazy, Jan? They were so insanely nice to him. They literally just met a few hours ago. I know I didn't expect this either. He actually starts sobbing, asking why his blood family was never this kind. Jan just stared in stunned silence. Kruell kept crying, saying his family should have just told him he was good enough. or that they believed in him. Suddenly Mom asked Jan what he spiked the drink with. Jan played dumb, asking what she meant. But Mom wasn't blind. She saw him drop something in the cup back at the tavern. Busted. Jan sighed, admitting he slipped in a special powder to completely purge Kruell's nasty demonic energy. And looking at him cry, it was definitely working. Mom was shocked. That powder is super expensive. Where did Jan get that kind of cash? Was Jan actually getting attached to this annoying noble? Why play nursemaid now? Jan scoffed. Did he actually care about him? No way. It just reminded him of his past. Seeing someone turn evil just because of bad influences, it bothered him. So he fixed it. But honestly, carrying him made Jan feel sick to his stomach. Mom just laughed. Not her problem, since she didn't have to carry the drunk guy. Sometime later, we cut to Duke Wolf's epic palace. Buried deep in freezing snow and ice. Inside the grand hall, a magical portal glowed brightly. Heavily armored knights gathered around announcing their successful arrival at the stronghold. Out stepped our main character, plus Lena, Cheryl, and a shivering Kruell. Cheryl looked around, amazed. So this was the famous Northern Palace. Lena frowned at the frozen floor, while Kruell complained about freezing to death. Was her homeland always this horribly cold? Their current epic quest, team up with the legendary Wolf Knights to absolutely crush the invading barbarians. Endless battles were being fought over the tiny bits of fertile land in this brutal wasteland. Knights need manpower badly. But here's what you and I gotta wonder. Will these proud northern warriors actually accept outside help? Lena suddenly told the group to stop. She had something important to tell everyone. Jan turned to her. Stick with me here. We're about to see a massive curveball, and she warned them to brace for the unexpected. The knight started whispering. Were these the special detachment reinforcements? Nope. Instead, an imposing butler greeted them politely, demanding they show some manners and walk right back out as uninvited guests. Hans coldly reminded them the North requested help, but he definitely didn't say he was ready to host guests. Understood? Eat Count Hans. Once the legendary commander of the Wolf Knights, now serving as a retired butler, regardless of his age, leading those knights means he's at least a third-rank powerhouse. A warrior of that caliber working as a butler, absolutely insane. Lena broke the tension, saying it had been a long time. Hans just stared silently. She stated she was here strictly on a special squad mission, warning him to watch his tone and show some respect. Hans fired back that she left without permission. Seriously. After not seeing each other for years, she was coming at him with that attitude. Joining the special squad without a single word to anyone. Did she seriously choose that path over her own people? Did she know how worried they were? Jan watched, admitting he totally didn't expect this sudden drama. Then Hans absolutely lost it, screaming about a tiny scratch on her cheek. How dare that old scoundrel captain let his precious madam get hurt? Blushing, she yelled back that this was exactly why she avoided visiting. More hurtful words. Hans wailed that they were eagerly waiting for her return. Her coming back was literally their only reason to keep living. Realizing she was acting too harsh, she finally softened up and told him to stop. Noticing his gray hair, she gently asked if he was feeling well. Touched by her genuine worry, Hans completely broke down, bawling his eyes out. Embarrassed, she shushed him. Mentioning the freezing weather, she quickly suggested they take this reunion indoors. Hans happily declared their chef could finally show off his skills again and generously allowed the uninvited guests to tag along. He added that the master was returning from a hunt soon, so they could all eat together. Lena froze. Using his actual name, her tone dropped to ice, stating she refused to hear anything about that man. She demanded he never mention her father again, vowing to finish her mission before he got back. Hans tried clearing up the huge misunderstanding, but she was already gone. Later, they sat at the table. You and I know this awkward feeling perfectly. Was this a sick joke? Waiting for Lena to return was apparently the house rule. Sitting there, starving, forbidden from touching the delicious food right in front of them. They were basically being treated like stray dogs. Kale started aggressively fidgeting, prompting Cheryl to desperately shush him. If he didn't behave, they'd treat him worse than a dog. Annoyed, Kale snapped back, asking if he was lying. He actually insult anyone? Right then, a deadpan maid walked up asking them to mind their manners since they were acting worse than mongrels. Furious, Kale demanded she repeat herself. Did this girl even know he was Count Dwight's son? The maid just blinked and said, "What?" She was literally just a maid at the Wolf estate. Kale was losing his mind over how unbelievably arrogant this ordinary servant was acting. Cheryl stepped in, begging him to chill out since Jan was still missing too. Still fuming, Kale questioned where he even was. Turns out Jan had mentioned some mysterious personal business. Apparently, he was looking for a specific item he could only find at this estate. Here's where it gets wild. Meanwhile, he entered the Wolf Armory. Surrounded by countless weapons, he recalled his past life. The Emperor back then had searched the entire continent just for one specific sword. Lore drop. The legendary Dragon Slayer defeated the very first dragon, split its massive body apart, and forged exactly 2 swords. After Bahamut struck him down, one blade fell into his hands. The current emperor tore the world apart, searching for the missing second sword. He dumped insane amounts of money into a special squad, sending them on a massive continent-wide manhunt. But he found absolutely nothing. He was totally ready to throw in the towel. Until suddenly the mythical blade was discovered. Jan stared in disbelief. This was the legendary weapon that even the founding emperor himself couldn't track down, a mythical artifact with 0 clues. He never imagined it was just casually collecting dust in some random northern armory this whole time. Behold the dragon sword Astalon, literally the twin brother of the exact same blade that pierced his heart in his past life. He smirked. Yes, this was the real deal. A weapon so powerful even the emperor couldn't destroy it. He reached out, but boom! A fierce magical shockwave violently erupted. Startled, he suddenly heard a mysterious voice echoing directly from the sword itself. A blinding pillar of light shot straight into the heavens. The sentient blade actually spoke aggressively, declaring he had absolutely no right. Jan forced his grip onto the hilt, shredding his glove to pieces. It hit him. The legendary sword was straight up rejecting his soul. Pissed off, he called the cursed junk worthless. He definitely heard it say he had no right. So what do you and I learn here? Never trust swords with attitude. Let's dive right into this wild manhwa. How interesting, she smirked. Jan just frowned. You know something? She laughed, saying it makes sense. A weapon like this has such a massive ego, it actually chooses its master. Jan blinked. Wait, it picks its owner. Some divine weapons have real personality, meaning the sword does the picking. She grinned. And basically, the sword thinks you're a joke. You're way out of its league, kid. Jan stood there, completely dumbfounded. Oh yeah, watch me rip it out right now. Out of its league, yeah, right. He flared his magic, summoning straight-up dark energy. He grabbed the hilt as the sword mentally screamed at him to back off. Suddenly, blinding light filled the room. Jan just gritted his teeth, veins popping as he roared back. I am perfectly suitable. Actually, I'm the best master you'll get. Stop rejecting me and just submit. Meanwhile, a grand banner went up over at the Wolf Palace. A whole squad of elite knights lined up. Lena casually picked up a blade and asked if this was her usual weapon. Her advisor pleaded with her to reconsider. But she turned and yelled to her knights. Listen up, we stopped the barbarians today. No mistakes allowed because today I, Lorena, am leading the charge. But her butler Hans was sweating. This was insanely dangerous. The knights cheered like crazy. Hans leaned in again. Mistress, please. Maybe we should just wait for the head of the family. She shot him a glare. I told you, drop it. Do you seriously think I'm too weak to handle my own duties? Keep doubting me, and you're fired. Seriously, Hans, we only need to grab 10 barbarian banners, right? Easy. Way easier than a lich. But pay close attention here. Hans knew she was underestimating them. To the barbarians, those banners hold the actual spirits of their ancestors. They will literally die to protect those flags. Giving up, Hans turned to the squad. Listen to me very carefully. Protect the mistress with everything you've got. Got it, Cheryl shouted, full of confidence. But Kruell just smirked. Hold on, we aren't exactly her personal bodyguards. Cheryl immediately started bickering with him, then turned and politely thanked Hans for the new winter clothes. Without them, they would absolutely freeze out there. Lena blinked in surprise. Wait, you gave them these? He was always so thoughtful. Hans beamed at the praise, then noticed her outfit. Ah, wearing the squad uniform. She proudly nodded, saying it was her very first mission with the Special Forces. Then she looked around. Where's our missing guy? Right on cue, Yan showed up, apologizing. Sorry I'm late, a little issue took way too long. The squad stared. He missed lunch, sure, but what the heck happened to his face? Kruell burst out laughing. Who beat him up so badly? He looked absolutely wrecked, sporting a freshly broken nose. Jan just scowled, staring blankly ahead. His mood was totally ruined. Meanwhile, the sword lady's voice echoed, mocking his character. Look how dirty you are. I know what you're thinking. Jan's pissed. He yelled shut up and she told him to quit. Annoying guys like you aren't popular. Jan fired back that he had all day. He absolutely refused to just yield. The sword fight was still happening in his head. Then Lena nervously walked up, not wanting him to misunderstand something. Jan snapped out of it. Blushing, Lena explained she was only wearing this specific uniform for her first squad mission. She kept rambling about how practical and comfortable it was. Sure, it wasn't warm, but you could totally layer a coat. She desperately wanted to clear things up. Jan had zero clue what she meant, but he just nodded along smoothly. It looks great on you. Boom. She turned bright red, totally flustered, while Jan just cluelessly repeated the compliment. Knights, move out immediately, she shrieked, spinning around to hide her massive blush. Jan stood there completely confused, as always. She screamed to open the gates, and the squad finally rolled out. She hyped the knights up. They had to be flawless today because she was leading them. The men cheered wildly. Kruell scoffed, calling them country bumpkins, making a huge fuss over mere barbarians. Jan just rolled his eyes at the arrogant noble. These guys weren't scared at all. The mighty wolf family always kept the empire safe, right? Things had changed. The tribes were now united under strong leaders, forging a genuinely terrifying and massive new kingdom. It was a massive threat to the Empire's security, ready to strike at any moment. And their terrifying barbarian king, they call him the absolute strongest man in the world, Valega. His raw power is enough to directly threaten the entire Kabbalan Empire. Valega wasn't just a king. He was one of the 5 legendary warriors threatening the Empire, literally the strongest human alive. With his godlike physique, there wasn't a single combat move this absolute beast couldn't perfectly execute. The scariest part, he could read an opponent's exact stats and abilities with a single glance. A walking nightmare for the Imperial Knights. In his past life, nothing could kill him. They have 0 clues on his location right now. Stick around because you and I both know things are about to get crazy. Stick with me, let's see if he survives another total disaster. 2 later. A massive squad of knights gathers up in the freezing wolf territory. The 3rd squad is marching out, gearing up for war. Kruell, he is already whining about the distance. They are dragging their feet through knee-deep snow. Why get off their horses? Simply because riding in this blizzard is basically impossible. Jan points out the obvious: everything is just blindingly white. It makes tracking distance a nightmare. Lena questions their thoughts on this place. Maybe they just see a frozen wasteland. Winter dominates here, 200 days a year. Wolf territory is basically just endless snow. Living here is brutal, but hey, the land is free. Yet some absolute legends live here full-time. Tougher and braver than anyone else. That earns her respect. Plus, is there not a strange beauty to it? Jan nods, calling her a true role model. Cheryl totally agrees Lena is the best. The knights even start hyping her up as their absolute savior. Lady Lena is top tier, Cheryl nods right along. The guys start cheering that the freezing landscape looks gorgeous with Lady Lena around. She just snaps at them to keep it down. Weapons ready, someone from the 3rd squad suddenly points ahead. Lady Lena, look, a bright red signal flare lights up the sky. Now pay attention here. That red flare means scouts spotted barbarians, so things are about to get really bloody. Kruell just smirks. Finally, some real action to cure his boredom. One knight calls him a bit cocky but tells him to stay sharp. Squad leader Sabo warns they are about to see pure carnage. Kruell scoffs. Pure carnage, yeah, right. Do they even know what his squad usually fights? We are talking goblins, giant griffins, and literally an ancient lich. Next to that, barbarians sound like a warm-up. Sabo shrugs. Fine, let us go then. These guys are a special elite unit. They hunt terrifying monsters for breakfast without breaking a sweat, so naturally they think no monster can shake them. But what they are about to find, totally different kind of horror. They reach a tiny, pathetic little village, but inside, an absolute stomach-turning massacre. Villagers beg them to spare the kids. Now, they just lie lifeless in red snow. Cheryl is totally confused. Are knights not meant to protect the weak? Did they not swear an oath to their actual lord? This looks like a demon's work. Honestly, who are the real savages in this situation? Kruell just tells Cheryl to shut her eyes. Nothing worth looking at here. Jan realizes the gore does not even faze him. Great, that means his inner demonic energy is under control. Everyone else, though, horrified. I know what you are thinking. But real war is never just standing on boundary lines. The butchery never stops until one side is gone. They literally slaughtered everyone, kids included. As the future, Lord Lena knew this reality. But reading about a massacre and staring at 2 entirely different beasts, this massive burden falls entirely on Lena's shoulders now. Can she actually handle this heavy weight? Jan quietly stares at a dead mother still clutching her tiny baby in the snow. Cheryl wonders if maybe these victims were evil, suggesting they go check. Kruell warns her that approaching is a terrible idea. They walk up to the little baby. One knight coldly smirks, calling the kid lucky. Better to die now than grow up as barbarian scum. He literally swings his blade down, but Cheryl screams, "Stop!" She begs him to stop. The knight fully intends to strike, while the squad watches tense. Right then, Lena steps in, blocking his massive strike with her own sword. Lady Lena. She firmly commands them to stop. The armed fighters are dead. They will grab their supplies and head back now, and nobody touches this infant. Her word is final. Jan respects her bold call, but the knights. They immediately start grumbling and whispering behind her back. Did she seriously just protect a barbarian? Must be a sick joke. Their absolute bloodlust starts bubbling up again instantly, but Lena stands firm. She has trained her sword skills up north since childhood. She fully understands the brutal reality of fighting barbarians and accepts this dark responsibility. Here is the kicker: the dead mother wore thin clothes but wrapped her baby in premium furs. Seeing that sacrifice literally changed Lena. So what do you and I make of this? She ordered them not to kill the child, claiming full responsibility herself. Stick with me here. Why on earth is the mistress protecting a screaming baby? The local knight wasn't having it, warning that even one barbarian survivor could absolutely wreck their kingdom. Lord's daughter or not, he claimed she had zero authority here. but she fired right back, calling it way too cruel to punish a kid just for his bloodline. He's literally a harmless infant. She was furious. How dare a lowly knight question his own boss's direct orders? The knight didn't care. He told her to drop the kid, or was she actively challenging the Nightwolf squad on their own turf? Cheryl snapped back, calling them absolute trash. Since when did a knight's duty involve executing helpless babies? Have they zero shame? Kruell chimed in, saying letting the baby die would ruin his own image. Like, how could he even sleep knowing that the knight captain warned her to watch her mouth? She was literally shielding a sworn enemy right in front of them. She even grasped the consequences, just as Jan suspected the tension was hitting a boiling point. These wolf territory guards were dead set. You just can't fight decades of pure hatred with basic logic or morals. Way too much blood had been spilled to just let things go. Asking for forgiveness here was basically a total insult. Now watch closely. Right here, Jan feels a sudden shift. What is that insane aura? The knights exchanged nervous looks. And then boom, the barbarian chieftain literally drops from the sky. The boss was here. Everyone braced for impact, but this monster just clenched his fist and completely shattered the earth beneath them. Blinding light and fiery energy erupted everywhere. The raw power was absolutely suffocating, and Lena instantly went into full rage mode. The whole area turned into a spinning, roaring tornado of flames. When the thick dust finally settled, the knight was in pure shock. A direct ambush. What were their useless scouts even doing? The chieftain just grabbed a knight by the skull, growling out one question. Did they kill them? He meant his family, his people. Without blinking, Habru crushed the knight, ending him right on the spot. He promised them the exact same fate. Slow, agonizing pain. He tossed the broken knight aside while Lena screamed at him to stop. Going for the sneak attack, she charged from behind. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light exploded. She swung her sword straight at his head with total confidence. But snap, the blade literally shattered against his bare skull. She panicked. He was way too fast. His massive hand reached for her, but the other knights jumped in, screaming for her to run. One knight gave her a tragic look, apologizing. This was it. They were completely outmatched. They hacked at his massive body, but their weapons just snapped like twigs. With their last breath, they apologized for disrespecting her earlier and begged her to survive. Her eyes widened in absolute horror. With just one brutal swing from the leader, the knight was completely wiped out. Habru roared, demanding she die too. He swung hard, but bam, our boy Jan unleashed the Black Wolf spell. A second later, blood actually started pouring from Habru's chest. He stared down, totally stunned that his body was actually bleeding. Jan smirked, calling it just a warm-up scratch. Next time he'd slice him clean in half. He stepped up weapon ready, and Habru finally got serious. Those markings, they're called Ajiman. It's a wild technique barbarian bosses use to literally ink raw mana right into their own flesh. Let that sink in for a second. These tattoos pump pure magic straight into their muscles like steroids. It turns their skin to iron. Mix that invincibility with elite martial arts, and you get a walking, talking weapon of mass destruction. Jan admitted the guy was tougher than expected. In response, Habru completely lost it, roaring for Jan to drop dead. The other boys rushed in, yelling battle cries. They charged the giant from the flank, but their blades just loudly clashed together. Kruell yelled back at Cheryl, saying this exact chaos was why she needed to stay away. Habru was just baffled by these kids. Calling them totally pathetic, he swatted at them like annoying little flies. Landing hard, Kruell groaned that his attack did 0 damage. Like, is this guy even slightly human? Lena pointed out that his sudden ambush had totally caught the knights off guard, so they had to finish this. Just then, Cheryl ran up to Lady Lena, confirming the baby was safe. Kruell scoffed, claiming that if she hadn't been in the way, he totally would have chopped the boss down. Lena glared. Excuse me, what did you say? He doubled down, saying he had the perfect shot, but she blocked him. Lena snapped right back. He was the one messing up her rhythm. Besides, she clearly recalled kicking his butt in their last training session. She really didn't get how practice even mattered in real combat. Jan finally snapped, yelling at them to shut up. Bickering in front of a giant boss was just embarrassing. They instantly turned on him. Oh, so Jan thinks he can solo this monster. He smirked. Never said that, but yeah. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want more. Let's dive right in. Lena was totally panicking. If that boss attacked them right now, it was game over. Right on cue, Habru unleashed his magic, blasting the whole squad with one hit. He screamed that since they wiped out his crew, he was sending them straight to the grave. No holding back this time. The squad charged back. But Yan, chilling on the sidelines, realized this messy strategy was an absolute disaster. If Lena and Kruell were actual pros, sure. But everyone just wanted to show off, turning the fight into pure chaos. Cheryl eagerly volunteered to jump in, but Yan totally shut her down. He told her to just hang back for now. Suddenly, Yan froze up. Cheryl hyped herself up, shouting that she would back up Lady Lena her own way. Lena agreed. And boom, Cheryl stepping in actually changed the whole flow. Even Habru looked completely baffled by it. Her magic was basic as hell, and her hand signs were super simple, but those tiny spells popped off at the perfect moments, completely fixing the team's sloppy, uncoordinated mess. Jan was absolutely stunned by her hidden talent. It was genuinely amazing. But wait, classic regression problem. He never heard of any Cheryl in his past life. Why is she here? The squad started loudly arguing about how to launch their ultimate combo, bickering mid-battle. The crazy brawl against Habru dragged on, and the boss finally took some nasty cuts. Shocked by the damage, Habru desperately tried to block their attacks, but his massive body was slowly getting wrecked. Watch closely here. Jan warped in, unleashing his 15th dark spirit form, victory or defeat. He violently struck Habru, shouting enough. Habru was completely clueless. What was even happening? Jan instantly used the reverse rotation of his 15th dark spirit form, leveraging the defeat of the heavens to absolutely crush his enemy. Habru started screaming in pure agony and terror. A devastating slash cut his chest, dropping Habru to the ground. The squad gasped as he knelt. Was the boss actually down? They could not relax yet. Habru tried to speak, totally dazed, just coughing out. What? Lena warned them his energy was still spiking. This wasn't over yet. Habru glared at them like an absolute beast, then launched skyward. He completely evaporated. Yep, the big bad boss just rage quit. Zero honor, just pure survival instincts. Lena was bummed he escaped, but hey, everyone survived. Time to head back and report this crazy mess. But wait, where did Jan go? He was literally just standing there. Did he seriously chase after that massive guy alone? Meanwhile, Habru was dragging himself away, tightly clutching his bleeding chest. He convinced himself this pain was nothing compared to his tribe's suffering. He had to survive. He had to get bloody revenge. I know what you're thinking. He got away, right? Wrong. Jan suddenly spoke up casually, praising the boss for knowing when to run. If he had stayed even a second longer, he'd be dead. Running isn't shameful. It's smart. Surviving is winning. Habru, absolutely terrified, demanded to know how this kid tracked him down so fast. Jan told him to chill out. He wasn't here for murder. Habru was completely thrown off. Jan just wanted answers, then he'd let him walk. Jan dropped a very specific name, Valiga. Did the boss know anything about this mysterious person? His exact location. Habru instantly snapped, telling him to shut up. Jan just frowned. Habru absolutely lost it. Raising his giant fist, he screamed never to speak that name. Suddenly, the rocks around them started violently shaking. Jan sighed. So you chose death, Habru roared, launching a vicious dark wolf attack straight at him. Jan dodged, reminding him he didn't want to kill him, but this was getting annoying. He yelled that mindlessly swinging fists wouldn't even leave a scratch. Habru screamed he would butcher anyone who dared threaten Valega. They had a dream to build a beautiful world together. United, they were going to fix this completely broken reality. Jan figured as much. Without hesitating, he chanted a weird spell, leaving the angry boss completely confused. Huge stone pillars suddenly erupted from the ground. Trapped inside a deadly rock prison, Habru realized he was totally cornered. It was mere dirt. Seriously, his final move. Habru lunged aggressively, grabbing Jan by the shoulder, screaming at him to die and pull out his actual hidden trump card. Suddenly, Momon appeared right beside Jan. She instantly cast a massive blinding lightning spell. Habru froze in absolute shock. Surrounded by roaring flames, his brain couldn't even process this insane level of power. As Habru literally began turning to ash, Momon smugly asked Jan if he finally got it. He'd never survive without her. She always lectured him magic without imagination is garbage. With her, magic is a masterpiece. He was still just her lowly student. Jan just groaned and told her to shut up. Momon laughed, bragging about how much fun that fight actually was. Habru mentally apologized, breaking his sunset promise. And that's where we stop. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. He always hoped for a better world. Right then, our guy admitted stopping that beast was absolutely no joke, and if he had just mastered his master's teachings, none of this mess would have happened. But honestly, he hadn't even learned half of it. Jan admitted the enemy was ridiculously strong, and Chief Habru was totally crushed. Barely holding on, Habru asked why his people had to be wiped out. They only fought to survive in this brutal wasteland. Was it really too much to just settle down in peace? Jan answered that the wolf family was just fighting to crush threats like them. Habru stared in disbelief. Was this guy seriously joking after winning? Jan kept a straight face. He was dead serious. Seeing this strong warrior's honesty, Habru begged for one final desperate favor. He saw them take away a kid from his tribe. That boy was the very last one. Please just spare his life. Jan told him to relax. The kid was actually taken by a decent guy, so he definitely wouldn't end up living as some slave. With his last bit of strength, Habru pulled a special item from his pocket. He said this was his very life, and now it would be proof of their sacred promise. It was the chieftain's bone necklace. Taking it, that meant taking over the whole tribe. Jan didn't exactly have to keep a promise to a dying guy, but whatever. He agreed because he simply didn't have the heart to say no. Habru smiled, hoping this world was truly wonderful. Jan gently told him he would definitely be reborn somewhere much better next time. Fast forward to the Duchy of Wolf. The big boss commander shouted out, hyping up the troops for an absolutely massive win. In this crazy battle, they totally wrecked 2 outposts and finally took down Chief Habru. This epic glory belongs to absolutely everyone who put their lives on the line today. Time to drink up. Commander Yelium joked that he would personally force any sober idiot to crawl on the dirt by the end of the night. The whole squad screamed for the glory of Wolf, throwing their mugs into the air. Kruell was busy drinking and laughing while Jan was quietly staring at Lorena, who was hiding out behind some barrels. Yelium walked over to check on her. She called out his name and he sighed with relief that she survived. Plus, she was the badass who actually took down the chieftain. She awkwardly denied it, but William insisted he could totally go snatch the rest of the tribal banners if she just gave the word. She quickly shook her head. No need for that at all. William paused and asked, was she acting like this because of Baz? She clearly wasn't used to this rough life yet. He told her not to cry. They were fierce knights of the north, the mighty Wolf Duchy. Pay attention here. Regular folks think knights are just fancy noblemen who fight fair. In reality, they just die bloody on the battlefield. William claimed Baz should be thrilled honestly since he died doing his job protecting his young mistress. He even joked he would gladly die for her himself, but sadly he was just way too overpowered to die. He seriously envied the guy. Lena snapped at him to stop talking like that, but William kept pushing, saying they'd ignore the little barbarian kid she brought back just for her. Lady Lena finally smiled and double-checked, really. William warned her though. She couldn't get attached and start treating that thing like a real human being. She knows it is basically an animal right. He glared at her with a super dark, threatening look in his eyes. She fired back that calling him an animal was way too far, but William doubled down. They were literally wild beasts. Honestly, barbarians were worse. Having an enemy inside the walls is always way scarier than an army outside them. Letting the kids stay put the whole duchy at risk. Lena yelled that she was taking 100% responsibility, so he needed to back off and chill. You and I know she makes a fair point. The duchy is huge. One little kid wouldn't destroy everything, right? But William remembered his own past mistakes. Grinding his teeth, he coldly warned her that taking responsibility wasn't some fun little game. Innocent people could get slaughtered, even if the enemy never actually stepped foot inside their borders. Could she really handle the deep grief those ruined families would experience? That was his final piece of advice. She really needed to sit down and rethink everything. He walked off while she screamed, "Why act so nice normally, but treat a kid like garbage?" He totally ignored her, leaving her puffing her cheeks in pure annoyance. Right then, Hans strolled up, looking confused. He asked if William was just there, since he totally heard someone yelling nearby. She complained that William was throwing a fit over the barbarian kid they saved. Hans frowned, instantly getting annoyed. How dare William get mad at her? That meathead can't see anything past his own heavy armor anyway. Then Hans sighed, calming down. He asked her to try and understand William, because there was actually a dark reason for his behavior. 30 years ago, the kingdom decided to wipe out the barbarians once and for all. During that brutal campaign, a young knight walking through a burned-down village stumbled right into a barbarian child. The boy was freezing completely naked and didn't even have a single weapon. Trust me, you will want to see this. The knight took the kid and ignoring all warnings, even his own doubts. Let us dive right into this tragic backstory. The kid was brought to the mansion raised by the knight's sweet young bride. For a whole year, she gave him nothing but pure love. She genuinely thought kindness could fix him, but tragedy struck hard. Out of nowhere, the kid attacked her, ended her life, and bolted. The knight came home to a completely shattered world. He held her lifeless body crying and begging for forgiveness. If only he had stayed home, right? That trauma broke him. He became the ruthless knight commander, showing zero mercy to any barbarian kid. Lena finally connected the dots. That heartbroken young knight was William. No wonder he absolutely despised the barbarians from the bottom of his soul. Looking down, she quietly admitted she had zero clue about his dark past. Hans sighed, admitting it was not just William. Tons of knights had lost their families and best friends to those exact barbarians. Guilt hit Lena like a truck. Her actions caused massive drama, but Hans gently told her not to beat herself up. Meanwhile, our main character was literally hiding behind some barrels. Jan figured the commander was a lost cause now, but he still had a promise to keep. Then Hans dropped the real plot twist. Now pay close attention here. The barbarians were uniting under a terrifying leader named Vili, the exact same kid William adopted. Jan practically choked. Vili, the exact guy he had been trying so insanely hard to track down. This whole time, the guy was tied to Beowulf territory. The Duke tried to keep it buried, but now Jan had the ultimate cheat sheet. Talk about insane luck. This info was pure gold for tracking down Vili later on. Hans totally got that Lena was just trying to be a good person. He did not blame her, but things were messy. He asked her to step back for a bit so he could handle it. She got totally mad. No way, she would never forgive him for this. Hans fired back. Did she have a better plan? She was completely speechless, having no idea what to say. Right on cue, our main character casually walked up telling them they were making a super simple problem way too complicated. Lena just stared at him. Did he seriously think this massive mess was simple? Oh, absolutely. He grinned and told them to chill out. Hans warned him to back off. Being her buddy did not mean he could mess with serious duchy politics. I know what you are thinking. Jan's got a crazy plan, right? He smiled. Just go straight to Duke Beowulf and ask for his permission. The Duke literally runs the entire north. If the big boss says yes, who dares to complain? Hans lost his mind. Absolute garbage. He would never allow it. Who would even dare ask him? Lena thought for a second. Boom. She would do it. She would personally ask her terrifying dad. Meanwhile, William was taking a moody walk, totally regretting how harshly he had snapped at Lena during their last chat. Was she gonna hate him forever? Still, he had to keep her safe. Suddenly, a loud bell rang out, confusing him since it was super late. Then he looked up. The Frost Knight's flag was flying high above the walls. The legends had returned. He was completely stunned. Did the Duke use his crazy overpowered strength to finish the military campaign this fast? A guy walked up noticing William looked like absolute garbage. What was stressing him out? It was Jian, captain of the Frost Knights. William was incredibly relieved to see his face. The Frost Knights were finally back. The Duke definitely had to be here too, right? Nope. Jian explained that the boss still had stuff to do and just sent the knights ahead. William panicked. The Duke was left all alone out in the freezing northern sea. Was he going to be okay? Jian laughed. To the Duke, the deadly northern sea is basically a kiddie pool. Pray for the monsters, not the Duke. Anyway, Jian brought up the rumor that Miss Lena brought a barbarian kid home. Sounded like a massive headache. William nervously said he was fine, asking why Jian even cared about his drama. Jian was just worried about the miss. Everyone knows she is way too nice for her own good. She finds a stray dog and stays with it all day. William wondered if he was just another stray. Jian changed the subject. What about that special squad she brought? Are those rookies actually good enough to protect her? William admitted they had some skills, but they were definitely still super green. Rookies, basically. But that one guy, Jan, total wildcard. As long as he is around, the miss is completely safe. Jian smirked, totally getting the vibe. Was William just being a grumpy old man worrying too much? So what do you and I make of all this? Even with Miss Lena back safely, Jian still had a horrible gut feeling. A massive typhoon was coming straight for them. Fast forward a bit, and Jan's crew was hanging out in the castle wing. Alright, stick with me on this one. Mom sips her free drink, reflecting on how their heated custody battles over the kid have finally started to chill out. Meanwhile, our MC drops a warning. The barbarian assault is on hold for a few days. 3 banners snatched up, and who knows when they'll grab the rest. But honestly, that's not slowing her down. She schools Jan right there, throwing down multiple magic circles and telling him to watch closely. Like, when will he stop blindly swinging that sword and actually learn magic? She just burned her secret mana stash. He nods along, but plot twist, total deception. The absolute nerve of this guy to siphon away all of her Lich mana. Cut over to the nearby training ground. William and Kruell are locked in heavy swordplay. Blades crash together. The knight shouts for him to dodge right and show some guts under fire. Kruell blocks and counters. William cheerfully teases that it's too rough, urging a deeper lunge. Kruell just curses, yelling about fairness. I mean, he's holding a literal stick against a real blade. How is he supposed to win against those stacked odds? William just laughs at his fierce determination. Our MC watches from the sidelines, prompting Mom to ask why he's suddenly into sparring. Bored? Nope. He admits that clashing with Kabur made him realize just how many weak spots he still has. Without her, he'd be dead meat. She just giggles playfully, telling him to stop spouting lies. Now, pay attention here, because things get interesting. He totally sucks up mentioning an Elan clue. It pushes back when touch something the Northern Knights completely missed. To them, it just felt super heavy. Probably the result of Beowulf's signature magic technique. You know, that snow spirit trick that absolutely juices the dungeon's mana levels? It basically functions like a mana heart. So now he's super eager to figure out how to learn this exact skill. Mom asks why Kruell is even sparring. MC smirks. Dude got tired of being his punching bag and outsourced the beatings. Mom deadpans that as a literal lich, even she finds him terrifyingly inhuman. Blame it on childhood trauma, maybe. She promises to track down a therapist for him. Then Jian walks up saying he is super pumped to finally meet. They haven't crossed paths yet, right? Jian introduces himself and MC realizes he's actually the knight captain. MC gives his name back while Jian apologizes for the delayed intro. Our guy just brushes it off entirely. Jian praises him for taking down Kabur, insane for his age. MC plays it cool, claiming pure luck. He insists Lena's squad did the heavy lifting and he just stole the final hit. Jian chuckles, shifting gears to ask a very specific question. Why use the young Miss's first name? Isn't that way too chummy? Are they secretly more than just friends? What exactly did he do to her? Answer now. Jan just mentally sighs. Every dude in this place is completely unhinged. Must be the freezing weather messing with their heads. He clarifies it's a huge misunderstanding, they barely even talk. Jian instantly chills out and apologizes. But then he glares again. Wait, why aren't they talking to each other? You and I are seeing the pure comedy now. Does she hate him? Does he hate her? What actually happened? Did he hurt her feelings? MC just stares in silence. Meanwhile, Jian thinks this quiet vibe is exactly why William hyped him up. The kid is level 5 but clearly sitting on limitless freakish potential. Jian casually tosses a wooden training sword his way and challenges him to join their sparring match, claiming even their rookie could easily wipe the floor with him. A squad knight named Mir steps right up flashing a cocky smirk. Jan just smiles back thinking this is an absolutely golden opportunity. Jan shrugs makes zero difference to him. He even tells them to grab a real blade if it makes them feel better. Mir is stunned. The other knights gasp. Jian just laughs out loud, mocking how insanely arrogant kids are these days. But then Jian drops the joke and orders Mir to go all out. Mir agrees, lunging fiercely at Jan while yelling that he definitely should have chosen a real weapon. Jan readies his stance. The knight swings hard, but instantly a wooden sword goes flying out of someone's grip. The wooden blade launches toward the ceiling, spins wildly and clatters down. Jian stares in absolute horror. Jan casually rests the tip of his sword against Mir's throat. The entire crowd is totally speechless. He just one-shotted an elite Frost Squad knight. MC politely asks if he's okay. But to that defeated knight, Jan's calm face looks like a straight-up sleep paralysis demon. Meanwhile, deep in the northern forest of stone, Spikes the Lich demands to know if Beowulf is still trapped at sea. The old man nods. Beowulf hasn't returned to the duchy. Pondering this, the Lich commands him to instantly summon the tribal chieftains in his name. Back at camp, Kruell loses his match against William, who proudly hypes him up. Praising how his skills level up mid-fight, truly a terrifying talent, Kruell thinks he's joking angrily, pointing out he never even came close to landing a hit. So what do we learn here? William's definition of almost means missing by 600 pages. Alright, stick with me here. He laughed off the huge distance like a total joke. Even leaving now, he knows he is only going to get stronger. After thanking him, William heard gasps behind his back. Turning around, he realized a whole squad of elite Frost Knights had just crashed the party. What was going on? Stepping closer, he spotted Jan totally destroying that knight. The knights yelled that this was completely humiliating. Our main character assumed he crushed the guy's pride, but plot twist, it was the exact opposite. They were seriously impressed. Mir stood up, actually thanking him for the beatdown. Sure, he lost, but the kid was good. His buddies mercilessly roasted Mir for getting old. He tried to play it cool, though the jokes stung. Jan watched his carefree reaction. For most, knight's pride is literally everything. Usually, they throw a tantrum when they lose. Out here, every single fight is life or death. Shockingly, his ego survived the loss. That chill attitude is exactly why they are called the Northern Wall. Then, another guy casually stepped up for next. Enter Logan Knight number 99 of the Frost Squad. Smiling, he geared up for his turn to spar. He realized he still sucked at using Northern Mana, but hey, not a deal breaker yet. Their blades clashed instantly. Logan smoothly apologized for Mir being such a massive pain. Watch closely here. Because Mir was rude, Logan went full power. The main character easily tracked his signature ice and snow sword technique. He threw out quick textbook strikes, asking if Logan's moves were a bit basic. Jan blurred around him with insane speed. Logan just waited patiently for the perfect opening. A cloak flashed behind him. He spun around and slashed totally, thinking he landed it. Nope. A brutal elbow to the chest came from behind. Wait, did he just use his own clothes as a decoy? Coughing up blood, he hit the dirt and laughed, admitting defeat. That single clash proved just how overpowered the kid was. He said thanks while the knights started bickering like children over who got to fight him next. No cutting lines. Jan just stood there watching the chaos. William walked over asking his opinion on the new guy. He flat out admitted he finally gets all the massive hype. William mentioned his buddy Kruell was tough, but this kid was on a totally broken tier. That sneaky chief instructor trained him. Everyone thought the guy was terrible at politics, but somehow he pulled off a massive win here. Is he really hoarding all the top-tier talent? Jan completely agreed with him. He should totally join their duchy. Plus, they need to keep annoying little bugs away from their precious mistress. If he tries to charm her, they are ready. William nodded. Who dares speak to her so casually? Jan wrapped up another easy win. But you and I know peace never lasts. Boom, barbarian attack. A blaring horn shattered the mood. Emergency sirens. The knights instantly switched to war mode. Hans shouted over the chaos, ordering every single knight in the area to grab weapons. Seeing the polite butler fully strapped in armor, yeah, things just got incredibly serious. He ran over, warning William and Jan about the invasion. The fortress gates were already smashed. The barbarians were pushing deep, led by Volley. Hearing that name drop, our main character visibly frowned. This attack was way too early. Did the timeline just glitch again? Everyone scrambled to the walls. Staring at the flames, Hans realized they smashed the third wall. These guys were fast. William demanded a status update. The knight confirmed the 3rd detachment was currently holding the line. Defending that wall was a lost cause now. Evacuate everyone and fall back to the 2nd. But the enemy numbers were absolutely insane. Fighting them head-on was a terrible idea. 30,000 enemies, William freaked out. How do you miss a massive army sneaking up? Where the heck were their scouts? Probably dead, to be honest. They figured out who owned this land and struck at the absolute worst possible moment. Cursing loudly, William barked orders. Jan and the Frost Squad focused on moving civilians to safety. His unit rushed the 2nd wall for a brutal standoff. Feelings aside, the castle needed defending. Jan muttered a curse. The timeline had shifted again, involving the exact event he hated most. What changed since Beowulf's territory? Trust me, you and I are about to find out. Alright, let's dive into the chaos. Beowulf was holding Vi off, but could he actually win this? Everything finally clicked for our guy when he, Lena, and the group took that trip up north. Back at the siege, a barbarian grunt hyped up his boss. They smashed the 3rd wall and kept pushing. The boss wasn't rushing. He ordered his fastest fighters forward, demanding they crush that next barricade without fail. Suddenly, our MC figured out Vi's whole game plan. He wanted Lena as a hostage. Over at the 2nd wall's west gate, the 3rd White Knight Squad was holding the line hard. These guys were fighting like absolute beasts to keep the horde out of the castle. Their captain screamed at them. Even if they were half dead, they had to bite down and fight. They had to survive until the Duke got back. But right then the captain dropped dead. Seeing this, Vi hyped his brothers into pure rage mode. Now watch closely. Payback time was here. This bloodbath was their prayer for fallen comrades. By tomorrow, they planned to totally rule the north. Absolute madness. Meanwhile, Lena and Cheryl were throwing down together. Lena scanned the chaos, checking on her friend. Cheryl nodded but pointed out the endless swarm of enemies pouring in. Staying here meant total game over. Lena ordered her to ditch the fight and evacuate the kids. Cheryl panicked, refusing to just leave her behind alone, but Lena insisted she could slip away way easier by herself. She had to go. Trusting her, Cheryl bolted to save the kids, begging Lena to stay alive until she got back. Boom, solo mode. While she tried to process this crazy invasion, a nasty laugh echoed right behind her. A massive barbarian had her cornered. He swung his giant axe up, but then completely froze. Lena was totally confused watching him. Why stop right before a kill shot? The guy choked, then dropped like a rock, revealing Yan standing right there. He gasped that he finally caught up to her. She asked why he even cared. Without answering, he snatched her hand and just sprinted, leaving her super confused. What was his deal and where were they going? He yelled that she had to get back to the castle right now. She was literally the main target. Lena frowned, totally clueless. Jan explained the big boss wanted her because she was the Duke's only weakness. Classic villain move. Use the girl to trap the Duke. His squad was stalling, but if the chief stepped up, they were all getting one-shotted. If she got captured, game over for everyone. She had to run, even if they all died for it. Lena fought back. How could she just ditch them? Suddenly, running past the tower, MC heard something crack. I know you saw this coming. A giant tower started collapsing right onto them. He shoved her away, screaming to run. Then boom, the rubble totally separated them. Lena blinked away the dust, realizing her leg was completely wrecked. Staring at the mess, she wondered who could hit that hard. She screamed for Jan. Absolute silence. She yelled his name again, begging him to say something. Panic was setting in hard. Then a deep voice joked from the shadows, asking if his entrance was a bit too flashy. She knew instantly. This was the final boss, Vi. He laughed, realizing his reputation preceded him, so skipping introductions was fine. Just looking at this dude paralyzed her. She hadn't felt fear like this since dealing with her father. With a busted leg, a long fight was a guaranteed death sentence for her. It had to be a one-shot kill. Seeing her gather all her mana, he instantly teleported right into her face, taunting her. Did she seriously think she could one-shot him? His insane speed left her totally terrified. She literally couldn't track his movements at all. Now she fully grasped the monster she was facing. He ordered her to stay quiet to avoid getting hurt. She was way too valuable. She stayed quiet, glaring away. Vi just smirked, making a joke about his own youth. Then he whipped around and blasted Jan, mocking the Dark Wolf for being way too obvious. Lena screamed in terror. Vi bragged about sensing the ambush, but his cocky grin vanished instantly. Jan's body completely dissolved into pure, magical energy right in front of him. MC was already chilling behind him, with Lena asking if the boss really trusted his eyes that much. Pure illusion magic. Trust me, you and I are gonna love this trick. He smirked, telling the big boss their real fight was scheduled for later. Lena just desperately demanded he let her go. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. She lightly smacks his face, already barking orders. Valley fumes, yelling that tricking him once was pure luck and he will rip him apart in under a minute. He just smirks. Does he actually think he has that much time? By the time they fight, his actual target will be long gone. Valley just scoffs, calling it complete garbage. He says his target is right here. But Jan clarifies no, he means his real prize. the Elan. That is what he actually wants, right? The legendary dragon sword Elan. Rumor has it this blade guarantees absolute victory in any clash. Getting his hands on that sword, conquering the entire empire suddenly becomes totally possible. Jan strikes a deal. He will drop the sword's exact location, but in exchange, he is taking the girl. They have some super important business. He finally puts her down. Vali glares, asking if he should just let them walk. Jan repeats, he will reveal exactly where Elan is hiding. Lena whispers, totally confused, does this dragon sword actually exist? He mutters that it is in the armory. Shocked, she asks if he is really just handing it over. He shoots her a sneaky little smile. Hell no, he is going to feed him a totally fake one, but there is a catch. Vali literally grew up in the Beowulf Duchy. Jan is sweating, thinking the guy might actually know too much about the real dragon sword. With his sharp eyes, Vali could spot the fake instantly. Even if he did not know Elan's true power, he would never just walk away from it. Now watch closely, Jan drops the ultimate bait. Will the big guy bite? Vali screams in pure rage, so that is what humans call it. Turns out this isn't just any blade. It is the ruler's weapon passed down through his barbarian tribe for generations. Jan secretly celebrates. It worked, he warns Vali that time is ticking. The knights are literally moving the sword to a secure vault right now, plus Duke Beowulf is on his way back. Vali has to choose right now the legendary sword or the girl. Vali sneers. He hates making choices. So he is going with option 3. He will murder Jan, snatch the girl, and take the legendary sword. Before the words even leave his mouth, boom, he warps right between them. His speed is absolutely off the charts. They are totally stunned. Vali sentences him to death, exploding with a terrifying battle aura that sends them both flying. Jan yells out for the girl, but the massive barbarian is already in his face. He calls him an arrogant punk. How dare he try forcing a negotiation? He lifts his massive leg high, vowing to make Jan literally beg for the chance to spill the sword's location. Smash. But weirdly, Jan just smirks. Then an insane wave of pressure crushes down, shattering the entire area to dust. But miraculously, Jan survives. Sliding across some rubble, he admits that was a close one. He totally tanked the hit. Did Vali actually think he was bluffing? Vali snaps at him to shut it. He only paused because he noticed something crazy. That thing hanging on Jan's belt. It is Kabor's bracelet. How the hell did he get that? Jan casually replies that Kabor gave it to him. Vali is completely dumbfounded. Jan explains that Kabor entrusted it to him, begging him to carry out his final wish. Vali quietly asks about his last moments. Jan confirms Kabor worried about their tribe until his dying breath. He was an absolute beast of a warrior. Hearing this, Vali's tone shifts. Just tell him where the sword is. If he spills the location, he walks away alive. It is a rare sign of respect for the guy carrying Kabor's final will. Jan frowns. Is he seriously asking him to ditch his teammate? Vali just glares. Refuse, and he is a dead man. You and I both know Jan can't win a straight fight. That is exactly why he used the sword intel as bait. Jan isn't even from this duchy anyway. Why risk his neck in some pointless suicidal brawl? Our boy just clicks his tongue in pure annoyance. He really had zero options left. Over there, Lena is slumped against a broken wall, catching her breath. Massive shadow creeps over her. Vali smirks, apologizing for the wait. Reaching out, he laughs about how much he is going to love seeing the Duke's reaction to this. He can't wait to see the pure horror on the Duke's face when he finds his precious daughter like this. Out of nowhere, Jan's voice echoes out. He calls him a total moron. The guy relies way too much on his damn eyes. That is why he keeps getting played. Right in front of him, the fake Lena glitches and vanishes. Jan tells the big guy to chill out. Sword intel is 100% real, but he better move fast. Vali gnashes his teeth, screaming absolute bloody murder. Cut to Jan, who's already sprinting away with the real Lena. He laughs, saying he gave him the sword's location just to buy them a massive head start. Now the monster is hunting the sword, not them. Lena bursts into laughter. Did he see how insane her illusion magic was? Her spells are absolutely god tier. Unlike that cheap little toy of his, he admits it was pretty epic. She smirks. Did he plan that bracelet trick? Yep, he knew beating Vali was impossible, so the bracelet really bought them time. Now he just needs to wake Lorena so they can snatch the sword together. Lena is stunned. Wait, he still hasn't given up on it. He grins. Hell no, he hasn't. After surviving all this insane madness, does she seriously think he is just going to walk away empty-handed? She stares at him. So is he actually going to beat that monster? But how? So what do you and I make of this crazy plan? The sword has a massive protective spell on it. Even Vali will struggle to grab it. Just as planned, he heads straight for the armory. Let's dive right in. He smashed the door down, stepping inside. Was this it? Did that guy lie? But nope, he instantly realized the guy was telling the absolute truth. Insane magic was literally pouring out from the sword in the middle of the room. He walked up thinking this ruler's sword was his golden ticket to finally kill the Duke. He reached out, but suddenly wild sparks exploded off the blade. A blinding light flashed, and a loud voice boomed out telling him he was completely unworthy of this power. The weapon still pushed him back, but he just smirked. Did this piece of metal really dare to reject him? How cute. He completely ignored the magic, grabbed the handle, and ordered it to stop whining and submit right now. The crazy sparks faded, and he laughed out loud. Looks like it finally calmed down right. He yanked it free, claiming the ruler's sword for himself. But right at that second, Hans violently burst into the armory, screaming that it was never going to happen. Cursing him to die, our guy turned around completely furious. How dare this dude interrupt his big epic power-up moment? The two of them fiercely clashed. Meanwhile, the main character brought Lena back to the castle, asking if there was any mana-proof shelter near the tower. He told her to just hide here and rest until the fighting ended. She totally refused, declaring she was going to fight. He quickly pointed out her badly injured leg. She could not fight like that. She literally got hurt falling off a tower. She brushed it off as nothing. She absolutely refused to hide while everyone else was battling. Did he expect her to just watch her own people bleed out? He told her she always acted so cold and ruthless, but when it came to family, she completely lost her cool. Did she seriously think her job was dying on the front lines? She refused to be useless. If they wanted to capture Vali, she had to step up. What exactly did he need her to do? When he stayed totally silent, she yelled impatiently that she would do literally anything to catch him. He slammed his hand against the wall behind her, pinning her in place. Dead serious, he asked her to give him her most precious inner treasure. Watch closely, this is pure comedy. He meant a weapon, but she totally misunderstood his dramatic words, her mind going elsewhere as her face turned bright red. Momin violently smacked Jan right on the back of his head. How could he phrase it like a total creep? He quickly realized how incredibly awkward that sounded. Waving his hands, he explained that she had it all wrong. He actually needed the snow soul steps. He demanded she teach him the technique, leaving her completely shocked and offended. He flat out told her there was absolutely no time for details. This technique was literally their only chance to beat Vali. He could not win without it. She screamed back, asking if he was completely insane. Snow soul steps is a highly guarded Beowulf family secret. She legally could not teach that footwork to an outsider, not even him. It was a strict rule held for centuries. Meanwhile, back at the fight, the massive spire holding the armory's second floor completely collapsed. Hans violently lunged at the barbarian, yelling that he was busy stealing while his own men died. Vali furiously screamed back at him. Did he even realize what he was doing? He swore to kill the rat invading his home, instantly unleashing the Snow Soul's 12th form White Flower. With a massive swing, he blasted white deadly petals, completely obliterating everything they touched. Vali gasped in pure shock. Was every single delicate petal wrapped in enhanced sword aura? You and I totally underestimated this guy. Who knew someone here actually equaled the Duke's raw strength? Still, that was not enough to stop Vali. He coated his entire body in a raging fighting aura, unleashing his rainstorm technique to quickly deflect all those deadly falling petals. Hans was genuinely stunned that he blocked it. Suddenly, the massive barbarian leaped right at him, viciously ordering the old man to get out of the way. Hans fought back hard, wishing he was just a bit younger. Meanwhile, our hero finally reached the sword. Stepping up to the blade, he smirked, realizing his timing was absolutely perfect. It was great that Hans distracted the enemy first, but the old guy was fading fast. Momon warned him that the second the sword reacted, Vali would immediately figure out their plan. He calmly replied that he already knew that, so before the villain even realized it, he was going to end this entirely. He grabbed the hilt and intense magic instantly swallowed him. Staring into that blinding light, he flashed back to his conversation with Lena. He desperately argued it was a sacred family rule held for centuries. He shot back, asking if a dusty old rule mattered more than her own dying people. Her conflicted eyes shifted instantly, and he ruthlessly ordered her to decide faster. She could blindly follow tradition, or watch her loyal soldiers get slaughtered. If she wanted to actually save her people, that ancient rule had to be broken today. She hesitated hard, remembering the tragic fate of the last person who broke it. They were banished so badly, speaking his name was literally forbidden. Despite all that fear, she finally admitted he was totally right. Steeling herself, she grabbed his hand, pressing it against her chest, formally entrusting him with absolutely everything. He looked super confused for a second, but she just ordered him to focus on her flowing mana. He finally felt the warm energy pulsing right beneath his palm. She told him to accept her power, and trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Perfect silence is found deep inside the ice. You and I are jumping right into the madness. Finding total calm in a blizzard unlocks his soul. Frosty mana erupts from the spire into the sky, and Yan spots glowing text floating in midair exactly like the old days. He felt that raw energy everywhere. Eyes snapping open, he lifts his blade, declaring he finally secured the legendary dragon sword Aelon. The blade reacts instantly, freezing over in thick ice to reveal its true epic form. Meanwhile, Hans is still fighting for his life, falling back and grinding his teeth at this absolute monster. Who could have ever predicted he'd completely read through his combat techniques? Are his stamina and mana pools literally infinite? This insane strength belongs to the great leader Vali. Massive barbarian steps up, shocked the guy survived this long by burning his own life force. But sadly, it is game over for the stubborn old knight. Ready for the kill, he suddenly freezes as a massive energy spike hits. Seeing a blinding light explode from the spire, he yells, "Did that brat actually claim the ruler's sword? That little rat, he let him live out of respect for Kaber and got totally played." The old knight spots his opening. Lunging forward, he screams, "Who gets distracted in a deathmatch?" But Vali casually catches the blade barehanded coldly, telling him their pathetic fight ended a long time ago. Shattering the blade with a terrifying grip, he wildly attacks the old man, screaming that none of this mess would have happened without his interference. Watch closely, because right when it looks like a brutal kill, his hand literally freezes mid-air. Heavy ice shackles lock him in place. Hans is absolutely blown away, shouting that using magic in this zone is supposed to be impossible. Who pulled this off? It's Yan walking right at them. Vali practically spits out his name. How dare he put his filthy hands on the ruler's sword? Yan fires back that he never expected Elon to pack such godlike incredible power. His theory was spot on. The Snow Soul seriously buffs ice magic. And by grabbing Elon, his magical output just went through the roof. Totally baffled, the massive barbarian demands to know how he secured the ruler's sword, spotting 3 separate mana clusters burning inside the kid's body. What on earth did he do to himself? Our guy realizes the barbarian's God's Eye skill picked up his secret instantly, which is super annoying. Vali flashes an evil grin. So this crazy power belongs to the ruler's sword. Absolutely perfect. That blade belongs with him. Shattering his ice restraints, he raises a hand to charge his energy, declaring he'll use maximum force to slaughter the kid and claim the sword for himself. A dark, ominous sphere materializes right there. In a flash, he closes the distance, ready to unleash this terrifying black sun. Yan immediately brings up his blade, narrowing his total focus. The entire chaotic world goes completely dead silent, leaving him utterly calm. With perfect precision, he executes a subtle motion, the fundamental slanting cut of the legendary Frost Knights. A split second later, massive castle walls simply slide apart, and a brutal slash explodes right across the barbarian's thick chest. I know what you're thinking, fight's over, right? But no, the black sun flares right back up as the giant screams it wasn't enough. Our boy's eyes snap wide open in genuine panic at that dark sphere. A blinding flash erupts, followed by a shockwave of raw energy that slams him violently into the stone wall. Wiping the blood from his chest, the insane giant chuckles, admitting he hasn't taken a heavy hit like that in years. So that really is the ruler's sword. It actually sliced through his iron muscles and countered his ridiculous fighting aura. Even a severely buffed blade struggles against his sheer force. Yan groans, realizing he only barely blocked that devastating attack. Looking genuinely impressed, Vali nods. He finally gets it. This unique weapon strikes phase straight through raw mana. That makes it his perfect match since he can track mana currents. But our hero smirks, calling him totally wrong. Elon doesn't just bypass mana, it completely stops its flow. If the meathead can't grasp that difference, he'll never control this legendary blade. Vali barks at him to shut up, claiming he'll figure it out once he rips the sword away. But suddenly, a creeping unnatural chill locks down his huge leg. Without him even noticing, creeping frost had already successfully chained his leg to the ground. Despite being born in the frozen north, Vali shivers for the first time ever. A chilling presence behind him signals that the apex predator of these lands, Duke Beowulf, just dropped in. Staring down from the high castle walls with pure disgust, the Duke coldly asks how a filthy barbarian dared step foot here. What is he doing inside his territory? Ice literally freezes mid-air, forming a majestic staircase for the Duke to walk down, leaving the giant stunned. Getting right in his face, he repeats his threat. What is he doing here? He better pick his excuse very carefully. It might be his dying breath. Vali chuckles, saying they've finally crossed paths. Surely the Duke knows his name right. The warlord who united 20 savage tribes. The Duke just brutally tells him to shut his mouth. Why the hell would he memorize a stray dog's name? He treats the guy like an arrogant fool, but honestly, with his insane power, the Duke absolutely earned that ego. Trust me, you've got to see this. How did a guy with so much mana sneak up completely unnoticed? Let's jump right in. Is the ruler's sword controlling him, or is this all part of that little rat's plan? Ripping his foot right out of the ice, he lunges forward, yelling that destiny brought them together for this epic showdown. But the Duke, pure disrespect. He calls him nothing but dust under his boots, unworthy to even say his name. A massive magic circle lights up under his feet. Veli laughs, claiming it's way too late, and death is guaranteed. But the Duke just takes a single step. Boom, his own territory expansion technique makes the magic circle explode outward. The barbarian panics at that chilling frosty glow. It's the ultimate snow soul form, eternal frost. It freezes the entire castle grounds, turning every single barbarian into solid ice statues. Up on the walls, the defending knights go absolutely crazy. Their Duke is finally back. The barbarian leader gets frozen solid too. The Duke casually turns to Hans, asking if he's holding up okay. Hans nods, completely starstruck. It's been forever since he saw those moves, and the Duke's power is just off the charts now. Watch closely here. Staring at the frozen barbarian, Hans wonders, is this the legendary power of the Eternal Frost? The Duke just jokes he's getting old, then asks how a random barbarian managed to actually wound Hans. Hans admits the guy almost finished him off. That territory expansion is the Snow Soul's absolute peak Eternal Frost. Under this insane frost, every single enemy freezes into an ice cube while the Duke's allies don't feel a thing. Meet Bacchus Beowulf, head of the duchy. He's the ultimate master of this icy technique, tirelessly guarding the frigid north. Bacchus teases Hans about getting beat up so badly. Flustered and totally embarrassed, Hans basically begs him to just forget it happened. All that matters is Lena and the duchy's people are finally safe. Hans praises Jan for saving them and turns to introduce him to the Duke. But classic anime logic, Jan already vanished into thin air. Bacchus chuckles, asking if running away is his special talent. Hans defends him, saying Jan really isn't that kind of guy. The Duke is ready to bounce, but suddenly Veli wakes up. His unfrozen hand sparks up, creating another deadly black sun. Smashing out of the ice, he grabs the Duke's attention and mocks him for completely dropping his guard. I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? Bacchus just flexes, saying this attack won't kill him. But Veli smirks. What about targeting everyone else? He hurls that dark black sun straight at the tower full of helpless refugees. The barbarian grins, planning to slip away while the Duke rushes to save everyone. But guess what? His sneaky plan totally backfires. Jan blocks the sphere's path and slices it perfectly in half. He sighs, muttering that this guy is annoying till the very end. Furious, the barbarian screams at him to get out of the way. Then half of that massive black sun flashes brightly and detonates. Taking the blast, Jan's energy hits absolute zero and he collapses. He's completely drained. Juggling a brand new sword, crazy new magic, and protecting Lena. It took everything he had. Fighting this crazy monster, he seriously burned through his very last drops of mana. He pushed past his limits. Now it's finally time to shut his eyes and let the real heavy hitters take over. He closes his eyes, but Lena suddenly screams his name. He looks up to see her reaching out, desperately begging him not to sleep. He gives a tired grin. Looks like nap time is officially cancelled, but honestly, he doesn't mind it one bit. Soon after, rumors of the invasion hit the Empire. Damian smiles, hearing about Jan's epic stunts, and Lion gets super curious about this kid.